Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us, Lemon Nation. I'm Monique Presley. I am guest hosting this morning for our friend, our brother, our journalist, who we all have been able to count on for the past 3 decades, Don Lemon. You know, guys, that I'm here with you frequently and often, and one of the things that we always talk about is the importance of independent media. We talk about how much it's necessary for us to support those who are out doing the work every single day, and that support is needed more than ever today for independent journalists like Don, who I'm honored to guest host for this morning, and like Georgia Fort, who was also arrested last night. The information that we have so far, and we'll be sharing as much as we can with you throughout this hour, is that Don was arrested late last night in Los Angeles. He's there, as you all know, for the Grammys. He is scheduled to be live on the red carpet covering Grammy events. And he was arrested by federal agents in Los Angeles around midnight, and he has released the following statement through his attorney, ABBE Lowell. Don Lemon was taken into custody by federal agents last night in Los Angeles, where he was covering the Grammy Awards. Don has been a journalist for 30 years, and his constitutionally protected work in Minneapolis was no different than what he has always done. The First Amendment exists to protect journalists whose role is to shine light on the truth and hold those in power accountable. There is no more important time for people like Don to be doing this work. Instead of investigating the federal agents who killed 2 peaceful Minnesota protesters, the Trump Justice Department is devoting its time, attention, and resources to this arrest. And that is the real indictment of wrongdoing in this case. This unprecedented attack on the First Amendment and transparent attempt to distract attention from the many crises facing this administration will not stand. Don will fight these charges vigorously and thoroughly in court. I see many of you saying free Don Lemon, and of course that's what we are demanding, that he be released immediately, and we want these charges dropped. I'm not here by myself this morning. There are so many experts who we've come to count on during the time that Don has been here on the Don Lemon Show, the Don Lemon channel on YouTube. And one of them is Charles Coleman, ESQ. He's my friend, my brother. He's a former prosecutor. He's a frequent commentator in MSNBC and elsewhere. Welcome, Charles. Good morning.
Good morning, Monique. Thanks for having me.
Well, Don's having us, Charles.
This is true.
And what an odd time for us to be in. We actually on this show a number of times in the past couple of weeks have had the conversation about this very thing. We've discussed what this started with in Minnesota, which was a group of protesters, not Don, who's a journalist, not Georgia, who's a journalist. A group of protesters staged a pop-up protest at a church in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and Don was covering that event, covering the news story. And now we find that Don has been arrested and, according to the DHS, charged under 18 U.S.C. 241 and 248. What are your initial thoughts?
Well, Monique, one of the things that we may have been able to sort of read the tea leaves to determine that was confirmed today, apparently by the wife of Stephen Miller, is that Don Lemon and as well as the other journalist, Georgia, who was arrested after apparently these things went to a grand jury. They were presented in front of a grand jury. And the reason that that's significant is because the federal government ran out of options effectively when they went to a magistrate judge and they could not secure an arrest warrant. And then they appealed that, and they could not have that appeal granted. And so their attempts to go through a magistrate judge in order to secure an arrest warrant were both denied, which left them with very few options, which was to go in front of the grand jury. I had sort of thought about this as a former prosecutor because their options were limited. The thing about going in front of a grand jury that our audience needs to understand is, the old saying is very much so true, that you can indict a ham sandwich. It is not difficult to get an indictment when you have a presentation in front of the grand jury. Speaking as a former prosecutor, and one of the reasons why, for people who don't know that, is it's a secret proceeding. It is a proceeding that is effectively run by the prosecutor. There is no magistrate there. There is no judge there. There is no arbiter. It is basically the prosecutor presents whatever facts they choose to present. The defendant has a right in most cases to testify, but in most cases will not testify. The defense attorney cannot ask any questions or be present if their client is not testifying. And so no one actually knows what was said, who presented, what witnesses they presented, what evidence the grand jury saw. And so all of those things create a very comfortable environment for prosecutors to secure an indictment. I want to read two of the statutes that apparently came back on the indictment. One of them is U.S. Code 18 U.S. Code 241. If anyone's looking this up, Section 241 of 18 U.S. Code. It is referred to as a conspiracy against rights, which makes it a federal crime for two or more persons to conspire to injure, threaten, or to intimidate anyone in the United States in the free exercise or enjoyment of any constitutional or statutory right. Violations can result in fines up to 10 years in prison or up to life imprisonment or death if certain serious crimes result. The other statute that appears that Don was charged under is 18 U.S.C. Section 248, which is known as the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances, or the FACE Act of 1994. This is a federal law that prohibits the use of force, threat of force, or physical obstruction to intentionally injure, intimidate, or interfere with anyone obtaining or providing reproductive health services or exercising First Amendment rights at a place of worship. So that last statute was intended to protect people who are seeking reproductive care or to exercise their right, what had previously been a right to abortion and abortion clinics primarily. And then the First Amendment piece around houses of worship had been added on. And the first piece was essentially about obstructing the ability for people to go and worship. Again, I want to stress to viewers that regardless of what the statutes say and regardless of what we may have seen in various videos, we do not know how the prosecutors in this case framed the facts in front of this particular grand jury that returned the indictment. What I will say before we go further, Monique, is that I think, however, it is telling. MS Now reporter Carol Lenning earlier today confirmed that there were career DOJ prosecutors in both Minnesota, where this took place, as well as in Los Angeles, where Don was arrested.
I think we have that if somebody can put it up.
Who refused to participate in the arrest and the indictment and the prosecution of this case because they felt like the evidence did not match the facts. And so that only affirms for me a previous notion that I've had, which is part of the punishment is the process. It is it is to sort of embarrass Don Lemon. It is to embarrass the journalists who are associated with Don Lemon in such a way that they are not willing to continue to go forward. And I think that that's a very significant thing. Georgia Fort as well, another journalist arrested as part of doing their job, exercising their right to freedom of the press. And so when you have career prosecutors who are saying that the evidence does not support the charges in two different cities, two different offices, that is extremely telling as to the strength of this case. But again, the strength of the case is not the conversation for the DOJ and for those who are pushing this. It is making the process and its difficulty the punishment for Don and for Georgia.
Right. And what they will learn is that they're just going to strengthen the resolve, not just of somebody like Don or Georgia, who have been doing this for years and are a credit to their profession. But they're strengthening the resolve of the public, because everyone who's seeing this is reacting, understanding that this is wrong, and that if there was ever some line to be crossed, then we've crossed it. But there are no lines with this administration. I want to highlight a couple of things that you said, Charles. Obviously, we say in the law all the time, the grand jury can indict a ham sandwich. The reason why we say that is because as a career defense attorney, one of the things I always knew is the grand jury belongs to the prosecutor. So unless they can't, and really, if they're trying to say Mickey Mouse was there, if they've got a sliver of anything to show it, they're going to get their indictment. And the reason is because the standard is lower. So sometimes the public is looking at it and they're thinking, well, there must be evidence, because in a criminal case, you have to prove things beyond a reasonable doubt in order to get a conviction. And that is true for conviction, but that is not true to get an indictment. And so whoever they found, because these career DOJ prosecutors wouldn't do the job, and we've seen prosecutors quit their jobs in DC. We've seen them quit their jobs in Minnesota. U.S. Attorneys, career members of that office have left their jobs. And so it's like many other things in this administration, Charles, where they have to go down the line until they get somebody who doesn't have any scruples, who doesn't have any integrity. Sometimes they have to go out and hire folks off the street. And that's how they get somebody to actually get this work done. To your knowledge, what will the next steps be?
So at the point that the indictment is read in open court, there will be an initial plea entered by Don. I fully expect that it will be not guilty. And at that point, the judge will make a decision as to any bail if the DOJ asks for bail. I can't imagine that Don would be remanded. I can't imagine that bail would be exorbitantly high. Don is not at all. And for people who are not certain as to how bail is set, the notion of bail is to make sure that someone has an incentive to return to trial. And so Don Lemon is someone who clearly has every interest in fighting these charges, that he absolutely, I imagine, through his lawyers, will be eager to exonerate himself or have himself exonerated from these accusations. And he's like one of the most recognizable faces in journalism, if not media, across the country. He's not at all a flight risk. So I can't see bail being set here. And if it is, I certainly can't see it being high. That being said, after that, he will be released, and there will be scheduling around the next phases of the case, discovery, pretrial motions, and things of that nature. I anticipate that there may be a case that is being built here, and we've talked about this before, Monique, for alleging malicious prosecution by the defense. It would not entirely surprise me to see that his attorneys consider filing a motion for malicious prosecution, and here's why. This is where the MAGA machine, the MAGA media machine, comes back to bite itself, because it is very uncharacteristic to have government officials, particularly at the leadership level, so openly and so brazenly talk about their intentions and how they intend to move forward with respect to investigations and prosecutions. And they've done that writ large with respect to Don Lemon around this. And so they have created their own very, very discoverable paper trail that's been out in the open, that they would literally have to stipulate to, that they, came from official accounts on social media. And so now you have given people the tools to build this case for malicious prosecution against Don.
Well, and not only that, Charles, but the chief judge wrote that letter that ended up being part of the public record. Correct. Where this DOJ was pressuring him. Like they couldn't get what they wanted out of the magistrate. They demanded the chief judge do something about it, and were saying, and today, we need you to do it today. And he had to go and explain how he has a child with special needs who he was caring for, and how there was no urgency, and how they expected him to respond to their appeal without even sending him the appeal. They didn't send him a courtesy copy of what was being appealed, but were demanding his response. And so that led to these 3 appellate court judges denying it, saying there was no urgent matter. But the other thing the chief judge said in his letter was, there's no accusation of violence here. There's no reason for all of this overreach. And that, along with what you're saying, is they're devoting all of these funds, all of this full power of the federal government on these journalists and these people who were protesting, but for our purposes for today, on journalists like Don and Georgia, who were covering an event, and there's no one saying anything different. And in Don's case, he sat there and interviewed the pastor who was conducting the services that day. So to me, if you stand there and let me interview you, that's not me trespassing.
Well, Monique, from a legal standpoint, I think that dovetails exactly into my next point. Eventually, the rubber is going to meet the road here when you're talking about having to provide evidence that sustains these charges. At some point, you are going to have to put forth witnesses that corroborate facts and a timeline that isn't supported by the video that we have all seen repeatedly. You're going to have to sort of counter that. And that is where I say that for the DOJ, the punishment is the process, because the amount of evidence that they have, whether you're putting testimonial evidence up against video evidence and going to ask a jury in a court to sort of discern what makes most sense. Are you going to believe the testimony of someone who alleges that they were there and says, oh, something that you can't see on video, or are you going to trust your own actual eyes as you look at angle after angle after angle that is explained by attorneys and through testimony of other witnesses who were there and corroborated by the video that actually exists?
Yeah.
They know that they cannot sustain this. And that is why career prosecutors are like, I don't want my name associated with this. But again, for people who are saying, but why would they do this? They would do it for the intimidation factor. They would do it for the embarrassment factor. They would do it because oftentimes the retraction is always quieter than the headline. That is to say, today, Don Lemon being arrested is breaking news. It is a celebration in Magaland. It is red meat for that base. But
right
at the point that the case is dismissed, at the point that the case moves over, that's not something that is as much of a conversation for them. So in their minds, from a narrative place, they maintain control. So for anyone who was wondering why would they go for it if they didn't have the charges, because it's not about the conviction, it's about the embarrassment.
Right. And Don isn't embarrassed, and neither is Georgia. And we stand with them, and it is going to backfire, not just when it's dismissed, but now, because they look ridiculous. They look like they don't care anything about the Constitution. They look like they don't respect journalists, which we know they don't. And to speak about these things, I am thankful we have joining us on the show, not for nearly the first time, but we have Aaron Haynes, who is president of the National Bar, not the National Bar Association, that's my association, National Association of Black Journalists. We have Reese Colbert, host of the Reese Colbert Show on Sirius XM Urban View. And I think we have Clay Kane also. Do we have Clay? Hi there, Clay, host of the Clay Kane Show. And you know what? You guys have all been on Don's show any number of times, and we look to you to provide us the information, the commentating, and the analysis that we need. I want to start with you, though, Aaron, because on behalf of Black journalists, and I know that journalists from a lot of different other associations stood with you when you all first made a statement over a week ago. But what do you have to say to us today?
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously, we are standing with and supporting Don and also Georgia for the journalists who were arrested this morning. But this is not about one journalist or one protest. This is really about whether the First Amendment is still going to protect journalism, right? especially journalism that is challenging power and centering marginalized communities. NABJ is obviously deeply concerned and even outraged, frankly, by the arrests of Don Lemon and Georgia Fort. They weren't obstructing justice. We know this. They were practicing journalism. And arresting journalists for news gathering is a direct threat to press freedom. And that is the message that I need for folks to hear today. These actions are not unprecedented. We know that Black journalists have long been surveilled, right? Arrested, targeted for exposing injustice. And so what we're seeing now is an alarming continuation of that pattern and an escalation that demands a response.
It does demand a response. Just a follow-up, Aaron, what does that look like to you? I know that NABJ will be issuing a statement, and you're speaking on behalf of the organization now, but what is the call to action, either for the public or for those of us who are in front of cameras and have the opportunity to speak?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I think first and foremost, we need transparency from authorities about the legal basis for these arrests, right? We need an end to prosecutorial actions targeting journalists for lawful news gathering. And we need an inquiry into whether these arrests violate press freedom statutes and constitutional guarantees. We also need for our larger press community to stand with us. They've been doing that. I expect that they will continue to do that. You've already seen statements in solidarity from other organizations this morning, from the civil rights community that has been standing up and speaking out. But again, this should alarm not just every single journalist in this country, but every member of the public. This is anti-democratic. We need you all to continue to monitor this situation, to speak out about this situation. This raises serious questions about abuse of power, disregard for First Amendment protections. And so that is what we need for people to keep in mind. Journalism that holds power to account is not a crime. And we continue to assert that the First Amendment is not optional.
Well, I want to hear from Clay, but it's my understanding that the leader, Hakeem Jeffries, is in a press conference right now addressing this issue. So let's go to that.
Audio.
I can't hear it. Can anybody hear it? Well, while they're working on that, Clay, let's go to you. What are your thoughts this morning? I think it's really appropriate, the book that you just released.
Yeah, no, it is. Burn Down Master's House. I am outraged. There's one thing that struck me. I'm not sure if you addressed it, Monique. It's been a crazy morning. But the fact that they're using a law out of the KKK Act of 1871 to arrest a Black journalist. I have been saying this. They have done their 19th century research. This was literally a law created to protect Black people. Okay, we have the audio.
And what do you think that says about the Trump administration?
Trump administration has systematically targeted the free and fair press because they want to intimidate America and oppose anyone who is not willing to bend the knee to their extremism. We are not going to be intimidated at all. The free and fair press is central to the foundation of American democracy. Thomas Jefferson famously made that clear, that he would prefer a country that had newspapers over government as opposed to governments over newspapers. This is central to who we are as a country. And so Don Lemon, we know, is an accomplished journalist who was doing his job as part of the free and fair press. There's no legitimacy, no basis to Don Lemon's arrest, no basis to the arrest of the other journalists. And the American people are not going to stand for it. And House Democrats are going to stand up for them. And the rights of the free and fair press as central to American democracy and our values in terms of who we are.
But how?
I issued a statement as it relates to where we are right now. It just happened. And so we haven't had an opportunity, even as members of Congress, to talk to each other about next steps. But of course, next steps will be forthcoming.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. I'm sure you've been monitoring what's going on in the Senate. What's your reaction to the fact that there's not a deal yet with the government deadline looming? Do you have any plans to speak to Speaker Johnson between now and when the House gets back? And do you think that 2 weeks is enough time to negotiate the reforms that you're looking for? I know that there's a lot there, so I hope you can.
We have to deal with the issue of reining ICE and the Department of Homeland Security in with the fierce urgency of now. And a 2-week window will evaluate whether that's sufficient time, but there's urgency to dealing with this issue. Because ICE, as we've seen, is out of control, and the American people know it. The American people know that the Trump administration on all of the things has gone too far, and that taxpayer dollars should not be used to brutalize the American people, and in some instances, kill them. So this is something that has to be addressed. And Democrats in the Senate, led by Chuck Schumer, supported by the House, made a clear demand. Separate out the 5 bills that clearly have bipartisan support. And then separately, we can deal with making sure that ICE is brought under control in a variety of different ways, including our demand, which we will not walk away from, which is that judicial warrants should be required before ICE can storm homes and rip people out of their cars. Judicial warrants.
Oh, you're muted, Monique.
Hey, Reese Colbert. Clay.
Hey, girl.
I'm thankful Leader Jeffries called a thing and said that this administration has repeatedly intimidated free and fair press.
Yes.
And so for those of you who are just joining us, before I get Clay's thoughts on this or a continuation of his thoughts, you guys know, unless you're under a rock, our host, I'm sitting in, honored to be sitting in as guest host because Don Lemon right now is in Los Angeles being detained, arrested in federal detention for his work as a journalist.
Okay.
Georgia Fort is arrested in Minneapolis, Minnesota for her work as a journalist. And we have been discussing this administration and its insistence upon this arrest. We've seen statements from Pam Bondi about this arrest and these arrests. And I also want to say, before I go back to Clay, please please subscribe, please do all the things that Don would have asked you to do 4 times already if he was here. We want to support independent media, and we want the algorithm to continue to be our friend. Let people know you're on here. Let people know that even though Don is unjustifiably, lawlessly arrested right now, that we are still honoring his commitment to independent journalism by covering the story and bringing you the facts and the news. Clay.
So I was saying this in 2024. This is part of the reason why it was important to show up to vote. This was always the game. This was always the end game. This was in Project 2025. They're attacking journalists. And as I was saying before, they're using a part of the KKK Act from 1871 to attack a journalist, a Black journalist. And I know this might be small, but I still think it's important to say. This is why I was so outraged when Nicki Minaj said, "Lock Don Lemon up." For her to say that about a Black journalist, a Black man, I thought it was very dangerous. This is where we are. And thank God for independent media. And, Reese was saying this a couple weeks ago, that every single media outlet in the country should have been all over the original threat against Don Lemon. And now I see them talking. Now I see them babbling. Now it's nonstop on the MS Now and all that good stuff. Now they're saying something. But we should all know they're coming for you as well.
Yeah.
And I really, y'all got to understand, like I said before, Speaker Jeffrey spoke, they're doing their 19th century research. Our ancestors are rolling in their graves that they're using a KKK act against Don Lemon, against a Black journalist, in the name of Ida B. Wells, in the name of so many Black journalists. That's what they're doing. We know he didn't do anything wrong, but that doesn't matter to them. They are using civil rights to criminalize a Black journalist. It's very, very clear. So listen, right now, the platform, the mountain that Don Lemon has built in this moment, it's important for us to collectively show up for him. Yeah. Don't downplay the importance of social media, reaching out, posting about it. We've been on this for a long time, and we all know, everyone here, this could easily be one of us if we report the truth. They don't want dissenters. They want you to bow down. They want you to think no matter what you do, no matter how you resist, you will always fail, you will always lose. We can't absorb that. So
right.
I'm outraged, and my prayers are with Don.
You know what, Reese? I'm gonna say something. I think it was Charles who was saying last week. One of the reasons we're seeing this attack on independent media and people who are covering the stories on the ground the way Don does, the way Georgia does, is because they cannot be controlled. There's over 25,000 people on here right now, and our host extraordinaire is not even with us. He's in lockup. But there is no control. They have put their foot on the neck of mainstream media and sued and won. And we've watched the way mainstream media journalists have cowered and been afraid and backtracked and refused to report things. And I'm not even talking about any particular journalist. I'm talking about the structure, the machine of it. And so, Reese, that's why things like what Don is doing, what Georgia does, and frankly, what you and Clay do is so important.
Okay, so I asked Nikki if I could cuss. She didn't tell me no. So let me just unload a little bit. First of all, I have to say that I want everybody to pay attention to the bitch assness of the mainstream media and the propaganda. And I say that it's propaganda that they're spreading because when you have headlines like what People magazine did that characterize Don Lemon as attending the protests as opposed to reporting from the protests, that is state propaganda because he was not an attendee. And mind you, it's not illegal to fucking protest. That's what the January 6ers did. I thought, wasn't that a big ass protest, a kumbaya? Very fine citizens. So it's not illegal to protest. So even if he was protesting, that wouldn't be a problem. But he was reporting. Georgia Fort was reporting. So every mainstream media outlet that reports this as they were attending is spreading Trump Pam Bondi propaganda. They're doing a disservice to their listeners, to their readers. And that's exactly why people have lost faith in the mainstream media and why they have turned to the Don Lemon show and others, including us. So that's number one. Number two, we have killer ICE cops on the loose and we have journalists arrested. There is a problem with that. There is a complete ass backwardsness to that. Number three, fuck the people on the grand jury that gave these bullshit ass charges. A judge had enough sense to say, oh, you know what? Nah, I'm not going to put my stamp on it. But whoever these people are that went in that room and put forth these indictments, fuck them. They are no better than the people who attended lynchings, who sat up there and yelled down Ruby Bridges and others. That's who those people are. So anybody, and I'm going to call out some white liberals too. Any white liberal, oh, I don't know how I was wondering. I saw somebody there. I was wondering how we had to Jim Crow. Look to the people in the grand jury. It's still here. Jim Crow is still here. It's called Trump Crow now.
Yep.
And then the last thing I'll say is this is not just an attack on journalism. It's an attack on the humanity of Black people. It's an attack on the idea that there can be legitimacy to what Black people do. And so they are putting these folks forth. And mind you, a majority of the people who have been arrested in this protest, which again is not illegal, have been Black. There's one white guy, but they've been Black. And this administration has been strategic since the very beginning of this administration and saying, okay, if we attack Black people, then there will be a little bit less galvanization around the fact that we are violating the citizenship of these people, that we are violating the Constitution, because who gives a damn about LaMonica McIver, a congresswoman, who's still facing charges? And who gives a damn about Black activists, and who gives a damn about Black journalists? That those people are not legitimate. You're not legitimate even as a congresswoman who has a constitutionally vested authority. You're not legitimate as a journalist because you're Black. So I think that part needs to be highlighted. But I'm beyond furious at this because it is layered on so many levels, and it is especially disgusting, as Clay talked about, how they're using the KKK Act, and they're using things like, for instance, with what they tried to do with the abortion, trying to protect people entering abortion clinics. They are turning these things on its head to hold Black people in particular as political prisoners, because that's what this is. So right, I'm outraged.
The way that they use it is also, it's not just that they misuse it for certain purposes, they refuse to use it for others. So where they refuse to prosecute those who are interrupting or impeding access to abortion clinics, or where they refuse to care if it's a Black church and somebody goes in there the way that people barged into Pastor Jamal Bryant's church, they are cherry picking. They are doing what in the law we consider to be inequitable. And I want to, I have a statement from Reverend Al Sharpton that I want to read some of, but before we do that, I believe we have a video from Emmy award-winning journalist Georgia Fort, who is on the ground in Minnesota, something she recorded right before she was arrested.
Do you want to wear my black boots?
You guys, I wanted to alert the public that agents are at my door right now. They're saying that they were able to go before a grand jury sometime, I guess, in the last 24 hours, and that they have a warrant for my arrest. I've talked to my attorney, and I'm being advised to go with them, I guess, down to Whipple. And my children are here. They're impacted by this. This is all stemming from the fact that I filmed a protest as a member of the media. We are supposed to have our constitutional right of the freedom to film, to be a member of the press. I don't feel like I have my First Amendment right as a member of the press, because now federal agents are at my door arresting me for filming the church protest a few weeks ago. Again, I don't have a long time here, you guys, but I wanted you to know, for me, agents are at my door right now. My attorney has spoken with them. I did send a relative outside to talk to them. They're showing some type of documentation, apparently, that they got an indictment from a grand jury. I knew that I was on a defendant's list. I did not publish it because it was under seal. And so we've done everything that we can to try and abide by, the advice of our attorneys. But right now, you guys, I wanted you to know I'm going to have to hop off here and surrender to agents as a member of the press. I filmed the church protest a few weeks ago, and now I'm being arrested for that. It's hard to understand how we have a constitution, constitutional rights, when you can just be arrested for being a member of the press. We've seen all these violations. All right, you guys, I gotta go. They're knocking.
Yep, she's coming right now.
Give me 1 second. All right, guys.
You want
to? Monique,
that's despicable.
It is, and it should alarm every single American. I mean, look, folks in here have already said it, but it is worth repeating that a federal magistrate judge declined to authorize charges said that there was insufficient evidence, said that there was lack of probable cause. So the fact that authorities moved anyway against Don and Georgia should really be alarming to anybody who believes in judicial oversight and constitutional limits. As Georgia said, I mean, just watching that, it's alarming because I mean, she and Don weren't just doing their jobs. Like, journalists have a fundamental responsibility to observe and to document and to inform the public of events as they are unfolding. That is what they are doing. They don't require permission to do that, right? I mean, attempts by government officials to single out and scrutinize members of the press for legal news gathering and for reporting should concern anyone in this country who cares about democracy and a free press. The treatment of journalists, the conditions under which they are expected to work, this is not what is supposed to come with the job, people. And we just reject the notion that journalists can be threatened into silence just for doing their jobs. Press freedom should never be conditional, and that's what we're seeing here today.
I just want
to, Charles, 1 second. I wanted to say, and actually you talked about it last week. They operate in the dark, Aaron, and them coming up with all of those cars in a residential neighborhood to Georgia Fort's home where she has children there when they know she's represented by counsel.
Yeah.
Them showing up in LA in the middle of the night to arrest Don when they know he's represented by counsel that represents several others with whom they have active cases and investigations. That's intentional and unnecessary. Even people, heinous criminals, are allowed to self-report with their lawyers. They can't even pretend that these were people who were going to run. These are people who are actively engaging with the system and alerting them that they had representation. And they chose this, as Charles has been saying, maximum humiliation, maximum intimidation. I had Georgia on my show 2 days ago, and one of the things she said is that there was a protest downtown and that there were independent, and one of the agents turned his rifle, turned his weapon on a journalist, and the journalist, I think it was Nick, I can't remember his last name, had to say, I'm independent media, I'm a journalist, and put his hands up. That is where we are right now. And I think we have actually, I wanted to see if we could bring up the statement by Pam Bondi.
Monique,
go ahead, Charles.
As we're pulling that up, I have a really important point. There's a reason why. Well, first of all, I want to say, for anyone who's watching this, do not at all mistake this. And Aaron sort of made this point just a second ago. This is not a partisan conversation. This is not an ideological conversation, because to connect the dots for everyone who's sitting, between everyone who's sitting here, what Monique understands and what most of us who are here understand is the value of precedent. And if you care about precedent and you understand the power of precedent, and even if you are not someone who is a Don Lemon fan or you don't believe in liberal media, the precedent that is being created here is such that if it is allowed to stand upon the changing of the guard at some point, they can do that with media that they disagree with, and it may be media that you support. So to Aaron's point, this is not an ideological conversation from the standpoint of left versus right or conservative versus liberal. This is a conversation that is rooted in the idea of democratic principles and the freedom of the press. Now,
and might we add, Charles, not between independent media or legacy media.
That's correct. There's another, excuse me, Aaron, just 1 second. There's another very, very important point, and I appreciate you pointing it out. There's a reason why Don Lemon gets arrested, stay with me, and Jimmy Kimmel gets suspended. And where I'm going with this is, it's easier to pass this off. It's easier to get people not to care when the people who they do it to look like everyone on this panel, and the people who are fighting for the people they do it to look like everyone on this panel. There's a different degree of concern and engagement when we are the ones who are on the front line and it appears as though we are only fighting for ourselves. And I say this for everyone who may be in the audience and maybe in the comments who don't look like us, because in this moment, it will be easy to sort of cast out Don and Georgia as if no one but us cares. And that makes it easier for them to push this and try to establish precedent that can be used against everyone. Please keep that in mind.
Reese?
No, that they've been strategic in how they have targeted who they've targeted. And they do think that, oh well, who cares? Who cares about their black asses? They just gonna be some blacks who people are gonna think that that's a black problem. And they also recognize the bloodlust of their base. They love this kind of stuff. They're in the comments right now. They're probably first time Don Lemon show viewers gloating over the dehumanizing, unconstitutional, unlawful arrest of this regime and Donald Trump's henchman, Pam Bondi. So they're firing on all cylinders right now. And they're trying to pivot the conversation away from the 2 white citizens that they killed and make it seem like, oh, we got to get these rabble-rousing blacks off the street because they're a threat to our Christianity. They're trying they've also chosen a church to be that kind of rallying cry, even though, as you pointed out, Pastor Jamal Bryant's church was interrupted, and that wasn't a problem. So there's, I wish that we didn't have to get all racial on you, okay? But they're very, very strategic in how they do that. And I challenge, the same way that, Charles, you're challenging, I challenge people to recognize that just because we're the targets, it doesn't mean that we're the end game. The end game is an entire system that allows them to do not just kill at will, not just go into your homes with no warrants, not all those things. That's part of it. It's to have complete control over anybody at any time and be able to arrest. And then we throw this up as a pretext and everybody just goes on about their business. That's really what the end game is. But if they could go through us and desensitize people and normalize people, it makes it that much easier and that much quicker to get to that end game. And that's why you should care.
So I want to just welcome, I know there are a lot of people joining, and maybe you're joining for the first time. So please and please subscribe and please understand that I am obviously not Don Lemon. I'm not even trying to be Don Lemon. I am guest hosting as a friend of the show, someone who has a segment on the channel, and as a supporter of independent media. We have with us Clay Kane, we have Aaron Haynes, who's president of the National Association of Black Journalists, we have Charles Coleman, ASQ, we have Reese Colbert. And the reason why we're here, if you guys can put Mayor Karen Bass's statement back on the screen, I want to read it in its entirety. Just by way of reset, we're here because Don was arrested in the middle of the night by federal agents for doing his job. But Mayor Karen Bass of LA, where the arrest took place, says the following: Don Lemon, an internationally known and renowned journalist and friend, was arrested last night by federal agents and is now in custody in Los Angeles, simply for doing his job and following a protest into a church in Minneapolis while reporting the story. Emmy-winning news producer and Minnesota-based journalist Georgia Fort, another widely respected Black journalist who was also arrested by federal agents in Minnesota for reporting on the same protest. The arrest of journalists for going into a church in the course of reporting is shocking enough. But what's even more alarming is that it's no secret that Don Lemon is a Trump critic. Let me be very clear. President Trump is not de-escalating anything after the fatal shootings of U.S. citizens by federal agents. In fact, the arrest of Don Lemon and Georgia Fort demonstrates quite the opposite. He is escalating. First, Trump's agents shoot and kill people exercising their First Amendment rights, and now we're arresting journalists going into a church. It's an egregious assault on our constitutionally protected First Amendment rights. I have reached out to the U.S. Attorney to check on Don Lemon's status. I think right where Mayor Bass puts it is where it is, because none of this is happening in a vacuum. Yes, journalists were arrested, and that is egregious. They were arrested for going into a church for reporting a story, and that is hideous. But what story were they reporting? Why were they actually there? They were there because Minnesota has been invaded by the federal government, has been occupied by ICE agents who function like thugs and goons, who have killed in broad daylight 2 American citizens who were exercising their right to freedom of speech and to protest. And they claim that they are there in order to get the worst of the worst, to get those who are criminals and committed heinous act. But that is not what any of the evidence or data shows about who's actually being arrested. We have seen crime after crime after crime being committed by our federal government. It is state-sanctioned violence that has led to deaths, that has led to illegal deportations, which I call kidnappings, that has led to children being stripped from parents, stripped from their families, stripped from their schools. And the people who are bold enough to go and report on it are now being arrested. To me, Clay Cane, that's authoritarianism, that's fascism, that's a regime. That is nothing close to democracy.
That is straight out of Russia. That is straight out of Idi Amin. That is straight out of North Korea. I want to say this, though. I agree with what Charles said, but I just want to add a little bit to that. It is, in my perspective, it is ideological. It is left and right. Because if you are telling the truth, they're going to come after you. And if you are obviously a Black journalist, a Black gay journalist, they're going to come after you even more. But if Harris Faulkner, who was a journalist on, if you want to call it that, on Fox News, covered a protest at a church and was in there, nobody will be arresting her because she is willing to uphold an ugly part of our country. So if you are willing, as Ida B. Wells said, the way to right wrongs is to turn the light of truth upon them. If you are turning the light of truth, they will come after you. If you're going to if Byron Donalds would have went and brought his cam to a church, even a Black church, whatever, they'd be okay with that because they're standing by this despicable administration. So I want to be really, really clear. This is republicanism. This is Trumpism. This is right wing. They're borrowing from our Jim Crow history, from Nazis. They're borrowing from all of it. And it is targeted because you will not lie on camera. You want to make sure people are heard. So I just really want to make that clear. They are afraid of the truth. Knowledge manages terror. Every time Don Lemon goes on these airwaves, or Charles, or Monique, or Aaron, or Reese, or myself, we are managing terror every single day by telling the truth, by speaking out. They don't want that knowledge out there. They don't want that. They want to make sure that you have more terror and you're silenced. So you think there's no point in saying anything or speaking out. So this is, I mean, I agree as far as an attack on a Black journalist, a Black gay journalist. I'm a Black gay man, but it is targeted because he is telling the truth and they're tired of it. We all saw the footage. He even tells the guy, no, I'm not protesting. I'm just here covering. But again, it's because of the truth he is exposing and they don't want that. And so other people, I mean, Scott Jennings is on TV lying every single day. So it is ideological. It is right wing. It is Trumpism. It is Project 2025. It is McCarthyism. It has always been the conservative movement that has been anti-truth, always in this country.
Yeah, Aaron, we've had so many people to join us since you gave us our call to action. So just as again, the president of the National Association of Black Journalists, what is it that you are hoping people who are watching and people who have platforms, and I say all the time, if you have a phone, you have a platform, because on this internet, anybody can make their voice known. What is it that we need them to be doing right now?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think you're already seeing so much public support for the issue of press freedom. You posted that statement from Mayor Bash. You heard from Speaker Jeffries, others that we are seeing the civil rights community standing up and speaking out, others, other members of the public. And that is because the concern that we are seeing is not just about one journalist. It's not about Don. It's not just about Georgia. It is about whether reporters can do their jobs without fear of arrest. And so public support which we need, really reflects a basic understanding that when journalists are detained for documenting events of public concern, everyone's right to know is at risk. And that is why you should care. That is why you should speak up. That is why you should stand up. If this can happen to a high-profile journalist, the risk is even greater for local reporters, for freelancers, for journalists of color without institutional protection. This is a precedent issue, and we need people to speak out. Public scrutiny is not a problem here. That is the entire point. A free press is how democracies hold power accountable, especially during protests, especially during moments of tension. So, I mean, really, we are defending the principle of press freedom. We're demanding clarity. If the facts show that a journalist was arrested solely for doing their job, NABJ is not going to hesitate to call for appropriate action. We're asking for others to do the same.
You guys got your marching orders. Please like, please subscribe. People are asking how they can support Don. Buy some merch, right?
Yes.
Become part of the Lemon Nation because we want to show those who think they can intimidate us that the opposite is true. You've gone too far. None of this that you're doing is going to stand, and that this is going to actually embolden and show those who were still trying to hold on and get with you. This is going to show them who you really are. Charles, you look itchy to say something. Go ahead and say it.
I have to jump. I appreciate that everyone has been here. I just want to sort of underscore the fact that and Monique, you'll correct me on this in terms of I'll get the statement wrong. The wheels of justice are slow, but they grind toward what is right. And I know that I butchered that. It is an old saying, but the point is the process for everyone who understands what to expect going forward, or who is looking to understand what to expect going forward. This is a long ride. This is a long road. So do not become weary. Do not become tired. Understand that we will be able to one day look back on this and understand that we were on the right side of right, but be prepared that we are in for a fight that may take some twists and turns and may have some additional people, not just Don, not just Georgia, who become placed at the center of this. And we need our long-term engagement for this very long marathon toward justice, because it is not a sprint.
Well, thank you, Charles. You've been doing a yeoman's job for all of us, and we count on you for the legal analysis. I said before we got on today, Charles, you be the lawyer. I'm going to sit in here and try to just be a host. So thank you for explaining the law. My law brain is somewhere over there right now. So we appreciate you, and keep coming back.
Thank you.
Reese, we are about to I'm excited seeing that we have so many people who want to support Don and who are going to be joining us. So I want to say to everyone who's just now joining us, stay with us. We're going to be on for a while longer. There are so many who recognize the importance of this hour that we are in and exactly what is at stake and what our federal government is doing. I understand that Erin probably has a lot going on that she needs to take care of. So I'm going to give you an opportunity for some final comments, and then I'll go to you, Reese.
Yeah, listen, I mean, I think this is such an important platform. It remains such an important platform. I know that Don is fighting. He is not going to be silenced, and we stand with him and stand with all of our independent media, our Black journalists, and everyone who is trying to tell the truth about who and where we are as a country. We know that we are the trusted messengers in our communities, and that's not going to stop. The chilling effect that this is intended to have, I think it is only galvanizing so many of us to continue to speak truth to power in the long tradition that we have had as journalists, particularly as Black journalists in this country. And so really appreciate the solidarity from everybody here and from everybody out there who is standing, not just with Don and Georgia, but standing for press freedom, standing for press integrity, and standing for the relationship between a healthy democracy and a free press. So thank you.
Where if people want to support NABJ, how do they do that?
Absolutely, they can do that. They can do that by going to NABJ official.org. We are also on social media. You can look up National Association of Black Journalists on Instagram, on TikTok. You can find us. You can find us on social media platforms. And I am also on Instagram at eMarvelous. If anybody wants to reach out to me directly as an ABJ president, I am available, responsive, and really would look forward to hearing from those who want to stand with us and continue to join us in speaking out against these attacks on press freedom and democracy.
Thank you so much, President Aaron. We appreciate you.
We appreciate you. Thank you.
So it's my understanding that the White House has put out a statement of its own by way of a graphic. Do we have that? Production team, do we have what the White House put out?
Wow. Wow.
I know I'm not supposed to be silent because people are going to be listening to this later on Spotify and iTunes and such, but I think that they can't be crappier, that they can't be more reductive and juvenile, but then they prove that they can. Reese?
Yeah, these are some real ghoulish, demonic motherfuckers. I'm just gonna say it like that. Where was the riot at? Where was the riot? I saw a riot at the Capitol January 6th. All the motherfuckers was partying. Where was the riot at the church? A disruption is not a riot. And involvement is not what he wasn't involved in the disruption. He was reporting the disruption. But they love this image. They have all kinds of images that they could use, but they want to show this image in particular. And they're clever. I will say they're clever. How much they get away with, I think, remains to be seen. Obviously, they're very sensitive to push back, at least in terms of how they want to frame things. Eventually, they start to pivot. But they're doing this because of the people that are in these comments. For the first time, hey, welcome to the Don Lemon Show. Hey, welcome to Lemon Nation. You're a lemon head now. If you're in these comments, you're a lemon head. If you're giving the Don Lemon channel views, you're a lemon head.
Reese,
So
I want to interrupt for a second
support.
because I think that Todd Blanche is doing his presser.
Is in the case are being released.
I mean, yes, I can assure that we complied with the statute, we complied with the act, and there is no, we did not protect President Trump. We didn't protect or not protect anybody. I mean, I think that there's a hunger or a thirst for information that I do not think will be satisfied by the review of these documents. And there's nothing I can do about that. But President Trump, of all the people in Washington, D.C. and around this country that have said for years the same consistent message about Jeffrey Epstein as President Trump. And so there's not been a change of course or anything, and certainly his direction to the American people and the Department of his direction to the Department of Justice was to be as transparent, release the files, be as transparent as we can, and that's exactly what we did.
I want to clarify your remarks on the Alex Preddy killing. Are you saying that the Justice Department has opened a civil rights investigation into his death?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, look, and I know there's been a lot of discussion among the media around that, but just think about what that means. All that means is that DHS, as the Secretary has said, is conducting an investigation, as they should and as they do every time there's a tragic event like this. And the FBI, in their role, which is a separate role from DHS, is also looking into it and conducting an investigation. And that's not. That shouldn't be treated as making news. It's just we've said that for a week, and it remains as true today as it was last Sunday.
So we're gonna stay with it and see if they mention anything about Don's arrest, about George's arrest. But Clay, actually, I'm glad for the part that we did hear, because that's what this distraction is really about. Let's, anybody who thinks this is anything other than Epstein, and here this man is. I grieve for my profession. like I just never have before, because he's hedging and trying to explain. You're still not going to see what you think that you're going to see. There's really nothing in there like that, but we're doing the best we can. I mean, it's garbage.
Absolutely. And listen, let's be clear that Don Lemon has been on the Epstein files for a long time and reporting on it. They don't like that. You know, they want to cover up their own mess, their own madness. I do want to point out, when we think about Pam Bondi, just want to call out a trifling Democrat for a minute. Foolish John Fetterman voted for Pam Bondi. I want to remind people. And Kristi Noem, a certain New Jersey senator, voted for Kristi Noem. You know, listen, for the Democrats out there, and I'm a Democrat, I'm very, very clear about that. I hope this wakes you up too, because they're doing what they want to do despite the law, despite Congress, despite 3 branches of government. They're doing whatever they want to do. And I know I said it 4 times. They went to an 1871 KKK act against a Black journalist, right? So, and I appreciate Leader Jeffrey speaking out. I appreciate that. But some of y'all have contributed to this absolute madness. This absolute madness. You know, one of the lines from my book, Burn Down Master's House, is don't let them take what they can't touch. Don't let them take what they can't touch. They're doing what they're doing to Don Lemon, but we're here. And look, his platform is still here right now. We're still here. All 3 of us. We have more folks coming on. So you're trying to silence him, but we're speaking through him. We're speaking. His voice is still here. You can't take that. This is legacy. This is legacy. But I want to point out that there are some trifling Democrats who did not do enough, who did not fight back. And there's plenty who do, I get that. But we are in this mess because people in power either have no spine, they're feckless, they care more about letters from frickin' George Clooney than they do about voters.
Yeah.
And we're in this Epstein file mess. This is a collective disaster. And if you're thinking, oh, Don is a iconic journalist, don't think you could be somebody on social media speaking out using your voice. You might get that cease and desist letter from the DOJ. I was saying this last year. They're going to start at the top to scare the hell out of you and then go to lesser known people who don't have the money or the resources to fight back. But you know what? We're still on air. Don't let them take what they can't touch. We're still here. And shame on any Democrat if you voted for Kristi Noem or Pam Bondi or Marco Rubio. A lot of y'all voted for Marco Rubio. You're part of the problem. We all said we would get here, and now we are.
Well, I've got some breaking news within our hours of breaking news, because apparently this was serious enough for CNN to make an official statement. And it says, the FBI's arrest of our former CNN colleague Don Lemon raises profoundly concerning questions about press freedom and the First Amendment. The Department of Justice already failed twice to get an arrest warrant for Don and several other journalists in Minnesota, where a chief judge of the Minnesota Federal District Court found there was no evidence that there was any criminal behavior involved in their work. The First Amendment in the United States protects journalists who bear witness to news and events as they unfold, ensuring they can report freely in the public interest. And the DOJ's attempts to violate those rights is unacceptable. We will be following this case closely. Yep, that's they're gonna knock on your door. That's what that is. It's close enough where somebody over there understands that this could be any and every one of us. And Reese, the thing that is so absurd to me about the arguments that I'm watching the DOJ make, and to your point, Clay, Pam Bondi used to be like a better than decent lawyer. There's something about this Trump connection and the syndrome that happens where people lay down their morality, lay down their principles, lay down their virtues, lay down their education. They become dumb, ignorant, incompetent criminals by association. It's like it's an ooze that gets on them. But what I'm watching them argue about journalists being there and recording and that being an infringement, it flies in the face of every obvious thing. If you're on a murder scene and you're covering it, are you breaking the law? If you're following a scene where there's a fire, are you breaking the law? If you are in a war zone and you have the press credentials that mean that you're allowed to be there because you're a member of the press, are you breaking the law? Are you breaking international rules? You know who punishes journalists that way, where they fly out of windows and they fall downstairs and they go to prison and people never hear from them again? The former Soviet Union.
That's right.
The current Russia, the Kim Jong-uns of the world. This is dictator behavior.
Yeah.
This is not civilized democracy behavior. Reese.
Well, I would argue that they're not dropping the morals. I think they're dropping the facade of what they had to masquerade as. There was a reason why Donald Trump was the Republican nominee over 20 other people that had nearly identical policies. All of them would have put in Project 2025. All of them would have had a war on DEI and a war on migrants and all that kind of stuff. But Donald Trump gave a permission slip to this untethered grasp for power. And so what Donald Trump does is he reveals who these people are. And what do people do? What people do when there is nobody to check them really reveals their true character. And so she's capitalizing on more power than she could have ever dreamed of, even though how much power do you really have if you're Donald Trump's bitch? Because he tell you to do so. He say jump, you say how high. But at the end of the day, she's still exercising power beyond the authority actually vested in her. And so that is the point. But you know, the war against the press freedom started long before trying to arrest these journalists.
Right.
When these major media companies paid Donald Trump's ransom, his extortion, for editing videos, which they are entitled to do, that was when the First Amendment died, right then.
Right.
When a couple of weeks ago it was reported that the press secretary said air his entire interview, allegedly reportedly said air his entire interview or we'll sue your ass. So the media, the mainstream media, I would say, is just as complicit and responsible for emboldening this administration because they had the tools to fight. They had the lawyers, and yet they decided to comply in advance. And that's why this administration feels like they can do whatever the hell they want to do because they can extort money out of any business at any time, and then they can chill these companies from actually talking about what's going on. And the last thing I'll say is part of the reason why Don is a particular target is because Don can take his microphone and go places and put that microphone in front of people that otherwise wouldn't be selected to be amplified. He was there when they had a National Guard occupation of DC. He came down to DC. He was on the Hill. He was confronting people from this administration and on Congress. He went to Minneapolis. And so they know that these independent journalists or even local journalists, and I don't say local to diminish Georgia Ford's work. She's an award-winning journalist. They know that those folks have the capacity and the desire and the competency to highlight things that, to Clay's point, this administration does not want anybody to know about.
Can I add one thing?
That's right. 1 second, Clay.
Sure.
We're going to do some housekeeping, some business matters. Thank you, everyone who's joining. Thank you for joining the Don Lemon channel on Don Lemon's YouTube page and wherever else you're watching from. I know that we are broadcasting a million different places at the same time. I want to bring in friend of the show, friend of Don's, Tim Miller. He is the host of the Bulwark podcast. Thank you for joining us, Tim. Before I go to Tim, I want to say two things. First, please like this video. all of you who are watching, please share with someone that we are on, that Don might not be with us right now, but we are here on his platform, on his channel, covering the news of the day. Please subscribe if you're new here and are not yet subscribed, and you can support Don and support his work by subscribing, by contributing here. And hey, get you some merch. We love the Lemon Live and the Lemonhead merch. Then it's my understanding that Todd Blanche was asked a question about Don's arrest. For those of you who do not know, Don was arrested in Los Angeles, California in the middle of the night around midnight and is being held in a federal detention facility in Los Angeles right now. We are waiting for news of his hearing and his release. He is represented by attorney ABBE Lowell, and we trust that they're going to handle their business while we're handling ours. If we could play the Todd Blanche clip, if we have it.
Have anything to share about that.
And to follow up on that, do you have a reaction to the arrest of Don Lemon overnight?
Do you have a reaction to what?
To Don Lemon's arrest overnight?
Do I have a reaction to it? I don't know what that means. What are you looking for me to do? Jump up and down? No, I don't have a reaction to it. I don't know that the charges are unsealed yet. So no, I can't. I'm not going to comment on that.
Thank you.
Tim.
Hey, y'all. Thanks for having me. That is just such sick behavior from these guys. And I'm happy to be here in solidarity with you all and with Don. His boss had already tweeted earlier today, Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, that this happened at my direction. That's what she wrote. The Attorney General said this was at my direction. As you guys know, multiple judges had already dismissed this. They tried to do this before. Multiple prosecutors in Minnesota and in California had said they wouldn't be involved in this, but Pam Bondi directed that somebody go do it anyway, and that somebody go arrest him anyway, outside of the normal business of how our justice system works. And that is direct tyranny. It is an attack on the First Amendment. It is an attack on on the rule of law, and they are doing it unapologetically. They're bragging about it. They've posted, I'm sure you guys have seen this morning, the White House posted a picture of Don with chains, posted him in chains, like doing propaganda bullshit. It is sick what these people are doing, what the government is doing right now. And I appreciate the previous comment. I was listening to you guys about how this isn't the first attack on the First Amendment, of course. There's Rumesa Ozturk. She was jailed for a while for an op-ed. Okay, for starters. So there are a bunch of other examples of this, but this is a direct attack on a high-profile journalist because they want to chill people's speech. They want to find pretexts for punishing people that are opposed to the regime. It's the type of stuff that you would see in an authoritarian country in Hungary or somewhere else abroad. And I'm happy. I want to get everybody else's opinion. I really just wanted to be here in solidarity. I want to say one thing that, like, the first couple sentences people might not like, but I just want you to stick with me for a second because I think it's important. I wasn't a big fan of the protesters going into the church, but some people have different opinions. That's fine. But as far as for me, I don't think the folks should go into a church, even if the pastor's doing bad shit. But like Don Lemon was covering that protest as a journalist, and he was going in there as a journalist. And the First Amendment protects speech that we don't like. That's the whole point of the First Amendment. The government just doesn't get to decide to punish people if they don't like the way they behave, if they don't like their speech, if they didn't break any laws. And just like, there are the famous cases where, the ACLU came out to protect the KKK when they did a march, or when other assholes do marches. Like, it doesn't matter. And so I think it's important sometimes for there to be people like me who are saying, I actually didn't love that protest, but in a free country, people have the right to cover it. Don Lemon had the right to be there, and it doesn't really matter what your opinion is about it. And they are attacking him for his outspoken opposition to the excesses of this administration. It is an affront to the Constitution. It is wrong. And I think that's important for people who, no matter what their views were on that actual action, to stand together and say, no, like this is un-American what they're doing. It's absolutely wrong. And I'm happy to be here with y'all. I silenced you. I was just like such a mic drop.
I'm gonna I got a comment, but I'm gonna let Clay go.
No, I was looking, thinking we were getting some charging documents. So Reese, you go ahead. I'm trying to figure out.
No, Clay, you go.
Okay. I just wanted to quickly add to the CNN statement that you guys posted. And I have to say this. Beautiful. They posted a statement, right? But at 10 o'clock tonight, when y'all have your roundtable, are you going to have people on the other side debate if Don Lemon should have been arrested or not? Is that going to be your conversation at the top of the show? I've been on that show before, over almost 2 years ago. But are y'all going to sit back and debate, have your little discussion? Because here at this show, we Americans, we talk to each other. There is no side with this. There is no other side to debate. So it's cute you put that statement out. I'm sure you got producers working on content for later on tonight. I want to see in your roundtable discussion, if you're going to have Scott Jennings and somebody else, whoever the case may be, debate the other side. This is part of the reason why we're in the space that we're in today, because we think certain people have a side when there is no side. If we're talking policy, if we're talking a variety of things, I get it. But this right here, there should be nobody in media, especially on a major network, babbling and debating, well, he should have been arrested. Well, he did violate. You know what you're going to hear. So I just want to know tonight with your little statement, we support this freely. We all have freedom of speech, but he worked for your company many, many years. And I'm curious to see what y'all going to do at night, because when there was an assassination a few months ago, nobody could say anything disrespectful. Get it. This right here is an attack, an arrest on a journalist, one of your colleagues. And will you allow the insidious, nefarious other side to be debated? And if you do, then your little statement there is bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I agree with that. We haven't shown Don's statement in a while through his counsel, ABBE LOWELL. So if we can put that up for people who have not seen it, people who are just joining, thank you for joining Don Lemon's show. Please like this video, please subscribe. We have with us Reese Colbert, Clay Kane, Tim Miller. Thank you all for being with us and being a supporter, not just of Don, but being in this independent media jungle yourselves in doing such good work. Tim, I know for a long time, I've been listening to you talk back and forth about the aggressiveness of this administration. Do you feel like this is a new level, or is this kind of where we were just always headed?
I think it's an escalation. I know, well, it's both, right? I do think we were headed here. They wanted to go here. I think they've been trying to go after their political foes for a while now. So for starters, that's a good example of how this is where we're headed. It's just they've been stepping on rakes left and right. And let me tell you, by the way, they're stepping on a rake this time too, because Don is going to be fine and he's going to be out and more powerful than ever after this and have more influence than ever. But, you know, they went after Comey and they went after Tish James. We can go down the list, right? Like this is just another example of that. But I don't know. This case, though, just because it is such a direct assault on the First Amendment, you know, there's only one job, one employer that's actually in the Constitution, the press, right? Like the Constitution protects that there is freedom of the press. And this is just such a direct attack on that. And it's so obvious and blatant that that I do think that this is a clear escalation. And I just got to tell you, I was happy to be able to hang out with Don. He was down here for his New Year's show in New Orleans. And the man is working so hard, right? He's out there on the street. Like you are out here. He's out here for New Year's. And that night was a little bit more of a fun night. But you're mixing it up. He's mixing it up on Frenchman Street. And he's doing interviews with newsmakers and bringing them in. He's talking to people on the streets. He's out there. Like that is an important role in this country. We need to have journalists that are out there in the streets doing the messy work, you know? And when you're out there doing messy work with people, you're going to be, you know, you're doing all this live, right? Like he's covering what is happening live. And so, you know, the idea that the government would then crack down on you because you are covering what other folks are doing is just a total affront to everything that the country is about. And I'm sick about it.
I was trying to get some video because it was really clear when Don was there multiple times that he was not there as a protester, that he was there covering it. It wasn't just clear through his actions, it was clear through the words that were coming out of his mouth as he was explaining to the people in there, as he was talking to those of us who were watching, as he was discussing it with one of the pastors in the church. And that hasn't seemed to matter, Reese. They have watched, they understand, they know what the facts are. And as I have said over and over again, this administration is lawless. We saw it yesterday. I was on Don's show yesterday, actually, discussing the search of the election headquarters for the records location for Fulton County in Georgia, and how this is a remnant from 2020. We had the occupant of the White House go to Davos and say, oh, you know, they know now, they've found out now that it was a rigged election. Like his brain won't let him let it go. And when you have lawless, sick people who are in charge, what they end up doing is just working out their worst fantasies, because there are no bounds, there are no limits, there aren't any mores or any boundaries whatsoever that confine them to the letter of the law. And so they just keep looking for the next person until they can get somebody willing to do their bidding. And that's what they did with that search. And it seems that it's the same thing they're doing today.
Yeah, definitely. Now, Monique, I know you boss lady and you in charge, but I know Clay has to go. So I don't know if you gonna give him the last word, or you want me to, because I gotta give my brother the love.
I didn't know that. I would have come to you first, Clay. Please give us parting remarks.
Listen, don't let them take what they can't touch. We are here. Don's show is still continuing. It's great to be here in solidarity. I'll just quickly say this has been a bizarre week. My book came out on Tuesday, Burn Down Master's House. It's a book about resistance. It's based on real people who fought back, and there was an attempt to silence them. So you can order it now. I'm very proud of the work Don's done. He's inspired me. And let's make sure we stay in solidarity and do something, do anything, and realize this is the moment that we're in. And we have to fight back, and we have to make sure that we're clear. So I appreciate you. My thoughts are with Don, and I'll talk to y'all soon.
Thank you so much, Clay. Tim, I know you have to head out too. Do you have any closing comments? And we're going to be bringing in Rick Wilson as soon as you head out.
No, I wanted to hear from Reese. I was talking over. I just came on mad. All right. I came on mad. I'm fucking pissed. I appreciate all the folks out there, the lemon heads that watch this. And I've known Don for a while. I mean, he's a good guy, and he'll come out of this stronger. We got a big fight ahead of us, so gird up for it. And I appreciate you guys having me on. I'm sure Reese can pop off more. All right. Appreciate y'all.
All right. Thank you, Tim. It's my pleasure to welcome Rick Wilson. He's no stranger to the show, and he certainly is no stranger to Life with Trump, parts 1 and part 2. Rick, welcome to the Don Lemon Show.
Thanks so much for having me on this morning. I think I want to just echo what Tim just said. My wife woke me up this morning and said, I think they've arrested Don Lemon. And I was like, fuck these people all day. Just fuck them sideways. This is the part of the autocracy where they start arresting journalists. And if we stand for it, well, then we're going to end up kneeling with a gun to our heads, literally or figuratively, for the rest of our lives. So here in solidarity, and this is a really dark moment. And if mainstream journalists think it's going to stop with Don, they are mistaken. They will come for all of us if we don't put up a gigantic amount of fury right now.
And what does that look like, Rick? Because I think one of the things that many people struggle with, especially just the voters, the public, they see things that they can't stand, that they find to be nauseating and that have them livid, and they don't know what to do with that or what action steps they can take. And you certainly have had to take big, bold stands in order to separate yourself from what this Trump machine is. And so I'm just wondering if you have any guidance on that.
Look, this is the classic Stoic question. What's the first virtue? It's courage. And Don has been courageous about being willing to go out and cover stories and confront this administration from the beginning.
Yeah.
In Trump 1.0, during the campaigns, and now in the independent journalism space, where all of us have determined it's a place we've got to function. We've got to live in this space now because too many people in corporate media are terrified to cross Trump, terrified to cross the administration, terrified to do anything except, be a rubber stamp. And I know that they targeted Don in part because he is courageous. He is somebody who will stand up. He is somebody who will speak out. And folks, you will live better. You will live a better life. You will sleep better at night. You will be happier in the morning if you wake up every day and go, I was brave yesterday. I'm going to be brave again today. I'm not going to bow down to these some bitches. I'm not going to break. I'm not going to let them compromise me. And that's what they want. They want our silence. They've got people in the street shooting Americans because they want us to shut up. They're arresting journalists because they want us to shut up. If you're wondering, folks, what you would have done in Nazi Germany in 1936, this is the day.
Yeah. Yeah. Reese?
I said this last week on Roland Martin Unfiltered. I said that, no, actually, it was on my show. I was on the Reese Colbert Show on Sirius XM Urban View. I said that I want Democrats to exercise the power that they have. And if they don't know whether or not they have it, do it anyway. Because that's what this administration does.
That's right.
They kick ass, take names, and then they the courts can figure it out later. And even when the courts, in this case, the judges rejected the charges, they said, well, we'll find somebody else to do it. And so I want to see that level of, well, now's the time to get creative. Now's the time to not ask permission. Now's the time to exercise our power. And so that doesn't just apply to the Democrats. That also applies to all of us. The onus is on us to resist. And resist doesn't necessarily mean getting out on the streets. It can mean any number of things, but we cannot rely on the cavalry to come. We have to be the cavalry ourselves. And I want to say to the judges who have, in some cases, they have pushed back, but in a lot of cases, they've showed great deference to this administration, to the president, to the DOJ. It's time for you to assert your authority, your power as a co-equal branch of the government and put a stop to this madness. Don't wait to see how many hearings and Monique, you're the lawyer, so you're probably be like, girl, you don't know what you're talking about. But what I'm saying is, as a citizen, as a human being, at a certain point, they have a responsibility to be as audacious for the correct reasons as this DOJ is for the wrong reasons, and not just allow the process to play out. And well, you guys aren't complying, being the administration, you guys aren't complying, but I'll set a hearing for 2 weeks and you can come. And then write sternly worded rulings. Oh, well, I'm very dismayed. It's time for you to exercise your power, judges, to put a stop to this. Right. So there's the only people that seem to be bucking up, seem to be the motherfuckers that want to see this country go to ruin. And we need a lot more Dons and Georgias and the activists that have been arrested and all of the people who have stood up against this administration. We need more of them in every facet of our society if we want to see them stop.
Well, I want to welcome people who are just now joining us. The news of the day, unfortunately, is that the founder of Don Lemon Media Network, the person who hosts this show and works around the clock, it's a mystery to me. I've never seen anybody. I tell him all the time.
Hardest working man in show business.
I mean, 100%. And he was arrested by federal agents in the middle of the night in Los Angeles last night. He's currently being detained there. We are waiting to get word on when there will be a hearing, when he will be released. If you are just now joining on the channel, please like this video, please subscribe, please become part of the Elimination. There's no time like the present to support independent media, and obviously media, press, the fourth estate. I don't know if fourth estate necessarily exists, but those who are coming up from behind, who have been freed from the chains and are bold enough to speak the truth, to share the facts, to be on the scene, are being directly targeted by this administration. So please do what you can to share that we are on here, that we are staying on here. We're going to be on here and give you the most information we possibly can. I think we have a video, because what this all started with was a protest at a church where some protesters did what's called a pop-up, where they went inside of a church that is pastored by someone who is apparently ICE regional director by day, David Eastwood, and pastor in his off hours. And Don Lemon and Georgia Fort, and if there were any other journalists there, were there to cover the story, report the news, to film what was happening, to show us what was happening, which is their job. But if you guys have that video, you can go ahead.
Members and leaders, they have stopped the service. A lot of people, a number of people have left. There are some who are still sitting here.
Are you okay with the injustice that's happening within your city? We pray for justice. Are you okay? No, so you're not okay with
I'm just here. I'm just here photographing.
Are you okay with
I'm not part of the group. I'm just here photographing. I'm a journalist.
I don't know how it could be any clearer,
right?
Rick.
You know,
Lisa popped out, but she's coming back in. But go ahead.
The contemporaneous evidence. This proves the point that this is a show trial by the Trump administration. The contemporaneous evidence of Don saying, "I'm here covering this. I am a journalist," is not going to survive. The Trump argument is not going to survive in any court in this country. I'm not an attorney, but that's as good contemporaneous evidence as you could possibly have. And the malice behind this, and I when they try to prosecute Don, I look forward to the discovery of when the White House directed Pam Bondi to arrest him. What did Pam Bondi say to the various folks in the courts for the cause of this? This is the shabbiest, most dictatorial third world garbage I think I've ever seen in this country, and we've seen a lot of it in the last few years under Donald Trump. I find it astounding that everyone in mainstream media hasn't slammed the brakes on all of this. This is the only question that should be being asked of the White House today. Not what did Donald Trump have for lunch, or what did he tweet about last night? It should be, why are you arresting American journalists in violation of the First Amendment? It's the one pursuit, it's the one profession the Constitution actually outlines for protections under the Constitution.
And I'm glad you point that out, because we were talking actually last week on this show about the fact that sometimes people merge it, freedom of speech and freedom of the press, like it's one thing. But no, the Constitution
separated,
founders were very clear about the separation, and Supreme Courts through time have pointed to that was not a coinky-dink. That was not an accident. It is a very separate protection. I want to bring on to join us more supporters of this republic, frankly, more patriots and in media and in national security. Olivia Troy, who's former Homeland Security and Counterterrorism Advisor.
Hello, friend.
President.
Hi.
I think maybe you guys have met a time or two.
Oh, but we know each other.
Okay. We're allies in the trenches, I would say.
Yes. We also have independent journalist Jim Acosta joining us.
Good to see you.
Jim.
I hope this is okay. Doing all.
You went out.
We're all riding dirty today, my friend.
That's it. I don't.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me okay?
I can hear you now. And Jim, I saw some of the things that you've already posted, so I'll go to you first, because you've lived this. You've been under attack. Just what are your thoughts about this new escalation that we're in now?
Well, I think this is going to fail faster than my press pass case failed for the Trump White House. They're doing this for a couple of reasons. One is obviously to hurt Don and to put him through hell and all of that. And we know Don is strong and Don's going to be okay. We're behind him 100%. But the other thing they're trying to do is they're trying to, and Rick and Olivia, we all know this. They have already gone after legacy media. They have corporate media under their thumb right now. They have broken them. And now they're going after independent media. They're going after the independent journalists who want to hold this administration accountable, and they can't be allowed to get away with this. Not only is our First Amendment under attack right now, our democracy is under assault. And so to me, this is a moment right now where everybody has to stand tall, stand firm, no bending the knee, and they screwed with the wrong category of media. There are no knee benders over here. We're not bowing down to the dictator over here. And it just seems to me that's what the intent of all of this is. It is to send a message, to send a chilling effect throughout independent media to watch what you say, watch what you do, because the dear leader is going to come after you if you upset him. And this is a moment for all of us to double down and stand firm and not let us be deterred in any way. And I think that, we all woke up this morning and saw the news and just thought, we got to be there for Don. Don was there for me when I went through my press pass thing. And, that was the prevailing thought back in the day when they took my press pass away, which was they were not only trying to send a message to me and to CNN and so on, they were trying to send a message to the networks and everybody else. And we just can't let that happen. We just have to understand what they're up against. And Donald Trump is wildly unpopular right now. He's about as popular as Jeffrey Epstein, and probably sinking lower than that. And, and by the way, they're releasing a whole bunch of the Epstein files today. So maybe they needed a distraction. We just can't let them get away with it. We got to keep holding their feet to the fire.
Olivia, I got to tell you, for the past few days, as all of this has been happening and I've been watching other things, I switched from saying democracy under siege to saying failing democracy, because even for me, the one who every time people would ask me, is this a constitutional crisis? Is this a constitutional crisis? I would say, nope, not yet. Nope, we got to see what the courts do. We got to see where the responses are. And I'm still hedging my bets today as this works its way through the system. But America, we in danger, girl.
Yeah.
Olivia.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those red lines. And I think this is the stuff that we see in banana republics. And so you are correct to say this is what we see in failing democracies, where the freedom of the press is under attack. And it is under attack because, let's be clear, they want to control the messaging.
That's right.
And so this behavior, this is Putin-like behavior, just to be clear. And that's the one thing that Americans should really understand. This is how Russia behaves. This is not how the United States of America should be behaving. Yeah. But yet here we are. And so I think, I was texting with Jim Acosta earlier today. I have been beside myself with this news. This is something, that Don Lemon and I actually have talked about in the past. We had a very frank conversation a while back about what the White House was like while I was there and how they felt about people like Don Lemon and people like Jim Acosta, who were calling them out in real time as journalists, stating the facts, asking for truth, holding them accountable on a daily basis. And that continues still today. And that is why I think this is partially retaliation and retribution in this whole package combined, because they don't want people to be disclosing the truth. They don't want them to be taking a stand against them. They don't want dissent, right? And so by doing this, it's exactly what Rick said and all of you have said. It is the chilling effect. It is sending a symbol. It's a signal to everyone else that they are going to come after you simply for just covering something, simply for being a journalist, simply for stating facts, and just sharing the truth.
And how far are they venturing? Because you obviously have more experience than any of the rest of us on here right now with Homeland Security and counterterrorism. How far afield are we of what the job actually is and what they should be doing?
Well, I'll tell you this, every action that they've taken that is complete government overreach is an action that's actually undermining the security of our country every single day. And by that is, I mean, they are creating tension in communities. They're making it harder, actually, for local and state law enforcement to help their citizens be safe. They are eroding trust between law enforcement and communities, which, as we know, has been tense already in Minneapolis. And here we are again. And so, DHS, when it was created after 9/11, there were a lot of debates about this. I'm sure Rick Wilson remembers this. I mean,
Oh, I do.
it was in the aftermath of 9/11, and the whole point of creating DHS was to figure out how we were going to create a security system to really track threats against the homeland and to coordinate. And so what I'm seeing here right now is complete government overreach. It's complete breach of what these people were raising along the way when DHS was being created, saying, well, there's a potential here to overreach as a government. There's a potential to violate civil liberties, and there's going to be a fine line. The biggest fear of critics of DHS in its creation was that this scenario would happen, that power would be abused in the moment against American citizens, against people utilizing their constitutional rights. And so I have serious concerns about what we're seeing here at the Department of Homeland Security, and I'm seeing recklessness by the leadership there, labeling people as domestic terrorists when that is far from what any of these things have been, to be clear. And so I think I'm talking to Homeland Security practitioners, I'm talking to leaders of agencies, I've talked to former heads of CBP, Customs and Border Protection, heads of ICE, who are all, by the way, on the same page saying, no, this has gone too far. We have serious concerns about what we're seeing here.
So guys, for those of you who are, I know people are coming on, and we appreciate your support of Don. We appreciate your support of his channel and his work. Could never be a more important day to show that and show this administration and those who would be enemies of justice and enemies of democracy that we're not going to bow down. We're not going to be intimidated into hiding. The opposite will always be the case when you do this to people who, like Don, are fearless. Rick, I have seen over and over again this administration just step away from everything, not just that they're supposed to be doing, to what Olivia just started talking about, but everything that they promised they were going to be doing. And today is one of those days where I guess we're mid distraction from the Epstein files, but then there are all these other things that hardworking Americans bought into and voted for.
Right.
And it seems like every single day they do something new to try to make us forget the cost of eggs, the cost of gas, the fact that people can't own homes, the fact that people are struggling to live, the fact that thousands and thousands of people are out of work and can't find work, all of the things, the inflation, everything that was just supposed to go away the minute he became president again.
Right.
You for sure have been a loud and vocal voice saying don't fall for it. What are your thoughts about the real issues for voters on a day like today?
Look, voters in this country have already rendered a judgment on Donald Trump's second term, and they have given him an F. Donald Trump's policies are deeply, profoundly unpopular, and they consider him a failure. They disapprove of his handling of the economy, of inflation, of prices, of jobs, of trade and tariffs by about 30 points underwater right now, between 25 and 30 points underwater. He is a failed president for the people who voted for him, who held their nose and said, yeah, you know, I want my taxes to stay low, and he's pretty good with the economy. They got tricked. He lied to them. It was always a scam. But what he's done is wrecked our economy. He has wrecked our role in the world by cozying up with our enemies and screwing our allies. He has turned America into a mobster kind of a state, both at home and abroad, and people don't like it. Americans are unhappy. Even 60% of Republicans are only 60% of Republicans now approve of how he's handling himself in office. And that number is down from about 95%, y'all. He is a failed president, and he is slipping fast. That's why he's dangerous now. That's why he's lashing out now. He knows the Epstein file has divided his party. He knows that the immigration abuses and forcing out every farm worker and construction worker practically in the country who is here to work. They're not here to smuggle drugs. They're here to work. Those folks have gone. It's wrecked the farm economy. It's wrecked the construction economy. He is the most destructive economic president in our lifetimes. You couldn't have scripted it more more painfully for American voters who thought he was going to bring them a golden age of economic miracles. And that's why he's lashing out so much. That's why he's ratcheting this thing up and up and up on the authoritarian matrix.
Yeah, thank you so much for that reminder, because I think, frankly, that is a lot of what we are seeing. And sometimes even in days like today, where every red line that was ever a red line was being crossed, I don't want to lose sight of the fact that people who are hungry and don't have work and are cold can't even really pay attention to Don got arrested, Georgia got arrested. They are hungry.
Yeah, right.
They are out of work.
Right.
They have seen their subsidies cut. They have seen their child's special need programming cut. They are living in a very difficult universe. And, you know, I mean, when you're hungry, you can't think about what color is your outfit. That's just the reality. And so what this administration is doing is all to distract from that. But I don't want us to be part of the distraction. Jim, it seemed like you had something to say, and then Olivia.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to echo what Rick and Olivia were saying, and you know, to Rick's point, I mean, look at what Donald Trump just said. Was it yesterday or the day before, where he said we're not going to try to lower the prices of homes in this country. We're going to keep them as high as possible. I mean, and I said this to our friends Norm Eisen and Jen Rubin the other day. Donald Trump, mark my words, will betray everything that MAGA cares about before he leaves the scene. He is a betrayer. He will do it every single time. And, you know, all he has left is his dirty bag of tricks, of sleazy tricks, where he can try to distract people with arresting Don Lemon. I mean, it's so bad right now that it seems like they're trying to distract from what's happening with ICE by using the Epstein files. I mean, think about how toxic they are right now. They are so upside down and toxic on ICE that they're releasing the Epstein files today and making a big deal out of it, which they probably scrubbed and taken all the bad references to Donald Trump out of them and so on. And so people need to understand, I mean, this is a moment, I think, in this country where people need to wake up. We just had the FBI raid an election office in Georgia the other day. We just had a U.S. citizen murdered in the streets by ICE. And there is no accountability for any of this right now. It is absolutely appalling. And the American people need to rise up. And I will tell you, I just had a conversation with James Carville the other night, and he was telling me that, you know, he thinks that this is going to be a tidal wave coming up in the midterms, that there is such a good crop of Democratic contenders out there running in all these different races that the Republicans are going to get their clocks cleaned. The only thing I would add to that is that the Democrats and the pro-democracy forces in this country, they also need an all-star team of lawyers, because what is happening on the legal front is absolutely, totally out of control. And, you know, we need to guard our election headquarters in every state across the country. We need to, you know, we need to make sure that journalists are not hauled into jail because they don't like what we're saying on the airwaves and online and on streaming and on podcasts and so on. And we're going to need everybody. It's all hands on deck for the next 12 months to save this democracy, to save this country. I feel very strongly about it. And that's why, you know, as Rick and Olivia know all too well, I've said, fuck it. And you just got to call it out these days and say exactly what is going on, because the stakes are that high.
Yep.
Olivia, I'll go to you, but first I want to bring on joining us the co-host of and executive producer for Native Land Pod, founder of State of the People, my sister and friend, Angela Rye. Hi, sis.
Good to see you. Yeah, it was great. Good to see you guys. I've got to go, but take care.
Thank you.
Take care.
Okay. What are your thoughts? For those now joining, please hit like, please hit subscribe. We appreciate you being here on the Don Lemon Show, on Don Lemon's YouTube channel. Don was arrested in Los Angeles, California around midnight, is being held there in a federal detention facility, and we are awaiting news of his release. We are obviously demanding his release and the dropping of the charges against him for doing his job, as Mayor Karen Bass and others have said, for doing his job as a journalist, as an independent journalist, covering the story. And the story was ICE goons murdering American citizens on the street and the protests that surround it. Angela Rye, what say you?
I am so tired of being terrorized and traumatized by this country, and under the color of law. It is supposed to be this country's 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. This is the year when Nicole Hannah-Jones said 1619, they yelled back 1776. Well, here is a remarkable opportunity for you to show the value system that you allegedly had in 1776 with the founding fathers, with these documents. And for me, I just have to say that I have not seen, as Dr. King has said in speeches, in writing, that America needs to be true to what it said on paper. That's not what we're seeing right now. They are using, old axes to grind against Don with this president. I believe they lied about impaneling a grand jury for Georgia Ford and Don Lemon. And let's be clear, we're on the Don Lemon show right now. But it's not just Don Lemon who they've gone after, who they've terrorized, who they've gone to get to arrest for her to have a hearing for doing her job.
Yeah.
Right.
For ensuring that people who felt strong enough about the death of Renee Good, let's be clear about where they were, because all churches are not made equal, right? We know that in order for slave ships to get here, they utilized the Bible and cited biblical language for why we deserve to be captured. It is no different here. The man who was a pastor in the church is the acting field director for ICE in St. Paul. That is the church service they sought to disrupt. Relying on the FACE Act is nonsense, because
one second, Angela. Olivia has to leave, and then I'll let you finish. Olivia, thank you so much for joining. If you just have a quick comment, we're going to let you head out.
I didn't want to interrupt, but I think I know where I think she's going with this, but the last thing I wanted to say, and I will definitely be tracking this all day, and we'll be here with you guys in the trenches, is just, it's a complete betrayal of values. And whether you are liberal, Democrat, Republican, conservative, I think anyone in this space who is watching this should be irate at what we're seeing happen right now, because it's not only a betrayal of, as Rick said, the economy and how they are hurting their own people, even though they claim to stand by them and the people that voted for them, but it is a betrayal also of who we are as a country and our individual rights. And so that is why this moment has been so incredibly chilling. And it's an intimidation tactic for all of us. But I am standing with Don Lemon and Georgia and all the other journalists that have been impacted by this. This is a really serious moment. And I hope that people are really, truly paying attention, because when they come for one, they come for all of us. And that's really the truth.
That's right. Thank you so much for joining, Olivia. Hopefully we'll see you later on. Okay, Angela, sorry about that.
No problem. And I can't be on long either, because as you know, there's now a live press conference at Minneapolis City Hall where they are talking about this, trying to figure out what evidence whatsoever there is that there was even a grand jury impaneled. Georgia Fort, of course, has a hearing at 1:30 p.m. And it's very important for those from Minneapolis who are watching to go out. I am not a journalist. I'm an advocate. I want to make sure that this sister is protected. I will use every single tool that I have in my toolbox to share the truth, to report out on the truth, but also to tell you my opinion. And my opinion is these people don't know how to read the law. My opinion is these people don't care about the law. My opinion is these folks hope that they can intimidate us to the point of silence. Do the opposite. There is a Minnesota Freedom Fund there that has been set up to help support the other folks who were taken into custody. I think the other thing that's important to note, people have been saying it's for journalists. It's not actually for journalists. It's Georgia Fort, Don Lemon, Trey Earn, Cruz, I believe, and Jamel Lundy. Jamel Lundy is running for office. This is designed to put a stop to people supporting him because now he's deemed a criminal. For Trey Earn Cruz, he is a co-founder of Black Lives Matter in Minnesota. We know the beef this administration has with faux Antifa that doesn't exist, and everything BLM is our fault. They do not care about these collective Black lives mattering. And so we have to be clear and unapologetic about this. This is not the time for allies that will just donate in the dark of night. This is the time for allies to use their white power, their white privilege to speak up for the least of these. And by the least of these, I don't mean worthiness. I mean how they are perceived by this administration. And so while they are celebrating, saying when life gives you lemons and putting chains up, understand the significance of something like that. This is not just about Don. This is not just about Georgia. This is not just about Tre'Ern. This is not just about Jamel. This is about everybody else who they will come after this. We saw the warning signs in Los Angeles and people did not move for David Huerta the way they should have. When we saw Senator Alex Padilla tossed on the ground when he was exercising his constitutional duty, the oath he swore to ensure that he looked after his constituents and upheld the law, when we saw all of that, we didn't do anything. When we saw LaMonica McIver getting indicted for doing congressional oversight, where since then, multiple immigrants have been hurt, harmed, and killed, we should have woken up. So if you ever needed another wake-up call, it's today. What are you going to do? What are you going to find within your toolbox to do? Now is the time to open the toolbox to pick up what is in your hands to do. It's not, if we're going to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, be clear about what it said. It wasn't just about, we hold these truths. No, you have to live these truths. You have to exercise your full responsibility toward these truths. And after you do that in life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, there's a way you're supposed to go about it to protect it. That is that's where we are. We have to take it back from them. This ain't about MAGA. This is about making it be true to what it said it was going to be about anyway.
And I've got one more question for you, Angela. Hold tight 1 second if you can. I want to let Rick go. Rick, thank you so much for taking the time.
You're very welcome. And I just want to say that was brilliant. That was like, want to stand up and salute on that just now, because I don't want to see modern day Bull Connor in camo on the streets of any goddamn American city. I don't want to see the people who carry the pocket constitutions around and wave them around in Congress deciding they can skip over the First and the Second and the Fourth and the Fifth and the Sixth and the 10th and the 14th Amendments when they choose to, like it's some sort of menu in a restaurant. Y'all keep up the pressure. I hope that we will see Don out today. These people are abusing power in a way that we've never seen before, but I appreciate you guys having me on today. Free Don Lemon. Stay strong, everybody. Remember the words of the Clash: when they kick in your front door, how you going to come? With your hands on your head or on the trigger of your gun? Let's go. These people have absolutely no right to do this to Don. They will do it to more people if we let them get away with it. All right, folks. Thanks again.
Rick. Thank you, Rick Wilson. We appreciate you. Angela, you have been in, not just in politics, but in the movement, in the civil rights movement in this country for years and years, and frankly on front lines and in leadership positions. And we played a little bit ago a bit from Leader Jeffrey's press conference. We've put on the screen the statement from Mayor Bass. I am wondering, just in terms of getting in the concerns of our people, that their leaders are not doing enough. What, when we have days like today where unthinkable, unacceptable things happen, what should we be demanding from our leadership? And what do you expect to see from our leaders in Congress and across this country?
Well, I know my good sister Reese has this too, but I'll say this is one of those times where it's not just about calling your elected officials. It's also about going to see them. Right? This is not just about making sure that your name is counted in the number of people who said abolish ICE. This is not a tally day. This is a day that says, I need to actually hear back from you. Like, say it with me. This is what you're going to do. That you will actually hold the line. That you're not holding the line until it gets uncomfortable. That you're worried about your approval ratings or whether or not you'll get that one or two other seats in the midterms. This is not a midterm strategy. This is a right now strategy. This is not even a Black History Month strategy. It's still January 30th. So this is your January 30th marching order. Do what needs to be done to ensure the people in this country are protected. That is the requirement. You have to get creative. If you have to sit down and have a conversation with the House or Senate parliamentarian, so be it. But figure out what your tools are. Again, this goes right back to the heart of, we have to all use the tools within our toolboxes. All of them are different. we the people have to apply pressure. We the people have to stand together. My argument actually is Joy's on live right now. Mo, you all are on live right now. We're about to do a live right now. We need to have one big live. We need all eyeballs drawn to the same thing on the same message, the way these white boys do with their conservative talking points every day. Where do you think anti-woke came from? Yeah. This dangerous rhetoric began on the podcast bros, right? This began on Fox News. This began in all of these places where they were disciplined enough to say the thing, even if the thing was a bald-faced lie. And so in this moment, if you speak, talk. If you write, write. If you are an elected official and you have the power of the law on your side, pass one. If you are a sitting judge, make sure that you uphold the law, not as Donald Trump wants it, but the truth of the law. If you are a law firm who has pro bono services to give, hours to give them. If you are someone who has a really good idea that you know would help us overcome this moment, which, by the way, I disagree with Rick on, we have seen this before in this country in every single era. There's a reason there was a Reconstruction period. This country was built on the very thing they're doing right now. The reason why they could reference a KKK act, even errantly, of 1871 is because it was needed in 1871, which is after slavery allegedly ended. But then there was sharecropping, but I'll save that for y'all till February 1st, the 100th anniversary, by the way. But I'm just saying now is the time for all of us to lay ego aside, to lay our fears aside, to come together to do what is necessary to preserve and protect the little bit of freedom we have. And perhaps we make a gain. But I am not going to surrender quietly. I'll tell you that. I'm going to cover this press conference. I'm going to make sure we have this girl's back. Georgia is just as significant as Don. Yes. These other two activists are just as important as Don. And every single one of them deserve to be protected because they were doing the right thing.
And one of the things I said before you came on, Angela, because we watched that video of Georgia inside her home and speaking about how her children were in there and the kind of fear she lives in. And she came on my show a couple of days ago and was saying she wanted to go and cover something, but the way that they were putting their sights on journalists, putting their weapons in journalists' faces, she didn't even feel safe to do it. And that's the intimidation that they're aiming for. But even my point, Angela, and you and the law know this, plenty of people have committed crimes, first of all, because these people didn't commit any, but have committed heinous crimes and have been allowed to self-present with their attorneys. This is a show. This is an intimidation show where they're saying, we're going to come snatch you out of your bed, get you in the middle of the night, have masks on, embarrass you, humiliate you, whatever we can to try to keep you from showing up. So that's why I think your comment is so well timed and important, that we have to do the opposite.
We got to. And I will just say this too. Our show Native Land Pod went to Minneapolis on Tuesday. And we had a live town hall. And when I'm telling y'all, it was up against the recommendation of all of our family members, some of our show members, like, don't do this. But you know, when you just feel called. And so you go where you feel called. You do what you have to do. Georgia joined us. And you hear the conviction of her. Georgia said her greatest inspiration is Ida B. Wells. And you can see Ida B. Wells just like dwelling within and around her. And what I would say to every single one of us is that there's an obligation to protect Ida B. Wells in ways that she wasn't protected then. And we have a modern day one now, and we should protect her at all costs. I'm saying to you all that I don't know what tomorrow is going to bring, but I know that we are and should be prepared. I know that with the strength, even with these three sitting right here, we can move mountains, y'all. We just have to believe just a little bit that it's possible. There are folks who are counting on us. The folks in Minneapolis, they're tired. In Minnesota, because the Twin Cities, St. Paul too, right? They're tired. They have been working hard. We have to lift their arms up in this moment. The way we do that is speaking truth to power, is platforming what they're doing. I'm going to get off in just a moment to go live for their press conference. There are people who we need to hear from, y'all. We've got to lean in and support them. What would you want for the folks sitting at home? What would you want someone to do for you in this hour when you were just doing your job? And that is the obligation that we have to do right now.
And I thank you. I appreciate you. I know you have to bounce. We want to be able to put up the press conference. We don't have a secure stable on it, so we're going to keep on working on that. But everybody, Angela, please tell them where they can find you, because you're about to hop off of here. And at the same time, I'm bringing on Adam Mockler, political commentator. But please tell us where we can find you for all the things.
Yes, at Native Land Pod for right now, at Angela Rye on Instagram. Thank you to my sisters, fellow attorneys, Monique Presley, Reese Colbert. I love y'all. Thank you so much for all you do every day, because I don't get to tell you enough. I love you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela.
Thank you. Reese, Adam is joining us. Hi, welcome, Adam Mockler. But I just wanted to, before we get comment from Adam, Reese, if you had any thoughts about the things we just heard in the past 10 minutes. And by the way, welcome everybody who is still here, everybody who is joining to the Don Lemon Show, the Don Lemon YouTube channel, and wherever you're watching, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, I don't know all the places we are right now. Please like this video, please subscribe. We're here in this elongated marathon of a show because our host, Don Lemon, was arrested, was taken into federal custody around midnight in Los Angeles. He's currently being detained at a federal detention facility, and we are waiting for his release. That is what we are doing. We are waiting for his release, and we are talking to people who are out here in these journalism and political and commentating streets about their thoughts. Reese.
Well, I want to go back to a little bit before Angela came on, and Angela was brilliant as always. But you were talking about what everyday Americans are experiencing. And I want to point out that what Americans are experiencing is the result of Donald Trump's policy. It's not a happenstance that people still cannot afford groceries, that people still cannot afford to buy new homes, and people can't even afford to sell their homes. The Donald Trump policy, the Republican policies have been to undercut the safety net, to deconstruct the administrative state. They have declared war on the federal government, which is a major workforce in this country. They have declared war on the services that these agencies provide to the public, and they have cut funding. Billions of dollars have been diverted from agencies that do things like they support research, which is an economic stimulant. They support all kinds of services. All of that money, billions of dollars, has been diverted to ICE. So it does not happen by coincidence that this administration has prioritized terrorizing communities, building up this militia, this armed militia, at the expense of cancer research, at the expense of education, at the expense of a number of things that we were making progress on. Even when you're looking at infrastructure, they rolled back projects that were greenlit by the Biden-Harris administration. And so what we're seeing in terms of the carnage in our communities, in our economy, in our healthcare system is the policy of the Donald Trump administration. What they've done in terms of last year, over 1 million jobs were lost. That is a direct result of Donald Trump's erratic economic policy. His unhinged tariffs and his unreliability is the reason why corporations and businesses and small businesses were like, well, we don't know what is going on. We'll try to wait this out. Maybe he'll, they try to say taco, Trump always chickens out. Maybe he'll reverse on these tariffs. And so that created so much instability in people's decisions to expand their capital expenditures, expand their workforce. We cannot sell our goods around the world because people, these countries are rightfully retaliating against Americans because of Donald Trump's tariff policy. And by the way, tariffs are a tax on Americans. So all of this stuff is happening while our taxes are going up, the tax that we pay, because we pay the tariffs. China doesn't pay the tariffs. India, Venezuela, they don't pay the tariffs. We do. So we have paid record tariff revenue, and the prices are going up. So this is a policy choice. And so it's, we use the word distraction, and I think that's appropriate because obviously they really understand the attention economy and getting our attention here versus there. And they also understand that when you target Black journalists and when you target Black activists, that's going to be a little bit less of an attention economy grab, as opposed to when you murder an Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse who was protecting another woman from the abuses of ICE agents. And so they're strategic in this way, but all of it, everything that we're seeing is deliberate strategy and it's policy being implemented. And I think it's very important that people understand how this is all policy, and policy can change. I don't think that they're going to want to change it.
Right.
But policy can change. And so that's where to thread everything we've been saying throughout the show, that's where we have to be more forceful about our local and state policy. And I want to see all these don't tread on me. Don't tread on. What happened to all the don't tread on me people? What happened to all limited government? Freedom of speech. Don't tread on me. What happened to all y'all motherfuckers?
We're finding out what it really means and who it's really for. I want to bring on Glenn Kirshner. Welcome, Glenn Kirshner, to the Don Lemon Show. Thank you for joining. And Adam, what are your thoughts? What say you this day?
Yeah, really quickly, thank you all for having me on such an intense day. I want to build on what you guys were saying about policy choice, because that was so spot on. Every single authoritarian policy coming from this administration is an expression of the fact that they are scared. They are scared of what happens when the American people can speak their voices and go through the democratic process. They're attacking colleges because they don't want critical thinking people to be able to go out there and expose them. They're attacking the press because they don't want the press to be able to expose them. Now they're attacking independent journalists. They're attacking law firms. They're attacking any sort of guardrails. And this is just an extension of that. So now they're asking us to believe the same administration that called Alex Preddy an assassin, a domestic terrorist. Same thing with Renee Nicole Good. This administration wants us to believe their narrative on this when multiple judges, when a magistrate judge, Glenn Kirshner, you'll know way more about this than me, but he rejected even bringing this. Then an appeals court, I think it was the 8th Circuit, rejected even bringing this. Multiple times, they said there is not sufficient evidence of any crime being committed. At the same time, I mean, the First Amendment does say that journalists are able to observe, are able to film, are able to interview, document, and report. Now, if the journalist begins to coordinate or go over and commit crimes, then that's different, but that's not what happened. We have all of the video footage on camera. They were interviewing, they were filming, they were observing. And of course, Don Lemon isn't the only one being unfairly targeted here. So we need to just point out that democracy is important and Trump hates democracy. That's all this is.
Glenn?
I now see this as a hat trick of vindictive prosecutions brought by Donald Trump's dirty DOJ leadership. And I say that with no satisfaction. DOJ was my professional home for decades, and I can't believe it has fallen so far, so fast. Listen, this, based on everything we know, and we don't quite know what the charges will be, I suspect it will be an indictment because, as Adam mentioned, it was a magistrate judge who refused to sign off on the criminal complaint. I believe Judge Schiltz was also involved at some point, and a court of appeals refused to intervene. Why? Because now multiple judges assessed what DOJ was trying to do, bringing these charges against Don, and the judges said, you don't even have probable cause, which is somewhere between 42 and 44% of the evidence tending to show a crime was committed. Never mind building that case to proof beyond a reasonable doubt, which I would put at about 95 or 96% of the incriminating evidence. Not that any precedent or any court has ever been willing to put a fraction or a number on those different burdens of proof. But it is just effing laughable when multiple judges, including a court of appeals, has said, you don't even have probable cause. You may not bring these charges. That leads me to conclude that they must have found some Lindsay Halligan, twin somewhere to go into a Minnesota federal grand jury and come out with an indictment. But let me tell you, indictments are only as good as the honor and ethics and integrity of the prosecutor presenting the case to the grand jury. I see this as now the third vindictive prosecution. And Monique, I believe it will go the same way of the last two. The vindictive prosecution against James Comey dismissed, the vindictive prosecution against Letitia James thrown out, and here they go again. Because if Donald Trump dislikes you, then his dirty DOJ leadership is willing to do dear leader's bidding. But when I look at the publicly available evidence, and I see Don acting as a journalist, a responsible journalist, are we to believe he live streamed his own crimes? I mean, how foolish do they think we are? When you see Don saying things like, I'm not with the group of protesters inferentially, right there, that is definitive evidence that he is not part of whatever the group of protesters might have done that might have stepped a toe over a legal line. And I'm not suggesting there is evidence that they did, but clearly Don was exercising his own First Amendment rights, freedom of the press, to do what we need the press to do, cover these things. And this to me is mind-blowing. I watch him interviewing aggrieved petitioners, people who were upset that the protest was unfolding in their church. What is he doing? He's responsibly bringing to our attention as a journalist both sides of an unfolding issue and circumstance, which is, and to suggest that he was involved in a conspiracy against rights, that he literally conspired with others in advance of this protest to commit crimes in violation of the Constitution, and then one of the co-conspirators did an affirmative act, an overt act toward the commission of that crime. I'll tell you, there better be a hell of a lot more evidence that contradicts the best evidence, which is Don's live stream of his own conduct. This is some trumped up bullshit based on what we know thus far.
Well, and you're exactly right, Glenn. I just wanted to inform on your thoughts. Stephen Miller's wife, Katie Miller, tweeted, or whatever you call it, on X now earlier today that it was a grand jury indictment, which we all of us suspected, because obviously the appellate court, that was the reason they refused. They said, this isn't an emergency. You have other ways of getting done what you want to get done. Go get it done the way that you can get it done. And we're also told that it's 18 USC 241 and 248 that's underlying for the, and so for those of us who've been in these law streets a long time, it's absurd. It's shameful. It's shameful for any of us who have been working in the field of civil rights, in Attorney General's office like me, or DOJ like you, for statutes that were supposed to protect the freedoms of people in this country to be used in order to criminalize and prosecute someone for exercising that freedom. Means yes, down is up and up is down. Adam, I know you wanted to say something, but I think we have a video from a statement from Don's friends over at TMZ.
So the Trump administration wonders why people are saying that they are trying to form a dictatorship. Well, look at the landscape. Arresting Don Lemon, who covered a protest in Minneapolis, is just insane, ridiculous, dictator-like. This is the playbook that dictators use to destroy democracies and take the will of the people away. It is as simple as that. The First Amendment is the First Amendment for a reason. It is considered the preferred amendment when you have to start balancing what's more important. The framers of the Constitution knew that a free press was essential to a democracy. Without a free press, you don't have a democracy. And it's real clear that Donald Trump and company doesn't want a free press. The idea that a journalist, which Don Lemon has been for 30 years, would walk into a church and film a demonstration which is of national interest, and then to say somehow, when you watch the video, they say he's part of the protest. Watch that video. He is covering the protest. He is covering it. That's what journalists do. I covered riots. I was a local reporter in Los Angeles for 15 years, and I covered riots and floods and earthquakes and all sorts of things where I had to step into areas where there were police, where there was activity, private property. When you're covering an event like this, like a protest, which I've covered many, you step into it. And that's what journalists do. And that's what Don Lemon did. The idea that the Justice Department is saying he walked onto private property, that is insane. A church invites everybody in. Have you ever seen a church with a no trespassing sign saying no journalists allowed? Have you ever seen any house of worship that says that? It is insane that they're making this stupid argument transparent. And yet, a grand jury indicted Don Lemon after a magistrate said there's insufficient evidence. Well, a grand jury will indict anybody because Don Lemon doesn't appear before the grand jury. ABBE Lowell, his lawyer, doesn't appear before the grand jury. The Justice Department says what the Justice Department wants the grand jury to believe, and almost every time they believe it. It's all the way it's skewed. This is a ridiculous assault, and I don't want to say just on the First Amendment. It's a ridiculous assault on democracy. Trump administration should be ashamed of itself, but they're not. And they will continue to do this. And they are going after journalists. They're getting search warrants for their homes. It is obvious what's happening in this country, people. Look at what is happening. You're going to look back in 2 years if somebody doesn't stand up to them, and I know people are now, but you're going to look back in 2 years and say, wow, we didn't see that coming. Well, Neville Chamberlain should have saw it coming, and he didn't. And we don't want to be in that position. So wise up, everybody, because it's obvious what's happening here. This is an outrage.
Oh, you're muted, but I can't hear you. But
I was coming to you anyway.
You're just testing us to see if we, so unfortunately I have to go in a few minutes, but one final thing that I want to say is that it's just important to pay attention to the sleight of hand that the administration is pulling. So Judge Schultz out of Minnesota said that ICE has violated, the DHS has violated 96 court orders. And then he said, ICE has likely violated more court orders in January of 2026 than some federal agencies have violated in their entire existence. This was a Bush-appointed judge saying this. So this administration wants to pull this sleight of hand where they want to direct your attention over to Don Lemon being a journalist, exercising his First Amendment right, while the word distraction kind of applies because this is very, very important. But I feel like there's a sleight of hand here where they're trying to pull your attention away from the fact that ICE is quite literally violating a massive amount of court orders, and they're not upholding the law whatsoever. So we need to make sure that we're just have a holistic view here, because this administration is absolutely lawless.
Well, thank you so much, Adam. We appreciate you taking the time out to join us. I know for anybody who is in these independent journalism, podcasting, commentating, advocacy, civil rights, legal streets, today is one for the books. So thank you for taking the time. Anybody else who is just joining the channel, please like, please subscribe, please, hey, go get some Don Lemon merch if you're looking for ways you can support. Reese, the thing that Adam just said, and Glenn, you can weigh in on this too, because we, in the legal circles, we would talk about red herrings, but I often describe this administration and their tactics where it's like shiny object over here, so you don't see what's right here in front of your face. I mean, they do it over and over and over again, and that doesn't mean that what they choose to highlight isn't also important. It just means you can count on there being something way more nefarious that's going on someplace else. Oh, and I'm sorry, we want to onboard Jay Jordan before you comment, Reese. Okay. Y'all can tell I'm a guest host, right? We're onboarding Jay, comedian and friend of the show. Reese, taking it to you.
Well, I just want to say that this administration clearly multitasks and they're relentless about everything but upholding the law. But you know, Sheree on Real Housewives said it, who gonna check me, boo? Okay, so they violated 96 plus court orders over here. They violated in Chicago. Who gonna check them? Okay, so now what? Okay, they violated it. What you gonna do? Do judges, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't have a law degree. Do judges not have the authority to lock people up? I thought they did. That's what I want to know, because this is why I said we cannot rely on judges giving the people who are on the side of humanity, on the side of decency, on the side of citizenship, permission to do the thing that they need to do to stop this, because they too busy dilly-dallying about what this regime is doing. So we have two experts on here that can correct me. What can they not do something? I thought holding in contempt. I watched a lot of Law and Order and other movies. I thought you could put people in jail if you violate rulings from judges, but please correct me if I'm wrong.
And no, and
you asking me, the legal expert?
Because I'm sitting as host. No, you're not going to be the legal expert today when we have Glenn Kirshner, but we're going to come to you for these jokes and for some political commentary. But Glenn, first, Reese's right. Many people think like Reese. If what they're doing is so wrong, why can't somebody do something about it? What I have been saying, hurtfully saying since Trump won, is that we are seeing the holes in the system because we have people who are doing things that people never tried to do. But to Reese's point, what can these judges do about this lawlessness that we're seeing?
3 words: contempt, contempt, and contempt. When we saw Judge Schiltz lay out how DHS has violated upwards of 100 court orders in, I think, 76 or 79 cases, and he actually said that's probably more than some agencies have violated in their entire existence, I expected the next thing to be, therefore, I am ordering DHS to show cause why they shouldn't be held in contempt. And we need to move past civil contempt and get right to criminal contempt. But I will tell you, I was a federal prosecutor for 30 years. Courts are extraordinarily reluctant, to the point of timidity, of holding folk in contempt, particularly the federal government, which, as far as I'm concerned, this DOJ and its dirty leadership has lost the right to have the presumption of regularity applied to them. There should be a presumption of nefariousness at this point. And I don't say that just cavalierly or as a throwaway line. I believe they should have a presumption of nefariousness applied to them, and we need to get our contempt on, because it's not enough to just say, y'all are violating a shit ton of court orders, you got to hold them accountable, or they will continue to violate court orders. But one other thing I wanted to throw out there, and I think a few months ago, I was talking with Don on his show about this very thing before the first vindictive prosecutions were brought against James Comey and Letitia James. I have been saying probably for years now that Donald Trump has forever been threatening to prosecute his perceived enemies. You got Hillary Clinton as the OG of Donald Trump's wrath. Lock her up, lock her up, lock her up. 10 years ago, he was saying that. And he went running his big fat orange mouth for 10 years, threatening his perceived enemies with jail, but he never did it. It took him 10 years to finally charge somebody. But before he did, I was saying, I don't wish a vindictive prosecution on anybody. I don't want people to have to drain their bank accounts to get defense lawyers just to get their cases thrown out because they're bullshit cases. However, I almost look forward to the first vindictive prosecution he tries to bring, because the federal judiciary will cram it down DOJ's throat, figuratively speaking. And they did in the Letitia James case, in the James Comey case, and they're going to do it. I suspect, we have to see what the indictment looks like, but they're going to do it in Don's case as well. And what that does is it exposes Donald Trump for the paper tiger he is. He's weak, he's flaccid, he can threaten prosecution, but he can't follow through. He can't make good on that threat. He can make your life real unpleasant and uncomfortable for a couple of months while you're kicking the crap out of these hapless DOJ lawyers in court and getting your case dismissed. But it makes him weaker, not stronger, because he can't follow through on his threats.
Agreed. Jay, I want to come to you first. I want to bring on to the stage of the Don Lemon Show, the Charles Blow. Charles, welcome. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. I know you have a limited amount of time. I just want to hear some introductory comments quickly from Jay, and then we'll come back to you. But Jay, what are your thoughts before we hear from Charles?
Well, I'm currently in New Orleans. So the city of New Orleans is with Don. I know a lot of people here have already posted about it. I'm doing shows here, just coincidentally, I guess, in a very serendipitous kind of way. This is connected to stand-up comedy. Nick Shirley was a YouTuber posing as a journalist. Now we have real journalists getting arrested. You have all these comedians, Andrew Schultz, Tim Dillon, Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn, who pose as journalists. And now we have actual journalists who should be protected by the First Amendment being arrested for covering a protest. It's all connected. That's the first thing. This is all connected to content culture. It's all connected to the death of expertise. Everyone thinks they can do what journalists do. Everyone thinks they have the amount of knowledge and the amount of resources and the amount of experience that people like Don have honed over years. That's the first thing. The second thing is they have continued to play their hand. We shouldn't have known that this was coming, but Don said they're going to keep coming after him. All of the people who are aware of this from the jump kind of knew this was going to keep coming. And so they've given the audience and the American public enough time to go, wait a second, he and his cohorts, Trump and his cohorts, they always do this. He's done this since Atlantic City. He always tries to ruin people in court, ineffectively, but he always tries. So this is nothing new, but it is connected to this larger content culture, YouTube, faux journalists, Joe Rogan, that's weird. Because you think about it. Nick Shirley went to Minneapolis and was mad. And are we good? Nick Shirley uses xenophobia as racism to attack East African immigrants that he thought were scamming the government. And now we have multiple people dead. We have multiple children separated from their parents, and we have multiple people arrested, actual journalists. So Sydney Sweeney says she don't do politics. Well, if you're Black and queer, politics is gonna do you in this country, and we're seeing that right now. So it's sad. It's not new if you're Black and if you're from the South. I'm from Mississippi. It's not new, but this is American. This is the legacy of attempting to silence the most marginalized and the people who can show people who you really are. So it's very sad, but we stand with Don. I talk to Don probably a few times a month. So I got the news right before I got on the flight down here. So it was unsettling, but I'm glad that we're doing this and making sure people understand that everything that's happening has been accounted.
Oh, and for sure, we're going to have Don's back the way we've been having Don's back since his show started. I know Glenn has to leave. Glenn, thank you so much for joining us. You're welcome back anytime while I'm playing in Don's chair.
Thanks. We stand with Don. We stand with Don.
Yes, we stand with Don and with all those who are out there. For those who are just now joining, I'm Monique Presley. I am guest hosting because our host, the person who hosts the Don Lemon Show and this channel, founder of Don Lemon Media Network, was arrested in the middle of the night in Los Angeles by federal agents. He's being held at a federal detention facility, and we'll have a hearing later today. We are demanding his release and the dropping of these ridiculous charges. Charles, your thoughts?
Well, thanks for having me on. My first thought is just how big of a step this is, because it is a constitutional encroachment. It is not just a arrest of an individual person. Journalism and the news media is the only industry in America that has a constitutional protection. But it is also one of the only professions that has no certification. So you are a journalist because you say you are, because you do that work. Don was in the commission of doing that work. Now they can have their legal discussions, and I'm not a lawyer about the laws that regulate interruptions of church services. But the extraordinary step that is being taken by arresting journalists and putting them in jail for doing their work is just extraordinary. I mean, I thought that when the reporter at the Post had her house invaded, whatever the word we want to use, the verb we want to use there, a couple of months ago, it was also like a giant step to me. And now you have the actual imprisonment of a journalist in America. And this is not someone you can argue that they live on the margins of journalism. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. No, Don Lemon, you cannot argue, is not a journalist in America, has a long track record of doing that work. So now we're in a different uncharted territory. I heard, I think it was Glenn before, talking about, they never win. But part of the strategy here is that you don't care if you win. The point is to demoralize and deplete.
Yeah.
And what will be interesting to me is to see whether the big journalistic organizations with the giant law firms and legal infrastructures will step in, because they see this as a first step down a very dangerous road. You have to help to defray this cost that these journalists are about to incur, because it's not just about them.
Well, that's absolutely true. And we saw CNN released a statement earlier, just a little bit ago, Charles. We had Aaron Haynes on from National Association of Black Journalists calling on every journalistic organization to fall in line and be in support. But I take your comment especially to be important, where someone like Georgia Fort, who was also arrested, who they showed up with all these cars and all these masked agents outside her home in the middle of the night, where she was inside with her children and, bang on doors there. She will need support, all kinds of support. And so any stand that we take now, we're standing for all. What is it that you think we should be doing in this hour, Charles? I know you have to go soon, so I just want to give you the mic a little longer, because as I've tried to ask almost every guest who comes on here today, it's one thing for us to know it's wrong. It's another thing they shouldn't, but then the what do we do part is, I think, where we are.
Well, I mean, there's so many fronts on which we should be active in doing things. I guess I'll keep my answer to the journalistic front. As we move into an arena where more and more people become independent journalists, it is really, really important what happens in this particular case. I have spent the last 2 years working with Press Forward, trying to stop the proliferation of news deserts in this country. And a lot of the ways that happens is by independent journalists figuring out they want to do something. They figure out a way to do it locally in neighborhoods. They're very small. They're not making a lot of money. If they were ever to be attacked in this way, they would have no way of defending themselves. They have no access to legal representation. So what happens in this particular case is so incredibly ominous for the Fourth Estate writ large. It is Don, and we want to see him free, but it is bigger than Don, because Don becomes a test case. I think Don, how this plays out may become a chapter in a journalism book about ethics and history, because it portends something really important for the rest of the country and the rest of journalism, and the way it is trending away from big institutions and into smaller and smaller buckets where people just have something to say, have a passion, get together, raise a little bit of money, enough to get started, get a foothold, and they provide a service for communities that feel like they need it. That is really worrisome to me. I want people to understand that local journalists, who are very often independent journalists, what we call journalistic entrepreneurs, they are the ones who are doing this work, because legacy media has dried up in those spaces. And so we need to protect them. And Don and Mrs. Ford become test case for that. How will we protect them? And because all the other local journalists and independent journalists are looking at this and say, if that were me, what would happen?
Yep. Yeah. Well, thank you so much.
And Nick Shirley should speak out. If Nick Shirley wants to be a journalist so bad.
Thank you so much for joining us,
Charles.
Charles. I appreciate you being here. I know you will continue to speak out, as you always have. And as you exit, I want to welcome Ben Mysalis. Ben, what a day. You do this nonstop. I know that we all have so much respect for your work and for your commentary. But this could be you, this could be me. This could be Reese, and I'm just wondering what your thoughts are as we sit here as the host of this show. Don Lemon is in a federal detention facility for doing his job.
You know, it's deeply personal for me, not just because of what I do every day as an independent journalist, but I know Don very well. He was at my wedding when Don stepped into the lane of being an independent journalist. He and I would speak every day for hours on hours each day, picking each other's brains, because this whole world of independent reporting and journalism was a brave new world. When he would fly to California, he and I would have
I'm sorry, 1 second, Ben. You're going to keep your thought, but I don't want to keep this person waiting to come on. Can we please welcome friend of the show, friend of Don, DL Hughley.
Hey now.
Good morning, DL.
Hey
Ben,
now, how y'all?
go ahead, Ben.
So, you know, I knew Don very well. We would, meet together out here in California and Los Angeles frequently, talk about independent reporting. And here's my view. I'm someone who loves Don Lemon. Love the guy. He's a great friend of mine. But whether you love Don Lemon or don't like Don Lemon, you should look at what happened as being a very wrong thing, no matter what side of the political aisle you're from. If you care about our Constitution, if you care about the First Amendment, if you care about reporting, and as we were just hearing before, whether you are Nick Shirley, who's out there, reporting on whatever the hell he's even doing out there, regardless, you should be saying we have a First Amendment right in this country to report on the events that are unfolding. And what Trump and his regime are trying to do right here is chill First Amendment speech, chill reporting. And it's exactly what you see in authoritarian regimes abroad. It's exactly what you see in Putin's Russia. And it's exactly what we thought that can never happen here in the United States. Well, it's happening, and we need to show solidarity with each other, and to see also the way Georgia Fort's home was invaded there, especially with the history of Minneapolis, where there was the murder over the summer, the political assassination by one of the kind of MAGA attacker of the politicians out there, dressed in the same way. You have people in DEA outfits. That's not the way something like this would normally happen. The way this would normally go down in a legal sense is, if you're even going to serve a warrant, it's coordinated. You reach out, you figure it out in advance. You don't send masked people like that. So this is about causing fear and terror. That's what they want to inflict, and we got to stand together.
That's absolutely right. DL, obviously, you've been on this show a million times, but you do lots of other things with Don. And personally, you've been speaking out about this issue. Now our brother is in lockup, and we are waiting for his hearing where they will have to argue for his release. And his crime, other than being a Black man, which they try to make a crime every day, is doing his job as an independent journalist. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think getting mad at a journalist for reporting a protest is like getting mad at a weatherman for reporting there's a hurricane. I think it's crazy. And I think that I think a guy named Harry Shannon, I saw his quote that said, the road to authoritarianism is paved with people saying you're overreacting. Everything we're seeing right now, it was foretold. Now, we're not psychic. No one's psychic, but there's not one thing that we are seeing right now. And it's all happened with the American people pretending like they didn't see it. Like going to, why, if the whole pretext for going to Minneapolis was that there was Somali fraud, right? What do you need Border Patrol and ICE to deal with fraud? They have terrorized that city. It was supposed to be, and the net result is that there have been Americans that are dying. Let alone, ICE has killed, I think, they shot 17 people and 10 died. Three in the last 45 days, 3 have been American. If any police department in the world was responsible for that level of violence, there would automatically be an investigation.
Yeah.
They would. ICE right now is where the death rate, the death toll, the murder rate is going down. It's going down everywhere except ICE. ICE right now is more dangerous than Compton. Like, if they keep this up, they're gonna have an episode of First 48. Like, it is. But the fact that our view of it is so disjointed, because one of the things they have brilliantly done is co-opted mainstream media. So when you say mainstream media, they own that too. They own social media. So the only outlet we have is you all. The only outlet we have is you all. And that is why they come after you instead of somebody at the Washington Post or CBS. They know that the only insight these people have, that the country has, that's divergent from the mindset they want you to have, is you all. So of course you're going to get arrested. Of
and
course.
DL, you said they talk about Somali fraud. You talk about Somali fraud. Today, the president said he wants to sue the IRS. So
For
there's
$10 billion.
fraud from the top.
This is what I can't understand. So with no evidence, you said a man is a terrorist. With all kinds of evidence, you won't admit a man as a pedophile. Like literally, you went after Captain Phillips and got Captain America. You went after the Good Samaritan. You went after the bad Somalis and killed the Good Samaritan.
Yeah.
Like this whole thing is so topsy-turvy. And I got to give it, this is what I will say. It takes the kind of resilience that those people are demonstrating in Minnesota. They have put their lives on the line. It's cold. Like I love black people, but if it's cold, I get y'all freedom when it's spring. Like if I can't feel my fingers, I can't feel your pain. But you are seeing people who are literally, who understand what is happening right now and what the moment is right now and who are rising to it. They're not protesting. They're literally fighting authoritarianism as we speak right now. And I think the reason why.
And also,
what were you going to say?
I really wanted to.
I was going to say, in a post Breonna Taylor world. Oh, sorry.
1 second, Jay. I think there may be a delay. I'm not trying to cut you off. I just don't hear you until I start talking. But DL, in this celebrity culture, you have been consistently speaking about things that matter and using your platform and your expansive reach, using your influence and your affluence in order to highlight issues that matter and make statements about them. What is it? And I've seen, in fairness, a lot more people in recent days, because things are so egregious, who have said enough is enough, who are making statements who normally wouldn't. But if you could speak to people who are on the fence about that and in fear for their own following, their own pockets, their own contracts, whatever, and it would matter that they were in solidarity with somebody like Don or with Georgia Ford or with those of us who are out here doing this work, what is it that you would say to them?
There is a inherent level of selfishness that seems to be uniquely American. There's a level of individualism that we've always prided ourselves on. And that to me is the greatest asset they have. Like you'll have people on the right wing asking, why would those people put themselves in harm's way? Why would they do that? They should have stayed at home. That's because that's what you're supposed to do for your neighbor. You know, Jesus protesting the church. Jesus turned over tables in the temple, which made me think he was white because only a white dude could do that and not go to jail. That's what but I think that there is no side except right or wrong now. Whether you want to stay home and have your life or not, the day is coming, and it's coming more rapidly than I think anybody gave it credit for, where you are going to have to decide. Are you going to be Nicki Minaj or are you going to be Don Lemon? Which one? Because there are going to be no choices. Being a brand new Black Trump supporter is like getting hooked on crack right now. Like right now. Like it would be like, so there's no benefit for you. Like, and have you ever noticed like all the Black dudes who are Trump supporters got hit in the head a lot? Have you ever noticed that? Like that, I know he won 21% of Black dudes, but he had to win 85% of Black dudes with CTE. If you got hit in your head a lot, you love this dude. And I think that the pretext that he used, that it would be economically advantageous, it isn't. That it would be culturally advantageous, it isn't. And you think you're going to share in this authoritarianism panacea he has? No. You think those Cubans thought that they were going to be deported? They are.
Yeah.
Nobody is going to avoid this. It is coming for us all. And it's foolish to believe that you have the influence, the mindset, the wealth, the insulation to stop it from happening. The wolf is going to be at your door too. And the best thing you can hope for is that you have like-minded people with you.
Yeah, Jay, I'm so thankful for comedy because levity matters. And VP Harris would always talk about being joyful warriors, and you can't lose the joyful part. Just wondering, Jay, if you could give us a couple of tips. I know people, I'm looking in the comments, people's mental health, people's mental is on the line right now. All of us, mine included. So I would like for you to give us a few tips, Jay, about how we can kind of stay in some joy. But before we do that, I think Ben is going to have to exit soon, and I am going to bring somebody else on. So I am going to give Ben some closing comments as soon as I welcome, if they tell me it's okay for me to welcome preeminent journalist, host of the Joy Reid show, someone who knows up close and personal all about what we are dealing with today. Sis, welcome to the show, people. Welcome to the Don Lemon Show. Jay, Ben, say goodbye if you need to say goodbye. Jay, give us some tips.
I'll say goodbye to everyone. I just want to leave everybody with this. You know, I think as independent journalists and independent reporters, it's so important that we all support each other and supporting democracy, and we all lift up each other's platforms. I'm often asked, well, Ben, who's your competitor or who's this? If you're in the pro-democracy space, we all have to be allies with each other, and we have to support each other, and we have to grow this community, you know, bigger. There are more pro-democracy people out there who just want normalcy and love and empathy than the people out there who want to tear us down. And as Trump's approval right now is at like 37% based on the new Pew poll that I just saw, they're getting very, very desperate. So I want people to know a lot of this is coming from desperation and panic. And we just need to stay in there together. It's okay to take some rest and take some self-time and focus on our mentals and focus on all of that. But know that we're in this together. We have to fight. This is a moment for that, and we'll keep doing that every day. And we do, and we'll keep supporting each other here. So
Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Ben.
All right,
Thank
Ben,
you for the work you do.
Before Ben goes, I don't mean to jump in, but I didn't want him to leave without me saying that, you know, on this screen are two of the people who were the first people to really give me really great advice on doing independent media. And that is Ben and DL Hewley. And also the third person would be Don. Those three are three people who walked me through, you know, just like, this is what it's like out here. So I just wanted to say thank you. You were one of the people, Ben, who really gave me incredible advice and was so open and very kind as we were all heading out into this brave new world. So I just want to say thank you for that.
Well, I appreciate it. I've always been an admirer of yours and everybody here. So thank you.
All right, Ben, take care.
Jay, you got like 2 minutes. Give us a little bit of help. How can we, in the middle of dark times, find some humor somewhere?
I think we have to hold on to hope. To me, hope right now is like an ice agent's penis. It's small, but I believe it's there. I think it's there, and I think we can find it.
Don't mind if I don't hold on to one. Can I not do that one? Let me move on. I'm already on tour with Don. But damn, man, come on. How much it is? How much of this phallic humor do I have to take?
Donald Trump's approval is, you're going to like this one too, DL. Donald Trump's approval is going down faster than a scene on Heated Rivalry. We are not going to have to deal with this. We're not going to have to deal with this alone. Black and brown people have always laughed through this. Whenever me and Don talk about this, DL, you know this. Whenever white people, my friend Niles just said this. Whenever white people go, I don't know how I can find anything funny right now. Welcome to, I'm from Mississippi.
Yes.
My grandma been laughing about stuff since 1932.
Yes.
There's some funny stuff here, okay? There's some funny stuff. Usually the only brown things ice agents see are they draws, okay? There's some funny stuff here. But we do have to continue to be aware, continue to be informed, and continue to point out the hypocrisies. I think that the one thing that we really are kind of like taking for granted is that the American public, I think at least 51% of the American public has enough brain matter to go, that shit ain't right. Well, that ain't right. I can get behind that. Because guess what? If they come for Don Lemon, Joe Rogan, they will come for you when they disagree with you. Right. If they come for Don Lemon, Theo Vaughn, they will come for you. Tim Dillon, they will come for you. Tim Dillon, you already were told shut up multiple times by J.D. Vance. So as a comedian who has to stand next to a lot of these comedians who like to pretend to be journalists, and when a real journalist gets arrested, I have to find the humor, but I also have to find the facts. So that's what I want to tell everyone who's aware of this. Once again, free Don till his backers, free the guys. I thank all of y'all for being here. People who I look up to and people who I think have both been helping me from a comedy standpoint and from a staying informed standpoint. Hey, Joy. So I'm just so happy that I even get to say that. I'm so happy for the platform that Don has built and these very supportive people in the comment section.
You know, to your point, the best thing that happened to me was the Melania movie. That's so good for me. Like, that's the white Pootie Tang, ain't it? I'm so happy.
I think it's the white Pluto Nash.
Oh, okay. Oh my God, it's so.
You might be the only person that ever saw it. Even Trump ain't seen it. Nobody.
For people that scared of terrorism, they sure got a bomb on their hand, don't they? Oh my God, it's. I'm getting ready to leave, but I will say this, Joy. We all knew this was not gonna happen. Like, even when we talk when they first were, I don't think that people. When I hear people say that they don't pay attention to politics, I know they voted for him and are trying to pretend like they did. No one gets to sit this one out. Now, you can pretend like you can, you want to, you can be oblivious, but sooner or later, they're suspending the Constitution. There's a reason a civil uprising where it wasn't local police or the National Guard. They sent federal troops to quell a riot. He sent his own stormtroopers. ISIS has funded as many standing armies in the world for a reason. And when we tell you things like that, people think it's hyperbolic. Now, sequentially, the Epstein files. Then you have records taken in Georgia. Then you have a threat to a city where if you give us this, we'll give you that. Now you have journalists being arrested. That's not all of those things are happening in sequence, and they're dizzying to a lot of people. But you don't get to avoid it. And it's the kind of obliviousness and the naivety that the American people have. What group of people with this much wealth choose to be this ignorant? Right. We read at the 5th grade level. We choose this. Well, you ain't got to burn books. Nobody reading them anyway. But this is why we're in the situation we're in, because they took our fears and turned them against us. And now we're right here all together.
Amen.
Well, thank you, Dio. I know you may have to go.
Yeah, I got it. And get down out before we got a show Tuesday.
I knew you were going to get to that. I knew that at the end of the day, it was going to be that you already marked it off your calendar, and he needs to get to the show, get out of jail and get to the show. So, and we appreciate.
He's the Bobby Brown of journalists. He's going to jail.
He's the king of R&B. R&B.
I love Don, and I know it's gonna be all right. But the tour gonna be lit. Come on out, and we're gonna get him a free Don Lemon t-shirt. Watch him get his tattoo here, right here on his eye.
We got it. Yeah, you need to drop a track. First day out. Don, drop a track. First day out.
And he signed a rap album. I think T.I. produced this. It's gonna be dope. It's gonna be dope.
Oh my God, he's gonna do a diss against Nicki Minaj. I cannot wait for his bars against.
Yeah, Pooh, Shiesty, and Don Lemon.
Thank you, DL. And
all right, take care. Take care.
Bye-bye. Going to the show. One of them's already sold out. So he was selling wolf tickets about that. But if you guys can't tell, I just walked us through a reset. For those of you who have been watching for a while, I hope that shook away some of the cobwebs. I hope the laughter helped us to breathe a little better, in through the nose, out through the mouth. But here we are, my sister Joy Ann Reid. We can't say we're surprised.
No.
We can't say we haven't seen it coming.
No.
But I really want to hear from you, your thoughts in this hour. And I know you just finished probably an hour of a show giving your thoughts, but give it to us fresh, because all of us can say, but I know for sure you can say, but for the grace of God, go I.
We just did 3 hours live, talking with attorneys, talking with some of our friends from New Media. Jim Acosta was on as well, Ellie Mastal, Angela Rye, Liz Winstead, a bunch of us got on. And so we did 3 hours, Lev Parnas and others. So what I will accumulate from all that I heard from those guys, including from what Lev Parnas was reporting, and big up to all the Lemonheads who were following us back and forth, because the Lemonheads were in the chat and they were bigging all of y'all up as well. I think they were pinging back and forth listening. But it does appear that a lot of what we're seeing right now is a distraction by the regime, to the fact that these 3 million files dropped today. The FBI, following the law, they're required to release the Epstein files. But per Lev Parnas's reporting, they are scrubbing those files to ensure that not just Donald Trump is not reflected in those files, but that none of the predatory men, none of the co-conspirators, the alleged co-conspirators that were in lecherous way doing business with Jeffrey Epstein or receiving service in the grossest way from Jeffrey Epstein are named. So they are redacting and ensuring that they protect the men, but they're putting out allegedly 3 million new documents. And so part of, I think, what we're seeing here is a distraction. Lev Parnas also reporting that part of what they're doing in electing not just Don, but also Georgia Fort and 2 other Black journalists is that they are trying to shift the image and the sort of visuals of what they're doing in Minneapolis and the occupation of Minneapolis by Trump's paramilitary forces. They're trying to make that, they're trying to paint it Black. Basically, they see a faux insurrection and they're trying to paint it Black. Because the problem they've had from Stephen Miller to Kristi Noem to Donald Trump on down is that right now the face of resistance to what they are trying to do in terms of deporting, kidnapping, harassing, and harming Black and brown immigrants, the face has been white women. The face has been white women, and it has been white women and white men who have been going out there and using their privilege to confront police. Black folks have largely stayed out of it, have stayed out of the streets. We know how people felt after the election. And because Black folks have really refused to go out there, they didn't have a Black Lives Matter movement moment. And that's what they wanted. They wanted to see scores of Black people in the streets. They didn't see them at No Kings. They didn't see us at No Kings 2. And they sure didn't see us in Minneapolis, where, you know, it's a very tiny Black community. And a lot of them are immigrant Black folks who are being targeted. So they didn't get what they wanted in Minneapolis, despite it being where the George Floyd situation happened. So in their disappointment, they're lashing out, including at white people who are monitoring them. So the escalation begins with harassing, arresting, and brutalizing white people who are with their phones chronicling them. So we're watching you, we're following you, you get brutalized, and then they escalate that to killing them. Then their next escalation, first they killed the watcher, which is Lerne Good. Then they murdered the chronicler, which was Alex Preddy with his phone. The next escalation is to arrest the journalists whose job is to chronicle it, and who were in that Minneapolis church, which is related to Doug Wilson's Christ Church. Doug Wilson is one of the leading members, the leaders of the white Christian nationalist movement in this country. His spinoff church is Pete Hegseth's church, where Pete Hegseth at least has attended in DC. We don't know if it's his actual church, but he has attended that church. So that church is related to Doug Wilson's churches. It was founded by the guy who wrote the book, The Sin of Empathy. He founded that church, and he no longer lives in Minneapolis. But when those protesters went into that church, they went into the hornet's nest of white Christian nationalism. And that is the reason that online MAGA followers, MAGA white Christian nationalists have been going crazy, demanding the arrest of Don Lemon, demanding Don Lemon's head. And they have one really important member of their audience, and that's Harmeet Dillon, who is a big ally of this crowd. And she's now the head of the, quote, Civil Rights Division of the Injustice Department. So Pam Bondi reportedly signed off on this arrest herself. Donald Trump hates Don Lemon, as we all know. And so that whole cabal, they wanted a high profile and, very importantly, a Black arrest. Georgia Fort, also an African-American, excellent reporter who's been on the ground, taken out of her home in front of her while her kids were crying, arrested as well, and 2 other Black journalists. So that's where we're at. This is a full-on assault on democracy, on the First Amendment, and they're doing it in part to send a message to the rest of us to be afraid, be very afraid, don't follow us, don't cover us, don't resist us, and also to try to get Black people aroused to what they can then call an insurrection, so that they can do the Insurrection Act.
And really, it has nothing to do with wanting to get big time criminal committing immigrants off the streets. I mean, we've watched 2 prior administrations be actually quite prolific at immigration enforcement and deportation, more so than anybody was interested in, without any of the things happening that are happening right now. But when they asked for the voter rolls, Joy, when they say, oh yeah, we'll exit if you give us the voter data, doesn't that kind of make it clear what they're really interested in?
Very much so. And they've not only demanded the voter rolls in the state of Minneapolis, state of Minnesota, they've also demanded the voter rolls of the state of Arizona. They've demanded the voter rolls of the state of Illinois. You see the pattern here. They want the voter rolls in Georgia. They raided the Fulton County election office for a very specific reason. Number one, well, two reasons. One, they want to try to, I guess, in reverse, fake prove that Donald Trump really won Georgia in 2020, which is his personal obsession. But they also want control of every single swing state's voter rolls, because what they really truly fear, and I think it's very clear from all of this seemingly disparate events that are happening, that really are just one event, they know that they cannot afford to lose the midterms. They know that if they do not keep control of the United States House and the United States Senate after the November elections, they're cooked, because all of the crimes will come to fore. If you have a real Congress, which again is Article 1 in the Constitution, the Congress is actually, believe it or not, the most powerful entity in our country's government. The most powerful entity is not the president, it's Congress. But right now the Congress is neutered, they're inert, they've bent the knee. And because they've done that, we really don't have a Congress. Just like we don't have an FBI, we don't have a Justice Department, we don't have a government, we don't have a Supreme Court, because John Roberts has essentially said, let Trump have what he wants. And so they know that the one way to stop them, to stop Project 2025, is Congress. If Congress defunded ICE, ICE would be done. If Congress stopped paying Kristi Noem's salary and cut her money off, she'd be done. The Department of Homeland Security cannot be funded without Congress. Donald Trump cannot try to rebuild a giant $300 million ballroom without Congress allocating funds. They can bring this country to a halt and bring Project 2025 to a halt. They just don't want to, because a lot of them are complicit or they're scared. So what I would say is what we need to do is keep our eye on the ball. This is about trying to terrify Americans, to terrorize Americans, to say, we can't do anything about this. We're Cuba now. We're Hungary now. We're China or North Korea now. We just have to give in. We just have to obey. Because if we obey and we're afraid and we don't vote and we don't speak out and we shut up and we stop reporting, they get to win without firing another shot.
Right. And that's what I was going to ask you, because I've been asking every guest. And of course, as wouldn't be a surprise to you, Ms. Angela Rye had a comment that is going to be sticking with me for the rest of today, because she said, we're focusing on the midterms and that's good. We're focusing on Black History Month, but we don't need a midterms plan. We don't need a Black History Month plan. It's still January 30th. We need a January 30th plan. And that definitely includes what you're entreating our journalists out there to do, to not be intimidated. What else is part of our January 30th plan, Reese? What are we supposed to do today?
Well, I said months ago, I said we need a project next 5 days, next 6 months, next year. I don't think that this is tenable to be resolved by a midterm, because even with the elections being in November, they don't actually take office until January. This is not sustainable. Yeah. And so that is where I hate to pivot the conversation to Democrats, because we should always hold the Republicans' feet to the flame. However, there is considerable power, because we live in a federalist society that is concentrated with our state and local authorities. And so when we have states where we have a trifecta, Democratic majority, we have Democratic AGs, we have Democratic mayors, and Donald Trump is targeting these places because he thinks that I'm going to retaliate against these people. They didn't vote for me. I'm going to beat them into submission, but they have power. And so what I want to see is, I want to see you have a Democratic Governors Association. You have a Democratic Mayors Association. I want to see all of these people in DC this week. There's the big mayors conference. So what I want to see, and I said this earlier in the show, is I want to see some of this power start to be exercised. And I think that Brandon Johnson and J.B. Pritzker, they did a really excellent job when the National Guard came and occupied it. They passed statutes, or they enforced statutes where they said, well, you can't wear masks here, or you can't do this here, or you can't do that here. So we need to be activating every lever of our power so that they cannot operate with impunity in the areas that we control. And I think that's a complete shift from Democrats who like normalcy, and they probably, you know, are making the political calculation, which again, to Angela's point, we got to stop trying to game out the political calculus here and how it's going to play in an attack ad when everybody wants to run for 30 people run for president in 2028, or okay, I know you're running for president, so I'm gonna run for governor, and you're gonna run for senate. All of that chessboard pieces, you got to throw that out of the window for now, because this cannot wait. And so if we start to see some creativity, and even if you don't have to be creative, just do what you're supposed to do in your cities and states, then we can start to kind of break some of this. But until the Democrats get off of their asses and stop just having press conferences and having statements, and stop letting, mind you, the Trump regime this week, they've been winning the narrative about, oh, well, we're going to cooperate. And I had a great conversation with Tim Walz, and I had a great conversation with Mayor Frank. I don't know if they did or not, because I didn't hear from them say you was a goddamn lie. We did not tell you we was cooperating with you. That's not the hell we did. I didn't hear them push back on the narratives that this administration tried to do to normalize their occupation of Minneapolis. And so all we got in the toolbox in terms of institutional power is the power that Democrats have. We have people power, but we have to exercise every lever for anybody who's on the side of decency. And so somebody has to start making some damn risks, taking some risks. Forget about being on the ticket, forget about attack ads, and do what's right now.
Yeah, I just
and Reese, we have cultural power.
Go ahead, Jay. Yes.
And I would also say that from an entertainment standpoint, people who belong in marginalized groups, or are part of marginalized groups, and are part of the entertainment system also have a cultural capital and a cultural power to determine what is cool, what is just, what is fair, and what you can speak out about. And that is one thing that they cannot account for. It will never be cool to be regressive. It will always be cool to move forward. So if you are a comedian like DL, like myself, if you're an actor like Mark Ruffalo, like Hannah Einbinder, if you are a person who has a camera on you or who makes videos all the time, speak out about this, talk about this, point out the hypocrisies in this, use that power. That is one thing that they never account for, because they think they can shift the cultural capital. But guess what? People don't like gut feel that goddamn much. I promise they don't. That's why they can't book nobody. Please use your capital. If you are a person with any amount, a modicum of influence, the tiniest crumb of fame, you have to say something now, because this will get to you.
Yeah. Can I just add to that? I think that's an excellent point.
One second, Joy. I want to bring on, and then we'll come straight back to you. Jennifer Welch is here speaking about people who are not afraid to speak out and say something. She's a friend of the show, friend of Don's, and certainly is doing great work on her own. Welcome everybody who's watching. Please like, please subscribe, please support this channel. I'm guest hosting for our host, Don Lemon, who is currently detained at a federal detention facility awaiting a hearing that, it's my understanding, will take place at around 1:30 p.m. Pacific time. We are demanding Don's release. He was arrested for doing his job as a journalist, and we consider this an assault not just on journalists or independent media, but on democracy, on what it means to have constitutional rights. So welcome, Jennifer, and go ahead, Joy.
Well, no, I was just going to say I won't be long. I just wanted to pivot off of what Jay said, because if you go and you look at the models for what they're doing, it is one of the models is South Africa during apartheid. And if you think about the way that version of apartheid also involved you being able to be Black people being able to be stopped in the streets, demanded to see their papers if they were in a part of town that was considered a white part of town. All of the violence, it's very similar, and also minority rule by a white Christian nationalist regime. And the way that our apartheid was ultimately broken was through boycotts. It was through international boycotts that isolated South Africa culturally. No one would play concerts there. No one would allow their artists to play concerts in their countries. Their athletes were not welcome on the in the fields, the soccer fields of the world. They were isolated completely. And the Black South Africans, who you would think would be against the isolation, were very much for it, because the isolation was part of what killed the regime. It killed it economically and financially. So today is supposed to be the day. We don't know who called it, but there's a national boycott called Don't Spend Money. You have to starve these regimes, and you have to starve them culturally as well. Bruce Springsteen right now has the #1 downloaded song on iTunes. Why? Because Bruce Springsteen used his cultural power. He put out a song about Minnesota and about the killing of Mr. Preddy. And Ms. Good. And he did that immediately, used his creative power. Lady Gaga is in Japan. She did a concert in which she stopped her concert in Japan to talk about what's happening with ICE in the United States and these killings. People who are using their cultural power are doing the right thing. And it may seem, well, that's just performative. No, there's a reason that the other side is giddy about having Nicki Minaj, a rapper they despise, a rapper they don't respect. A rapper, most of them probably have never heard one of her songs, and if they have, they're horrified. The reason they want her on a leash as their house pet, cuddled at Donald Trump's feet, the reason she is the new house pet is because they need, NEED, Black people to give them cultural cool. Black cultural cool has always been a powerful, powerful element in the country. Candace Owens was brought into Turning Point USA to do that, to recruit rappers, to recruit Kanye West for a reason. It's not like they like rap music, but they needed Candace to do that. Well, Candace has gone off the field. She's no longer playing ball. So since Candace isn't playing ball, they need a new Candace. So they tried Amber Rose, but Amber Rose is not popular enough with Black people and also says she isn't Black. So that didn't really work. So they moved on to their next gambit, which is to get the Trinidadian who doesn't care about the killing of Trinidadian fishermen, the rapper who hates the female rapper who hates other female rappers, who hates on women who are more popular than her, Cardi B, people who are better at cultural marketing than her. She'll never be Rihanna. She'll never have a brand like Rihanna. She'll never be Beyonce. She's a 40-something-year-old Black female rapper who clearly don't care that much about Black people or immigrants, even though she was an undocumented immigrant. She's the perfect foil to replace Candace. Nicki is the new canvas. They wouldn't want her if they didn't need cultural cool. Their problem is she ain't cultural cool no more. So the Barbs, Nicki ain't shit and she ain't saying nothing. And 100 little Barbies can't tell me nothing. Y'all mad about it, be mad about it. But she not gonna work. But they're gonna keep looking for somebody Black to be the face, to put Black face on MAGA. And they know that cultural cool matters. That's why they're doing it. I'm done.
Thank you, Joy Reid. Jennifer, I know that you have been on with Don across a whole bunch of different platforms and in person, and you are no stranger yourself to speaking out in times like this. But it's chilling why we're here, and that while we're here, there are millions of people who are praying for Don and for his family. And I know that this is going to turn out okay, but this is still a hideous turn of events. Your thoughts?
I think Don is the canary in the coal mine, that the DOJ is trying to see if they can then go deeper. Can they then arrest the white lady? So they're testing, as they always do, on Black people first, because Black people to the white MAGA cult are less than, and have been in their mind and in their psyche for a long time. But there's something super important that I want to tell all of my fellow white people that I've been thinking about a lot. And we all need to come to terms with the fact that for Black Americans, what you saw happen in Minneapolis when the 2 white people were killed, that over-policing has been the Black experience the whole time. And when you keep some communities less safe, then you open up yourself to be as vulnerable as they are. And in October of 2024, a kid named Javier Sanchez Morales Jr., he worked for me for 6 years. He's a Black kid. Dad was half Cuban. He worked for my interior design firm. Best employee I ever had. He was shot and he was murdered. Never had a parking ticket, never criminal record. Somebody tried to rob him and shot him. And when the media covered this in Oklahoma City, he happened to be in a strip mall and he was going into just the convenience store, but 2 doors down from where his car was, there was a liquor store. And and he was shot by 2 people in a gang. And his murder was labeled as gang violence at a liquor store. Well, Javi wasn't going in the liquor store. He was going in to get a bag of chips. And these 2 kids tried to rob him. And there's a different lens that all of this stuff is covered in. And we have to realize that when we allow for our Black brothers and sisters, as Joy just said, that bring nothing but flavor and awesomeness to our community and to our country, because if it's all white people, and I've been in those circles a lot, it's a cracker ass boring event. And the color and the culture that comes from this and all of the art forms, we have to protect everybody. It is in our it's in our best sense of humanity, but it's also for you country club Republicans, it's in your best economic sense. Because I know you're all about, I'm a fiscal conservative. Well, protecting everybody is best for the economy as well. And you know what? It probably might make you feel like less of a dick if you tried it from time to time. But I just think it's something that I know that the four of your voices have been saying for a long time. And I want to keep talking about this because white people need to have an awakening that this has been going on for a long time in Black communities. We have over-policed them and not invested in them, and we have dehumanized them. So it's no surprise at all that the Black gay man, independent journalist, is the first one on the chopping block, the canary in the coal mine. They're testing the waters to see how much further they can go, because Donald Trump is a thin-skinned titty baby and he can't handle somebody putting a mirror up to his orange ass.
Yeah. Oh, on that great segue, Jay has to go. We're going to be welcoming 2 more people, but I want to thank you so much, Jay, for joining us and for giving us the levity, giving us some light moments as well as the sensitivity of the moment. And we're going to be.
And thank y'all. It's been, I just want to say it's been a very crazy day, but this will affect you, non-Black, non-queer Americans. It will affect the World Cup. People will not come to the World Cup. It will affect the Olympics. People will not come to the Olympics. It will affect every facet of your life if you think this isn't rolling downhill to you. And if you think it won't affect you, go back a week ago and look at what happened, sadly, to Alex Preddy, and look at what happened to Renee Good. It will come back to you. That's what I want to say. Free Don. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you. Ladies hour. I think we're waiting to hear from Anthony Scaramucci in a little bit, but in the meantime, Reese, you talk a lot, especially on your show and on Don's show. I don't know how many people know that Reese, who we see do political commentary, is a full-on economist.
Yes.
Like she has this whole other part of her brain. And the best way that I can describe it is we were someplace celebrating somebody's birthday, and math is myth to me. And so we were trying to figure out like what amount the tip was supposed to be or something. And she's like, girl, trust me, I'm a full-on financial wizard. I can be trusted to make sure that we give the server the right amount of money. Reese, people are ignoring what's really happening in the United States. People are struggling.
Right.
And all of this that we're seeing is the shiny thing. We talked about it in the last hour. Mm-hmm. I'm wondering, as we're dealing with all of this, first, what state is our economy in? And what can people do who are out there really just robbing Peter to pay Paul, don't have enough food to be able to feed their families, dealing with stuff in education? What are our realistic expectations of them, as much as they might care that Georgia got arrested, Don got arrested, that constitutional rights are being infringed? But that's not what you can talk to easily to somebody who is hungry.
Right. No, I think that's an excellent point. And that's part of what this administration and Republicans generally bank on. They bank on people being disillusioned and disaffected and having the notion that politics doesn't work for me. It doesn't matter who's in office. Not my lot in life is not going to change. But it goes to a point that I made maybe it was the last hour, about how everything that people are experiencing, not just the attacks on the citizenship, not just the militarization of our communities, but the economic and health status of this country are a result of Donald Trump's policies. When we see what RFK Jr. has done with the vaccination schedule, with bastardizing the CDC, there are very serious viruses that are international right now that Lord help us if they make it onto our shores, because we don't have a healthcare apparatus that, in terms of the federal government, that is reliable, that is prepared. So there is that, but also we are in a situation of economic kind of stagnation. And even the Fed, they're reluctant to even do anything more in terms of interest rates because of the stress on the employment market and a number of things. And so unfortunately, what people don't understand is the impact of Donald Trump's policies on their day-to-day life, and the impact of this Republican Congress's policy on their day-to-day life, and the impact of the long-term impact of our country, where for the next several years, this administration has diverted billions of dollars. I believe I saw that ICE is funded $60 billion for 10 years or something like that. That money, they didn't just pull out of their asshole. They took that money from research. They took that money from infrastructure. They took that money from education. They took that money from the federal workforce. They took that money from the VA. They took that money from all of these areas that actually enhance our lives. And let me also say that when we talk about SNAP, when we talk about housing, that's not charity. Those programs stimulate our economy. So those programs allow for you to have grocery stores and get food at a more affordable rate because there's a consumer base there. And so it's all interconnected. But what this administration is banking on is that people don't connect the dots. When they hear Donald Trump say, yeah, we're going to tariff China, they think that China's paying the tariffs. Or when people say, well, we're going to bring back manufacturing, we don't want to make knitting socks and t-shirts. We want to sell high value goods. We enjoy our cheap goods too. And
to your point, people perish for the lack of knowledge, and they take advantage of the ignorance. The ignorance is completely our downfall. I want to bring on, if anybody has to pivot, let me know, but I want to bring on Anthony Scaramucci and Wajahat Ali, who certainly are not strangers to Don or to the show. And for anyone who's just now joining, welcome to the Don Lemon Show. Monique Presley and his guest host while we await the release of Don Lemon from a federal detention facility in Los Angeles, where he has been arrested for doing his job as a journalist. We thank you for being here. Please like, please subscribe. We will go to you first, Anthony. What are your thoughts?
Well, look, I'm sad for the country on a number of different levels, but this is a tribute to Don Lemon and the success of the show and everybody here that's been a guest on Don Lemon, because I know Trump's personality. Don is being targeted because Don is effective. Okay. Don is being targeted because when you're making a disastrous situation like Minneapolis blow back into your face, you've got to get a scapegoat involved, and you've got to create intimidation for people like everybody that's on this call. And so, again, not to bore people with the details of this, but that FACE Act indictment, the threshold to get a conviction on a FACE Act indictment is a near impossibility for the Department of Justice. And so, they'll try to get him to plea out, of course, when I suspect Don won't. But I'll just say to you that this is a chilling move by Trump and Pam Bondi more than is anything else. So I don't want people listening in who are Don Lemon fans to be overly concerned by him. But if anything, when I see the SOB Don Lemon, I'm going to say, congratulations, Don Lemon, because you are making a difference, so much so that you've now hit the Trump authoritarian radar screen, where he needs to intimidate you like he's done to James Comey and others. So those are my thoughts, but I don't see a prosecution. Remember, if there is a actual prosecution and a trial, and the judges rule against the Department of Justice, they've opened a whole can of worms on FACE. And if they rule against them, and let's say they convict Don Lemon, now you have a whole other can of worms that has to be opened related to the First Amendment. So this is another reason why this thing's really probably not going to go forward. This is to scare the daylights out of people that are as effective as Don Lemon. So those are my thoughts. I wanted to come on and lend my support to him and my love to all of you. And, look, I was on the wrong side of this when I supported Donald Trump, but at least I had the balls, if you don't mind me saying so, of calling it out for what it is and standing against this sort of nonsense. And I feel very sad for Republicans out there that know better, but have no balls whatsoever and are allowing him to continue to do this because they could stop it like that. And that's my thoughts. And I'm sorry if I was long-winded, but I do love Don Lemon, and I wanted to come on and offer my support to him. And if there's a GoFundMe page or something like that, of course, I'll put some dough in that to help him with his defense.
No, there's not, but people can people can subscribe, people can buy merch. And there is another independent journalist, Georgia Foote, who was taken from her home in the middle of the night with her children there, and she may end up needing that kind of support and help. And certainly there's a whole community of us that are going to do our part, but more is more right now. It's not less, is more. More is the more that we need.
I have to apologize. I have another meeting, so I thank you for letting me go first. I'll let Ali talk, but I just want to say I'm good for some dough if there's a GoFundMe page. All right.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
All right. Good luck. Good luck to everybody. And if you're successful against Donald Trump, this is what he does. You know what I mean? So that's it, you know, sort of, it's almost like a badge of honor in a weird way.
100%. Mr. Ali, sir, what say you?
What I say is this nonsense is called fascism and white supremacy, and ICE are like the Gestapo, but also the slave patrol and Jim Crow South. And in this country, anytime you want to make an example out of someone who's uppity or out of line, they want to present the base, the scalps of Black and brown bodies. This has happened time and time again for centuries. And we kept saying, and we have said, fascists come for everyone. If they come for pro-Palestinian activists, they'll come for you. If they come for Kilmar Abrego Garcia, they'll come for you. Now they're killing Renee Nicole Good, a white woman. After they killed Renee Nicole Good, they killed Alex Preddy. And we said they'll come for you. It doesn't matter about your privilege, your zip code, the complexion for your protection, whether you have a Tesla, you drink rosé. No disrespect to anyone who drinks rosé. You golf with Chet, for the people of color who voted for Donald Trump for their tax cuts. They will come for you. For all the white centrists, for those people who said, I'm a moderate, for those people who said, don't say abolish ICE, that's crazy. For the people who said, don't say genocide, now, brown cow, simmer down. We said fascists come for everyone. They killed a white woman in broad daylight. While her body was still warm, Kristi Noem came out and called Renee Good a terrorist. Instead of investigating the murderer, they investigated her widow and tried to investigate her widow. Less than 2 weeks later, they killed a veteran, a nurse for veterans, Alex Preddy, with zero criminal record. And now, because they're on the back foot, because he's negative double digits on immigration, because his stupid trade war has failed, because the price of eggs are up, because measles is skyrocketing, because he has nothing to offer his base, what does he give them, folks? I just want you to make the connections. He gives them 4 Black journalists. He goes, you can't eat, you can't have eggs, you can't afford milk, eat some racism. Here's 4 Black bodies, 4 independent journalists. Here, there, and I'm sorry, these are the words that slave catchers and the KKK used to use. Here are their scalps. Before that, Ilhan Omar. Before that, the Haitians, the Somalis, the Latinos, right? And so they wanted to make an example out of Don and these 3 other Black independent journalists and give chum to the base, right? To satiate them, right? Until the next distraction. And so this is part and parcel what has happened in America. It is an attack on our First Amendment. It is an attack on the press. It is an attack on Black and brown bodies. And it's also a sign of weakness. And this is where I want you to all realize is he is weak. The polls that have come out, folks, I know there's a lot of news. The Pew polls have come out. He has a 36% approval rating, Monique. That is the lowest of any president in like modern history. Right. He's negative double digits on immigration. That used to be his strong suit. He's negative double digits on inflation, on trade wars, on the economy, on foreign policy. The Epstein files came out today. He's negative 40. And even after redaction, I don't know if you all have seen the news, some disgusting, Jen just made the face. I don't even want to say it. The accusation of a 13-year-old, right? So distraction. And he has his Luca Brasi, Pam Bondi, yesterday. Who'd they go after? Fulton County. A Black woman, Fani Willis, was about to go after him, right? What did they do? Letitia James. What did they do? Comey, right? So it's intimidation. What Anthony said was correct, that a judge has already thrown this out. Appellate court has thrown it out. It's all bullshit. The intimidation, the threat, And the last thing I'll say is fascist regime doesn't care about the rule of law. So even though it's all bullshit, Don Lemon, our journalistic brother, is in jail right now, right? Those 3 other journalists are in jail right now. That's what fascists do. And so we need to create the underground railroad for independent journalists. Like, we got to stick together, folks. So Joy had me on her show, and I think this is very important. What you're doing, Monique, and what Don's producer are doing, and Jen's here, and everyone's here coming together. You know, we got to stick together. If they can go after Don, they can go after Joy. They can go after. They hate Jen because, folks. I want to say this for white folks. They do. I want to say this for white folks, and I said this to Jen when she was on my show, and vice versa. Is in the South, you don't got to go to Nazi Germany. Just look at America, all right? But we refuse to look at American history. Who did the Jim Crow South hate more than black folks? White folks who were allies, and they called them race traitors, and they killed them. Look how they talk about Renee Nicole Good. Look how they talk about Alex Preddy. So your complexion won't protect you. Your zip code won't protect you. We got to stick together. They did this against pro-Palestinian activists. Joy and I tried our best to warn. They did this against Latinos. We did our best to warn. Now they're doing it against white folks. Fascists come for everyone. And I appreciate the fact that all of us are here. And I just want to come on to say that we all have to stick together. And, if they came after Don, I mean, Joy, what's going to stop? They hate you, Joy. So actually, Jen and Joy right now. Maybe I'm like 4, but maybe it's a tie between you and Jen and Joy. So we got to have a bubble around Joy and Jen right now.
Oh no, we are protecting at all costs right now. But Joy, you're like our resident historian right now, and I want to raise a point of distinction that because I've been seeing a lot of people talking about good trouble and talking about civil disobedience. And obviously we know that people in the past have been arrested on purpose as part of bringing attention to a cause, whether it's any of our heroes like John Lewis or Sheila Jackson Lee or members of Congress who are still sitting in Congress right now, or our parents and grandparents and ancestors who participated in sit-ins and middle of the road. But the reason why I'm coming to you about that is because I've been very careful to say that what Georgia Fort was doing and what Don Lemon was doing and what that's not civil disobedience. They were not breaking the law, which would then put them in a position to be prepared to accept the consequences for breaking the law because the law is unjust or to bring attention to a cause. They were just doing their damn jobs.
Yeah. I mean, and I want to say the names of all 4 of the people who were arrested. It was Don Lemon, Georgia Fort, Traherne Jean Cruz, as well as Jamel Lydell Lundy. Those are the 4 people, and very ostentatiously 4 Black journalists who were arrested.
Well, Joy, one second. As Angela pointed out to us, the Mr. Lundy, or I don't know if it's Mr. Jamel Lundy is running for office. So that's an attack on politicians, but that one is not a journalist.
He's not a journalist.
And before Joy goes, I just realized I got to bounce. I'm so sorry. No disrespect. Thank you all.
Right.
And anything I can do to help Don and any of you, just let me know.
Thank you. And I'm going to say this quick because then I have to actually bounce too. But what I will say, you make an excellent point because here's the thing. This would be, you want to talk about good trouble. This is not like arresting John Lewis on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, a public space where he and other activists were marching, where they should have had a right to be. That was part of the court case, is whether or not they had a right to march in that public space, or whether people had a right to do boycotts in the case of the cases around Medgar Evers activism in Mississippi. This would be like arresting the photographer who took a picture of John Lewis getting arrested on the Edmund Pettus Bridge.
That's right.
So that is why this is so insane, right? Don Lemon was covering the protesters. So this would be like arresting the photographer.
Yeah.
And that is how crazy it is. It should not stand as a point of law. Angela Rye was on our live earlier. So was Ellie Mistal. They explained how it makes no sense. If you look at the FACE Act, which is supposed to be, is it FACE or SAVE Act or SAVE Act? It's supposed to be about protecting abortion clinics. FACE Act. It's supposed to be about abortion clinics where these right-wing white nationalists would attack these abortion clinics and try to get inside They would actually harass women and they would trespass in the abortion clinics as a way of protesting them. And in some cases, they would firebomb them. So the reason that that act was passed, and Liz Winstead, who was on our live earlier, explained that when Senator Kennedy pushed that bill through, the only way they could get enough votes to get it through and enough Republicans to vote for it to withstand a filibuster was to include churches. So churches got included, and also places of worship, all places of worship got included in order to get a bill passed to protect abortion clinics from the same kind of people who are now running our country and trying to stop women from living full lives and trying to put them under the handmaid's tale, right? So that is kind of some of the many ironies. And the last pieces I'll put in, since we're talking about history, is Waj talks a lot about this being the slave catchers, and he's being quite literal, because part of what, and Angela pointed this out earlier, and I'm sure she's pointed out to you all as well, the rules that they're using to occupy Minneapolis, Minnesota, and Chicago, Illinois, and Los Angeles, and DC, it does go back to the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850, which was one of the acts that was the enabling legislation for the constitutional provision that had a Fugitive Slave Act in it, that essentially said that anyone who was enslaved, if you flee, slave catchers can get you, even if you flee into a free state. They're using, and that means that they take federal law, which is that the federal government says slavery is legal, and even if Massachusetts says slavery is illegal here, federally authorized slave catchers can go get slaves in Massachusetts. That's how they're going to get these immigrants. These states are sanctuary states. They're supposed to be safe states and safe cities for immigrants to live. But the federal government is using the slave catcher rules, the 1850, you see what I'm saying? They're using the slave catching federal rules to say that we can superimpose. We will superimpose federal law that says that we can come and get you. We will use the Fugitive Slave Act principle to go get any brown or black person we don't want, and we can take them and kidnap them and remove them. And so that is important to understand, that the laws that they're using, they're taking laws that were either designed to enslave black people, or they're taking the 14th Amendment and other constitutional provisions that were designed to protect black people, or constitutional laws that were designed to protect women, and twisting them all for the purposes of protecting only a small claque of elite white Christian conservative men, many of whom are lascivious goons and who want to do lascivious shit and who may be in the Epstein files, and to protect them and to allow them to take over the country over the objections of a majority of Americans.
Well, Joy, I know that you have to go, but I want first, because we are supporting journalists and supporting independent media, for you to please tell everybody where they can watch your show and other ways that they can support the work that you are doing.
Well, thank you. First of all, I'm big fans of everybody on this panel. Love all of the stuff that you guys do. You guys are all incredible friends, incredible people, and I'm just supportive of your work. And I want to thank you. And Don is my buddy. I literally was texting with Don at like 11 p.m. last night. Woke up this morning to this news because we were all texting, because he and I were yakking about, the Joy Reid Show hitting 400,000 subscribers. We were so excited. He's such a sweetheart. So he texted me to congratulate me. So we were keying like 11 o'clock. I woke up this morning to him being arrested. I'm like, what is happening? So I just want to say much love to his lovely husband. Is such a good guy, such a sweet guy. And so we just want them to be safe, and we want them to be well. And also sending love to all of the other three. Georgia Ford is a brilliant, incredible journalist. We should be equally supportive of all four of these people. And you can support me if you'd like to at The Joy Reid Show. It's just thejoyreidshow.com. We keep it real simple. Or Joyanne Reid on Substacks. That's where we simulcast the show. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Joy. We will see you again soon, and we are here to support you in any way that we can. Guys, we are nearing the 4-hour mark. And we are going to be bringing on a fave of mine. But before we do, I want to say, if you're watching and you're new to the channel, welcome. Please like the video. Please subscribe to the channel. Please become part of the Lemonation. Independent media could never use the support any more than we could this very day. And now joining us, and also part of my relief effort apparently, is lawyer extraordinaire, journal extraordinaire, Katie Fang.
Oh, I don't know about all those honorifics, but heck, to be able to be with all of you fine folks. I would do anything, but obviously to support our good friend, Don Lemon. It has been a day. Potentially we saw this coming down the pipeline, didn't we? Maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, when that bullshit started circulating about wanting to have him arrested. And the rule of law stood and withstood the assail by this administration and Pamela Joe at the DOJ. But, you know, look, we don't know what the hell they said to that grand jury, do we? We have no idea. And if Lindsay Halligan's presentment to grand juries is any indication, that one was smack full of lies and misrepresentations about the law. So we'll have to see what happened here. There is some scuttlebutt, and I'm sure y'all have talked about it, that federal prosecutors, not only in LA, but also in Minnesota, refused to present this to a grand jury. So we've seen some serious hightailing out of those offices by people that have the moral and ethical and professional compasses to know that this is wrong. But I'm thrilled to be here and thankful to all of you for showing your support to Don. Thanks for that.
Well, we're going to be swapping roles in just a second, Katie, but I'm going to ask you a few questions as a guest on the panel first.
There you go.
And pick your brain for a little bit. You're right. We had been hearing that people refused to bring the charges. We have been hearing that this was a grand jury indictment. We're going to have more information, obviously, within maybe the next 30 minutes or so, because the Minnesota hearing is starting, I think, at 1:30 Central. So at least we will officially have public knowledge of what the charges are before it happens 2.5 hours, 3 hours later. Well, it'll be 2 hours later for Don. But from what we know already, Katie, and from frankly, what your own journey has been from leaving mainstream and becoming independent and joining a great network of independent journalists, if you could just kind of weigh in for us on the importance of the work that you all are doing in this hour.
I think it goes without saying, the opportunity to be able to speak plainly about the exigency of this moment is the luxury that really shouldn't be a luxury, but that's what it is in independent media. But I'll also speak from just the experience of having returned from Minneapolis, St. Paul myself just 24 hours ago. I was privileged to be there. And when I was there, you know, when you're out in the field, which is something that Don really does so well, Don does what we call in journalism man on the street interviews, women too. Like, he meets with the people where they are. He doesn't put them in canned, you know, segments, panels or whatever, which we've all participated in and done ourselves. And as we know, it's different, right? The structure is different. But when you meet people on the street and they're willing to speak with you, you know, there's something about them giving some transparency about the way they feel and they think. And that is something that Don is so gifted in doing. He has that ability to draw that out of people. But when you're on the field and in your place like Minneapolis, St. Paul, where the federal government is using tear gas and other chemical irritants and non-lethals on the journalists that are out on the street indiscriminately. I was armed with a gas mask when I was just there. And when that's happening, the situation's so fluid, right? So you kind of have to be able to pivot and move quickly. And in a situation like this, where there's something happening in the moment and you go in and you're covering it, you're not doing it to commit a crime. You don't have the mens rea. You don't have the specific criminal intent to be committing a crime. You're just covering it as a journalist. And I think now when you criminalize that conduct, then it obviously means that you're not going to really see mainstream step up and really defend, right? Because standards and legals and everybody and corporate oligarchs going to sit there and stomp that shit into the ground. Yeah. So it's really going to be upon us to make sure that we step up and we speak up and we say, look, we'll do the job for you. Because the First Amendment is not just for mainstream media. The First Amendment is not just for you guys. It's for all people in the Fourth Estate. They are executing dissidents, opponents in the street. And now they're coming to silence the press. And that is truly hallmarks of an autocratic regime. We see that shit in El Salvador, Nicaragua, Venezuela, Cuba, China, North Korea. And now we're seeing it in the United States. And that's why all of us are here. That's why we've been holding down the fort, right, for our friend Don. And that's why we have an obligation to speak up on his behalf, Georgia Fort's behalf, and on behalf of all the other people of color that have now been subjected to this bullshit from this DOJ.
Well, I am going to be signing off for a little while. I will be back later. I'm no stranger to the Lemon Nation. I am a lemon head. I'm like one of the OG lemon heads and guests on the show. People can find me at the Monique Presley channel or at Monique Presley everywhere. Normally, I'm on live or somewhere thereabout on YouTube with the Monique Presley Show. Not today. The show's merged today for the sake of my friend. But I am leaving you all in the capable hands of the next guest host, Katie Fang, and I will be in and around and back a little bit later. But thank you, all of you. Thank you. I think, Jen, I think this is the first time we've actually maybe gotten to be on at the same time, which is crazy. But
I know.
We'll do more of it soon. Reese is my sister and my friend, and I appreciate you. And
thank you, Monique.
Thank you so much, Katie. I appreciate you. Bye.
Bye.
Sure. Thanks so much. Jen, I know that we don't have a lot of time with you, but I did want to spend just a minute before we have to part ways. A, it's good to see you, my friend.
You too.
Very much so. B, you know, Jen, listen, you know what it's like to be in the crosshairs of right-wing media, including the White House, right? Like, you know what it's like to have to be on the receiving end of the criticism, the lies, and the inflammatory rhetoric. Your thoughts about, you know, whether it's become a liability for us to be so outspoken and to basically not be hesitant to use our middle finger to tell this administration where to put it.
It's definitely a liability, but fuck it. We have no choice. We have to speak out. And they are trying to scare us by arresting Don. And Don has put a mirror up and shown the world what they are. And he's fearless about that. And he went to cover Minneapolis because he understood the urgency of what ICE was doing there. And he understood the historical significance of what ICE was doing there. And he went to cover it because nobody watches corporate news anymore. They all turn to us and they want to know that they can trust us and they believe in us. And Don is a canary in the coal mine. And we have to, in light of Don getting arrested, the best way to honor Don is to quadruple down and to look right into the camera and say, come get all of us. If that's what you want to do, come arrest all of us. If you're going to arrest Don, arrest all of us, because he did nothing different than the rest of us do. And just a side note to all of the fiscal conservative white Republicans, multi-billion dollar industry is the media. So this is just stupid. The one thing you care about more than human beings is money. And this administration will tear down every single bit of it, including your bank account.
Well, yeah, I mean, and Jen, you know, it's crazy because it's not like in any other administration, frankly, Republican or Democratic, but it's not like they were running around arresting the journalists for having an opposing point of view, let alone trumping up, pun intended, charges to be able to get there, right? I mean, you've already had multiple layers of judges that have said, hell no, there's no probable cause here. There's no evidence to substantiate this. But now they're like, well, look, we finally, you know, snookered some poor people that were just doing their civic duty, serving as grand jurors, which they can't get out of, right? And they were just doing their duty. And then, like I said, Lord knows what the presentation was of evidence to them.
Of course they cook the evidence. Of course this DOJ will cook evidence against Don Lemon and not think twice about it. But I just want to say this. If you're thin-skinned and you have a fragile ego, I think you're not a good candidate to be president of the United States.
Oh,
and
hell
because
no.
this man is so fragile and he's such an emotional titty baby, he has had a bee in his bonnet about the press forever. Ever since that guy, Graydon Carden, said he had little hands. He couldn't handle it because he knew that everybody would think little hands, little penis, which Stormy Daniels confirmed. In fact, it is a little penis. So this is all crazy, but it's like, this is the type of person we're dealing with. We could have some huge intellectual conversation about him, but he has a problem with somebody putting up a mirror to him and exposing that he is not a good leader. He is giving Nazi. We all know that everybody that worked around him in Trump 1.0 said this guy's a fascist, he's a dipshit, he's not smart. Everybody in his cabinet before came out and said this. Who reports that? The media reports that. So every time he turns on the TV, he has to hear something bad about himself. They called Barack Obama every single name you could imagine. He never acted like a baby, not one time about it. And this man is arresting Don Lemon right now, basically ripping up the First Amendment because of his fragile ego and because he's a titty baby. And it's just unbelievable that we're even having to have this conversation right now. We should be talking about gun reform, all sorts of things, healthcare, but we can't talk about it.
Trying to
because
steal
these people-
elections,
Yeah.
going to Fulton County yesterday and taking all that stuff. Absolutely. No, I agree. But I'm glad that you and others have taken the time to be here today to help hold down the fort for Don. And of course, it's no coincidence they arrested him in the middle of the night, right? So that he wouldn't get his first appearance for a long ass time, trying to make him suffer. It's fucking ridiculous. Jennifer Welch, I know that we have to let you go. I'm sorry it was so brief. We need to hang out again, girl.
For sure. I love you, ladies. This is a great time, and we have to quadruple down and be even more fierce and even more relentless and even more judgmental and just righteous anger all day, every day towards these racist Nazi fucks.
100%. Jennifer Welch, thanks for being here. Tell Angie I say hi.
I will. All right. Bye, ladies.
Awesome.
Bye.
Casey,
Katie, can I
yeah, I was going to say, what are your thoughts?
I don't know if we've talked about this so far, and we've been on here for a long time. Don in Georgia, at least, I don't know when the other two gentlemen were arrested, but Don and Georgia were arrested in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
And they have not had a hearing yet. And so they have been detained. I just want to point this out. They have been detained by the federal government for a longer period than Donald Trump was detained when he was arraigned on his felony charges of fraud. His criminal felony charges, which he was eventually convicted of. He was convicted 34 times in Manhattan for his conduct leading up to the 2016 election. And it was 2016? Has it been that long? Okay.
Yeah.
2016. Yeah, that was the first time. Okay.
He won in 2016, unfortunately.
He won in 2016. Okay, so that was the conduct.
That he won 2020 by doing all that shit in Fulton County. So
there we go. So he was arraigned and eventually convicted, which he has served no time for. 34 felony counts. He was arraigned in Atlanta, Fulton County, for what he did to try to steal the election in Georgia. He was arraigned for classified documents. And he was also arraigned for inciting an insurrection. And Donald Trump has spent less time in jail, in a holding cell, in all of those 80-something counts that he was charged with when he was not president, by the way, than what Don Lemon and Georgia Fort and Jamil Lundy, and I don't have the other person's name on the tip of my tongue, but for all
I think it's Trahern Cruz.
Thank you, Trahern Cruz. They have all spent more time in jail, locked up, I would say, as political prisoners by this administration than Donald Trump did for all of the crimes that he was either convicted of or charged with. That is how ass backwards this country is. And that is why there is so little faith in what we falsely call the criminal justice system. And this kind of stuff has been happening since forever. It's not new. And they told us they were going to do all of this stuff. That's why I said citizenship is on the ballot. I said this in 2024, 2023, and every other year when we saw how they were going to come in here and be autocrats. And so the severity of incarcerating these individuals on trumped up charges cannot be understated. There is a human toll to being locked up. There is a human toll to Georgia Fort's children who were crying because their mother in the middle of the night was going to be arrested. And I saw some of the images. She's outside with mass agents wearing DEA. Where did the DEA part come in with the kind of charges that she's being charged with? So this is terrorism. And as I pointed out when I first started, this is dehumanizing. They want to break the spirits and they want to break the perception of our humanity. They want people to be desensitized to this. They want to normalize what they are doing. And it's just so egregiously unfair. And I hope that when people put that part in perspective, they put in perspective all of the criminals that Donald Trump has pardoned and all of the restitution they no longer have to pay. Then I hope that when you think about all the mercy, undeserved mercy that Donald Trump has shown January 6th insurrectionists who did far worse, I hope that people really let it sink in how much of a travesty this is and how much of an assault this is on the citizenship, not just of these individuals, but also on the citizenship of us all. Because if the citizenship can be attacked in this way for these folks, then it is not worth wiping your ass with what we have.
That's right. That's right. I'm going to bring in now Reese, and that was powerful. And I'm glad because it's actually fitting for the next guest we're getting. I'm going to invite in right now Dr. Frida. Dr. Frida, a triple board certified nephrologist. Girl, I have to read this because it's so impressive. So hold a second. Triple board certified nephrologist, medical expert in internal medicine, pediatrics, and obesity medicine. And frankly, dear friend of the show, Dr. Frida, can you believe that you're sitting there hanging out with me? It's an honor to spend time with you, Reese, and others. But shit shouldn't be me. It should be our friend Don Lemon.
Oh my goodness, I'm so activated. So I saw patients this morning, and when my office manager was going through the schedule, she casually said, "Hey, did you see what happened with Don Lemon?" I'm like, "No." And that's when I found out. So I've been activated all day. I put on my Lemon Live shirt, so all my patients have seen it. But I just really want to say, no, I can't believe that I'm here. But this just brings me to the reality that it's time out for being neutral. It's time out for being quiet. So I'm a physician. So by nature, I should have somewhat of an apolitical career, right? But the times I've been on talking with Don, we've talked about, Trump and the bruising and the bulge in his pants that's likely from a catheter. We've talked about, RFK Jr., the CDC, turning our health upside down, making America sicker again. We talked about Renee Good, finding out that she was still alive, still had a heartbeat 8 minutes after being shot. So as we talk about these things, I still sometimes hear my colleagues and other people who are in what should be apolitical careers say things like, well, I don't really get into politics. And I'm just here to say it's time out for that. It's time out for that. If you are walking, if you are living, if you are breathing, and if you believe in democracy, open your mouth. My platform is for, medicine. And I'm very excited. Here on YouTube, I have almost 1 million followers. It's for medicine. But guess what? I'm still a citizen. I'm a Black woman. I am a human, and all of our rights are being violated. And so I just want to say to people, the time for sitting back and being cute and not putting your voice forward, it's over. If you're neutral, you're not helping. And so they need to free Don and believe in freedom of speech, freedom of the press, because anyone who thinks they're safe and if you think they're not coming for you, they are. And so I'm just activated. And so I just want to come up here.
No. We're grateful. And let me tell you something. I love the fact that you brought up the issue, which is you are an expert in a different space, right? Your professional space, putting aside your personal journeys, but your professional space is different than mine, than Reese's, than Dawn's, and others. But the humanity is the common thread. That's the common denominator that should exist no matter who we are, what our backgrounds are, what we do for a living or for a job. And the fact that you feel so compelled to say, look, we can't stand by idly in silence and watch this happen, not because it's happening to a friend and colleague and somebody we respect, because it could be you tomorrow. They could say, you know what, Dr. Frida, I don't like what you said about the president. I think you're a domestic terrorist because you're spreading lies about the president. So I'm going to come and arrest you to silence you from not spreading lies about the president. And then we are activated to stand up and defend you, right? But it sounds so absurd. And yet we're sitting here on January 30th, 2026, having a conversation about a journalist being arrested for live streaming an event that had importance. And even if it hadn't been important, he was still entitled to do it. So talk about, Dr. Frida, why it's not risking it all to speak up. It's giving what you have to give to make sure that we have the privilege and the right to be able to speak up at the end of the day.
Absolutely. So, for me specifically in my field, things that, affect me just most immediately, the health insurance coverage changing. And I know originally the administration was not going to have the subsidies. Then they changed. Well, already I had patients coming and saying, I'm not going to be able to see you, or I'm not going to be able to afford my insurance anymore. I'm just going to, get off of insurance so I don't have to pay long term. I have patients who are making decisions between buying eggs and buying food for their families. And it all boils down to where you stand and who cares about your freedoms, you know? And then of course, you know, as you mentioned with personal journey, being a Black woman, regardless of my job, I've been political my whole life. I have parents who were raised in the Jim Crow South, but beyond that, it just impacts everyday life. And I've had patients, you know, even with women having the right to take care of their own lives, make their own decisions as far as reproduction being taken away. I've known, and maybe a lot of people didn't know before, that, you know, it's not just about birth control. Abortion is not just a birth control. It's actually medical care. And it's amazing now that I see people who have been Trump supporters in the past, and they have their stories saying, oh, you know, I wasn't allowed this care and I had a miscarriage and it was horrible. People are sitting around waiting until it happens to them. And so it's just important for everyone to speak up now. Don't be afraid. And there might be consequences, but there will be greater consequences if we all sit here and just look at ourselves while we see what's happening right before our eyes.
Dr. Frida, before I go back to Reese for something, you know, we haven't had an unsealed indictment yet, but one of the potential charges that Dawn could be looking at is a violation of the FACE Act. And I wanted to talk to you because you just mentioned abortion and reproductive freedom. The FACE Act was always used traditionally in this idea of being able to give access to reproductive freedom facilities, the ability to go and get an abortion, the ability to go and do it and not be killed, murdered, bombed, shot, threatened, you know, impeded in any way. But there's a subsection to that particular statute that deals with houses of worship. And the idea that Dawn was doing something that, you know, interfered or threatened or anybody. We all saw it was live streamed, folks. It was happening in real time. But your thoughts quickly about the idea that they're going to conflate a statute that was really meant to protect us and people that believed in reproductive freedom, and they're bastardizing and they're abusing the statute, and they're using to go after our journalists and other people of color, especially, who are speaking up and speaking out.
I think it goes to show that the people who are at leadership have no idea of history. And so they don't understand how hypocritical they are when the very law that they're using falsely against Dawn was a law that was meant to protect the very protections they had removed as far as women and reproductive rights. I think it's just one of those things that keeps showing that while this administration is so anti-DEI, the way that they try to demonize it, they are the ones who are there and they're unqualified and they don't understand the freedoms. And again, I know it's not the show for that. When it comes to women's reproductive freedoms, it's just so frustrating that we've gone all the way backwards. And then again, they're using the very law that was meant to protect the freedoms of women to make sure that they go back and they demonize this Black man who was simply using his freedom of speech. They don't care.
Reese, I'm going to beg your forgiveness for just 1 second because we have Congressman Eric Swalwell, who we're going to bring in now to this conversation, and we don't have a lot of time. Congressman Swalwell from California. Listen, Eric, can I call you Eric?
Yeah, please.
Eric. Yeah. Eric, look, what the hell? I mean, what is this shit? I mean, honestly.
This is what a dictatorship looks like. You're going after journalists. You're going after citizens exercising their constitutional rights. You're going after your political enemies. And it's not going to stop. And so we just have to get louder, and we have to be in more public squares. And people are waking up to this. And Donald Trump's strength, which was to protect us and to use immigration force as a way to do it, that's what he ran on, is now his greatest weakness, because it's clear he can't protect us. He is the greatest threat to us.
Congressman, and again, I apologize for using the word shit before. Congressman Swalwell, this idea, because you're also a prosecutor, former prosecutor, you're a lawyer, you understand the law, the idea that Dawn and Georgia Fort and these others that were there that got arrested, that they were doing something to interfere with the religious freedom that was happening in this church, when all Dawn and Georgia specifically were doing was live streaming and or covering this just as journalists.
That's what journalists do, right? And this is not, you know, a statement about what anyone else did in the church. Don's job as a journalist is to follow the story. And he did that. And to punish him for that, again, is an effort to make sure that journalists don't show up, that they don't cover their government, they don't go to protest. And that's why, you know, I see it as, you know, elections are so important, because right now there's no Congress to check the president. So we have what? The judiciary? Well, the Supreme Court is owned by Donald Trump. We can win in the lower courts, maybe slow it down a little bit, but the judiciary is largely gone. So what else do we have after that? Certainly not the executive branch. We have the town square. And so as long as people can go to the town square and the public sentiment can bring pressure on our leaders, then we can get out of this hell. However, if you aren't even allowing journalists to cover the town square, then people will just give up and they'll be demoralized. That's why it's so important that Don and other journalists are able to cover people peacefully protesting their government. I wrote and have sought to pass in Congress a Violence Against Journalists Act. I did it after Donald Trump back in 2017 was encouraging people to commit violence against journalists, and they were. You saw that at his rallies. I never imagined that the violence against journalists would be committed by the journalists' own government. And that's where we are right now. Don Lemon being falsely imprisoned by his own government.
Talk about the through line that we all know. Let's connect the dots, right? The immigration enforcement campaign to intimidate people to not stand in line on election day to go and vote in the November midterms. This now attack on free speech and the Fourth Estate silencing the media that speaks out, executing dissidents and opposition in the street like Alex Preddy and Renee Nicole Good, going to our cities like LA, Portland, DC, Chicago, going to states like Maine, going to Nashville, going all over our country. It all has to do with trying to control what happens with our vote and with our election, right?
That's exactly right. And that's why, let's take this kind of one step at a time, because I'm being asked by everyone, what can I do? What can you do as a citizen, and what should you expect of your elected officials? Well, I'm in Washington right now. We're waiting on a vote, on the ICE budget, and no elected official should give these guys a penny. We should not give them a penny. No one asked them to do what they're doing. They're dragging women by their hair through our streets. They've deported a 6-year-old child battling stage 4 cancer. They shot a mom named Good and a nurse named Preddy multiple times in the head. And so they shouldn't get a penny. And so you should tell your leaders, don't vote for that. Don't sanction that. Don't co-sign it. Don't give it any space. We should also make sure that we continue to support organizations that are in the courts, like Democracy Forward, like what Mark Elias and the ACLU and so many are doing, because yes, the Supreme Court generally will go against us, but you can put sand in the gears of their cruelty and corruption by supporting those who are going to the courts. Governors are not helpless. If you're a governor, you can say in your state, if you had worked for ICE, you are unhireable in our state. You're not going to be able to lateral over in another position. I believe governors have emergency powers where they can say, if you wear masks in our state, that we can take away your driver's license. And of course, make sure that you are prosecuting to the greatest extent of the law anyone who is committing offenses in your state. You have to be on offense every single day. And yes, of course, we will get to the midterm elections and we will win at the midterm elections. We'll cut our time in health in half at the midterm elections. We'll bring accountability and witnesses and use the subpoena power. But if we don't do those intervening steps, if we don't see our leaders do it, if we don't see governors do it, if we don't see attorneys general do it, and they're only going to do it if they feel the public sentiment that you all are already doing. You shouldn't have to do this. And your viewers have done more than any citizen should ever be asked to do. But it matters. It's working. We're seeing votes in the Senate that we wouldn't have seen in the past. And we just have to make sure that, again, from now, as we march all the way to the ballot box, we do everything we can to protect the most vulnerable in our community. And now that includes journalists.
I know that we don't have a lot of time left with you, Congressman Swalwell. I just wanted to actually end on a little bit of a higher note. I'm also looking at this as a sign that we have them running scared. The fact that they're now resorting to arresting journalists that are covering protests, that are exposing the truth, having a pastor of a church who's also the acting ICE director for that field office for ICE, things like that. I also think that one way to look at this, what just happened now, is unfortunate, horrible, illegal, and unconstitutional, but also shows that we have them rocked back on their
Katie,
heels.
I'm not sure if I lost you there or not.
Can you hear me now?
Sorry, I'm not hearing you back.
Can you hear me now or no? Can y'all hear me?
I hear you.
I can see Katie's
I can hear you.
Teams
Yeah.
Chat, but again, not hearing any audio back. So with that, I'll just say I'm with Don. I'm saying it's Don over Donald. That's where most Americans are right now. And Don, we're with you. More people than you know, people you've never met are with you. And We're all going to get through this, but it's because we're going to link arms, band together, march all the way to the ballot box. And it's not just voting. It's getting more people involved along the way, because we are better than this. So thank you all.
That's so too bad that he didn't hear, because I was going to underscore that we actually are having them rocked back on their heels right now. I just wanted to let people who are coming in right now to understand what's going on. I know you're here to support Don Lemon, and maybe you tuned in to think that maybe Don was out of custody, but no, this stupid government took him into custody in the middle of the night, so he would have to wait for his first appearance because they're assholes. But you're here showing support for Don. I have Reese and I have Dr. Frida here. We're going to have a few more guests that are coming in. Please make sure to show your support for Don in many ways. Speak up, speak out, but also subscribe. Subscribe to this channel. Let Don know that you're here to show him support, that you're here to show him love. And one way to do that is not only supporting Don, but those of us that are also in independent media, because they want to silence all of us, not just Don. Although Don, sadly, is now going to have to deal with criminal charges, which, Reese, as I'm bringing in Mike Nellis, who also is doing independent media. Reese, I wanted to go back to you because you said something, and Mike, I know you'll probably really kind of understand this too. Reese, you said before Dr. Frida joined us, there is a very real toll. There is a financial, physical, and psychological toll to being arrested. And whether or not this is a successful prosecution, which all of us believe is not going to be, part of the scheme by this administration is to drag you out of your hotel room in the middle of the night, or go to your home like Georgia Fort, where your children are crying in the background and you're masked, and God knows what happens to you when you open the door to people like that. Make you go sit in a jail cell, make you have to post a bond, make you have to hit a mugshot, make you have to go in front of a first appearance judge, make you do all of this, and now have to fight criminal charges against the biggest and most powerful law firm in the world. Reese, talk about why that's the point. It's not to find justice. It's not to make us safe. This has nothing to do with public safety. This has nothing to do with the safety of those congregants in that church. It is everything to do to exact retributive punishment for people who had the nerve to speak up.
Yeah, it's psychological warfare. It is trauma. I mean, Russell Vought, he's the architect of Project 2025. He said that he wanted to traumatize federal workers. So this is their playbook, is psychological warfare, not just only on the subjects, the people that they are persecuting, but also on everybody who was witnessing this. I've had people in my family say, hey, do we have a plan? If you get arrested, you're very vocal. Who do we call? What do we do? And so there are people, I think, and Katie, I'm sure you can attest to this, and everybody else can attest to, there are people in our lives that are concerned about our safety. And that is the point. But to that, what I will say is there is no amount of compliance that will save you. This is, and Jennifer said it in the last hour, this is a very thin-skinned regime. I mean, look at what they did with Jimmy Kimmel. It pales in comparison to arresting people, but he said the mildest critique, and he was snatched off of air before there was a big protest around it. And so people think, oh, don't bring a gun to a protest. Well, don't say nothing over here. Well, don't do this and don't do that. And that's going to save you. No, because when your citizenship has been shredded, then there's nothing you can do. You mentioned that this is the most powerful law firm. Look at what happened with Nikema Levy Armstrong. She was the first person arrested around these church disruptions. And they wanted to perp walk her. They wouldn't let her turn herself in. And then they weren't satisfied with the image of her stoically being perp walked. And so they photoshopped the United States government, who had already put out an image of her being perp walked, then turned around and photoshopped an image of her in tears. They manipulated her. This is the official accounts of the federal government. And so nobody should feel comfortable. And yes, it was a Black woman. And I think that people are very comfortable with Black women being terrorized, Black men being terrorized, gay people being terrorized, immigrants being terrorized, and even to a certain extent, white allies being terrorized. However, nobody should feel comfortable with a system that allows the government to manipulate your image, to manipulate videos. They have all these AI videos that they put out that has the ability to vindictively prosecute. We could go back to Kilmar Brega Garcia, who they admitted they mistakenly deported him, which again was against the court ruling that said you shouldn't be putting any of these people on a plane to CCOT. And then instead of rectifying it, they trumped up charges And then they've tried to deport him, or I should say traffic him, to all of these third-party countries, despite the fact that he said, hey, I'll go to Costa Rica. And so when you see all of these things put together, this is an emboldened government that is weaponized against us. And the truth will not save you. And that is what should really, really be concerning. We have the truth of what happened to Renee Good on video. We have the truth of what happened to Alex Preddy on video. We have the truth of what Don Lemon was doing and Georgia Fort was doing to report on video. And this government has said, don't believe me, or don't believe your eyes, believe what I say. And it's begging the courts to do the same and to exact revenge on people that they consider to be, as you put it perfectly, Katie, dissidents, and to do nothing with, as this judge said, 100-something violations of court orders. Do nothing over there where the federal government is violating the courts, but then exact maximum punishment on the people that are against this regime.
You know, Mike, thank you so much for being here. Mike Nelson and I are close friends. He and I hang out together a lot on Substack. Mike is one of the most incredible political strategists, but also somebody who understands kind of the state of play right now. Mike, your thoughts about the fact that we just went from 0 to 60, right, my friend? We just went from, saying, well, and listen, the White House, to your point, Reese, they posted 4 hours ago on the, quote, official Twitter account for the White House. They had a picture of Dawn, right? Do we have that, guys? Yeah. When life gives you lemons. I mean, these people have the maturity of like a fetus at this point. But, look, this is an official government account, Mike. Like, this is how far we have fallen, not us, but the Republicans, right? This is how far they have fallen from grace, that they would use an official account and they would post this type of shit.
Yeah, well, I think if they used half that creativity to try to come up with an idea to help the American people, Donald Trump's approval rating wouldn't be in the 30s, because they do that. They hung all those plaques about Barack Obama and Joe Biden along the hallway on the way to the Oval Office. Like, it's stupid shit like that I think people, it doesn't really matter. Like, this doesn't really matter, and the meme doesn't really matter, but it's just so indicative of the kind of people that we're dealing with here, where everything is about me, maximizing social media engagement. How can we piss off the libs today? Nothing about how to improve your life. It's all grievance, and revenge. That's it. And I'm sick of it. And when it comes to Don this morning, like, I found out, like, almost right away, like, something made me get up early this morning. Just like my spidey sense was tingling. I don't know. Maybe it's because usually Don texts me once a day to tell me to watch Heated Rivalry over the last month. And so I didn't get my text yesterday. I must have known something was wrong. But it's one, and I tweeted this morning, is they killed Alex Preddy for recording ISIS atrocities, and they arrested Don Lemon for basically doing the same, right? For doing his job, for being an independent journalism. And maybe you don't like Don Lemon. And my guess is if you're watching this, you love Don Lemon, but like, maybe you don't like Don. Maybe you don't agree with what he says. Maybe you don't like his opinions. Maybe you don't like the way that he's reporting, but he has every right to do that based on the First Amendment. And I haven't seen any of these free speech absolutists who are saying the government should never get in the way of anybody's ability to say anything here. Just like I haven't seen any of these Second Amendment guys talk about Alex Preddy being blamed for being murdered because he had a legal firearm and a concealed carry license. So where are they? They continue to expose themselves for the poor human beings they are, who only want the Constitution for themselves, and they don't want the Constitution for anybody else, particularly people who are willing to put their body on the line and go stand up to Donald Trump. And make no mistake, like Katie, you went to Minneapolis, like, you put your body on the line to go report here. I didn't do that. I got a 6-year-old boy at home. I didn't. I could have, but like you did, Don did, a lot of other people did, and people in Minnesota are still doing it right now, putting their bodies on the line. And I want to add one more thought before I'll hand the mic back to somebody else, but it's why did they go after Don specifically? Like, one, it is like a convenient distraction to the Epstein files that just dropped, and I don't know if anybody's had a chance to see them yet, but there's one particular allegation that's horrifying about a young woman that Donald Trump forced himself upon, and then she alleges that he hit her. And they don't want people reporting on that. They want the media focused on this, which is horrifying. But also, Don is one of the fastest growing content creators on the anti-Trump resistance side right now. He's over 1 million on YouTube. His Substack's killing it. He's all over social media. He was feuding with Nicki Minaj a few weeks ago and exposing her for being the fraud that she is. Like, they're going after Don because he's good at his job. If he wasn't good at his job, it wouldn't be worth doing. They want you scared, yeah, but they're going to go after anybody that they think is effective. And like, if you think it stops at Don, it doesn't. It eventually comes for everybody on this call. It eventually comes for people sitting at home if you resist this. And the answer to it is to resist it more. It's to get louder. It's to be angrier. It's to use your voice and tell these guys to to fuck off. I'm on YouTube, right? I can curse, but
No,
like,
honey,
Katie, I'm used to the way you and I talk
I
on
was
our
gonna
show.
say,
So like,
I
I don't,
say fuck off all the time, and it's
There we
always
go.
directed to them. And listen,
Yeah.
it sounds like you're channeling Dr. Frida. It's not a problem. Reese, I just found out you have been on since 10:30 this morning.
10:30.
Yeah, which is like freaking marathon.
We get
and
you
just
like a
because-
glass of water and a sandwich.
I
Like,
was
my
gonna
God,
say,
I'm worried
look,
for
Reese,
you.
I'm hungry.
I know. Reese, I want to say thank you to you for holding down the fort. I know I just joined a little bit ago, but I want to say thank you. And you've always had so much poignant and very spot on thoughts about everything. So thanks for being here since 10:30. And on behalf of Don and the team, we're grateful. And please go, get something to eat and get some water. But thanks for being here.
Thank you. I just want to say
drop
one
your
quick
Venmo
thing.
in the chat though, because I'm going to pay for your lunch.
Yes, and Reese, let people
crazy.
know where they can find you so they can support you as well, because you are definitely a fighter in the resistance as well.
Oh, yes. Okay. So I have the Reese Colbert Show on Sirius XM Urban View. I just celebrated 3 years of the Reese Colbert Show. I am on Clay Kane's show, and I'm on his book tour, The Burn Down Master's House. And my website, we had some comedians on earlier. We had D.L. Hughley and Jay Jordan. So listen, I bring some comedy too with my games. Am I Trippin'? AmITrippinGame.com. It's a fun game as well as sounds about right. So you can buy my game, Mike. You know, you might know some people.
Deal.
There we go. So go to AmITrippinGame.com and buy my game. And that's the equivalent of buying me lunch. So,
Oh, there we go. Look at that, Reese. You got to love this team at the Don Lemon Show, because they are able to roll up and show Am I Trippin' right there.
Yes,
That's where we go and buy the
yes.
game.
So that's my game that I created. But on another note, I just want to say this is Trump Crow. I've been calling it that for a very long time now, because I don't think Jim Crow 2.0 really drives it home, because this is a war on Americans. It's a war on anybody who's on the side of humanity, on the side of decency, is on the side of justice and fairness. And so it is incumbent upon all of us to recognize the moment that we're in and not pay attention to just the fact that the people that they feel most comfortable throwing out there first, the Black journalists, the Black activists, the 300,000 Black women who lost their job within 2 months of the administration. Yep. All of these people that they feel comfortable offering up as tribute, just because, and I said this before, just because we're the targets now doesn't mean that we're the end game. The end game is unchecked power. And that unchecked power is going to result in your economic subjugation, in your health. And Dr. Frida, you know this more than anybody on this call right now, in the subjugation of your healthcare access and the subjugation of where you can even afford to live or actually live with the climate change that's running rampant. And so it is incumbent upon all of us to resist, to call a thing, do what we can, and the way that we can do things. Like Mike said, I'm sorry, I'm not going to Minneapolis because I got a 4-year-old at home. But to everybody who's willing to get out there and contribute in the way that you can, the least you can do is not turn away. That's the very, very least you can do. And so that's what my call to everybody is don't turn away, don't check out, don't prove them right that we can be disillusioned and disaffected enough and apathetic enough that they can continue to get away with this. So thank you, Katie. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Dr. Frida.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Reese. It's so good to see you. And right now we're going to bring in Tara Palmieri. It was actually the perfect time to talk about this, right? About the Epstein files. Tara Palmieri, thank you so much for being here. For those of you that are tuning in, I am not Don Lemon. We all know why I'm here, but I am guest filling in for Don and having these amazing panelists hang out and just friends, really. You guys are not panelists. You guys are friends of Don, friends, you guys, of the Lemonheads that are here. So Tara, I mean, first of all, your thoughts as a journalist, as somebody who's also made the leap to independent media like we've all done lately, to be subjected to being arrested, not just criticism, right? Yeah. But to be arrested for covering something as a journalist?
It's really startling, Katie. Covering a protest is like one of the most basic forms of journalism. You know, you're covering a movement. All journalists have had that experience at some point in their career where they covered an uprising or a movement or just a protest. It's like even in journalism school. So to think that just being present would get you arrested is just like extremely extremely disturbing. And it's also, I mean, okay, say I was going to interview the Taliban. You know, if you walk into that cave, my friend Steve Schmidt gave me this example, and he's right. If you walk into that cave with the Taliban, are you a collaborator of them now? You know, it's just like, are you, because you're going into interview? It's really, it's frightening. And, you know, actually Don encouraged me to go independent. And he gave me a lot of advice about what to do, and like whether, even little things like whether to get a studio or not. And I've really looked to him for advice and, you know, as a mentor throughout all of this. And I think that he handles himself really well. And Don is at his best when he's out of the studio, when he's on the street, when he's showing people what's going on. And like, he's the eyes and ears of what is happening right now in the resistance movement. And so to take him away, they realize how powerful he is right now. They're not going after just anybody. They're going after him because they know that his work is really making an impact, and it bothers them. He's always been, you know, Trump has always had an issue with Don Lemon, right? Whether it's his race, his political leanings, being on CNN, he's always made it known he doesn't like Don. But I mean, if you heard Todd Blanche this morning at that, if you want to call it a press
Whatever
conference,
that was, yeah.
yeah, and he's asked about Don. He's like, "How dare you even ask me about Don Lemon? You arrested a U.S. citizen because who is exercising their First Amendment rights, and you don't have an answer for that? A very high-profile U.S. citizen? Like, it's just what world are we living in right now? It's just insanity."
Well, guess what? We actually have that sound right now. We're going to play it so everybody who's tuning in can understand. This is how Todd Blanche reacted. Let's go and hear that sound now.
I have anything to share about that.
And to follow up on that, do you have a reaction to the arrest of Don Lemon overnight?
Do I have a reaction to what?
To Don Lemon's arrest overnight?
Do I have a reaction to it? I don't know what that means. What are you looking for me to do? Jump up and down? No, I don't have a reaction to it. I don't know that the charges are unsealed yet. So no, I can't. I'm not going to comment on that.
Thank you.
I mean, what a defensive, prickly little bitch. I mean, really?
He's always like that. He's such a
No,
little shit.
well, you know what? But that's not an excuse, Mike, because
I
he's
know.
the freaking Deputy Attorney General of the United States. So that's not a professional response.
No,
One, and
honestly,
two.
even calling him the Deputy Attorney General of the United States is an insult because he's actually Donald Trump's personal lawyer. That's
Well,
who he
he's a
is.
law lackey. But
Yeah,
Tara,
right.
I'm sorry, I was cutting you off. You were saying something.
No, I thought it was incredibly indignant. It was revolting. He's a U.S. citizen. Don is a prominent journalist. He really represents us. I mean, we all are independent journalists right now.
Yep.
And there's no corporate overlords who can make a call to the White House to say, "Oh no, don't pick up Katie off the street. You know, let's make a deal." It's
Well, I don't really know
we
if they
represent,
interference in
you know
my
what
own
I'm saying?
profit anyway.
But like, I know the corporate media doesn't seem to really care that much about their people anymore, but there was at least a time when they would at least negotiate this in some way. But this is like, we're all, and not to be, you know, dramatic, but I don't think we're safe to go out and cover movements, protests, what's happening on the street, if you can just get rounded up. And
Well, they're just indiscriminate. I want to be clear. When I went to Minneapolis, and I just got back 24 hours ago, they were indiscriminately gassing journalists, protesters, children, people, anybody standing on the street. They didn't care who you were. They didn't care if you had press or anything. They were just like, fuck it. We're just going to do it because we don't want to hear from any of you people. I actually think that we should be coming out in more numbers now, instead of trying to, like, you know, temper what we're doing. But I understand, Tara, the whole plan behind this is to chill us from doing stuff, from being able to respond.
yeah, I mean, the fact that you're talking about the fact that you have children, you know, and that's why you wouldn't want to go out there. You know, we should have the freedom to be able to document history and what's happening. And it's just, I don't know. I saw Sarah Snyder struggling on the street in CNN. She's a top-notch reporter covering the protest over the weekend. She's being gassed. She's like, I've never experienced anything like this. Like, this is a war on the ground. And what the journalists that are out there have been doing. So, like, Katie, thank you for going out there, and everyone else. They are documenting history for us. Like, we are, you know, you go into a war zone and there are a lot of risks, but the risk shouldn't be getting arrested.
Yeah. Dr. Frieda, I'm sorry. I wanted to go back to you about something because I know it's not necessarily specifically your medical kind of space, but I think that you could more than talk about this. I'm actually led to believe, from what I've been hearing off the record and stuff like that, that this really wasn't a Trump thing, that they're making a lot of decisions and not including Trump in this. And I think that could be a reflection of what they think about his ability to be making these types of decisions. I don't think Trump, from what I have been hearing off the record, is saying, yes, go and arrest him, right? Does that make sense? Like, I don't think that that's happening. Like, I think that it's a reflection of what they think about his mental acuity, his ability to be able to be in this decision-making process. Although a lot of people would probably be inclined to believe, Dr. Frieda, that he is, driving this bus. But I really think that because he's just not there anymore mentally, I don't think that they include him in any of this.
Yeah, and of course, there's no way to actually know. But Don and I have spent a lot of time.
His medical records, Dr. Frieda. If we saw his medical records, we would know.
Right. And he keeps telling us he's aced all of the cognitive tests over and over again. But I've spent a lot of time talking with Don and on the show about all of the signs of dementia. Of course, I'm not Donald Trump's doctor. I don't know. But you're right, how he has difficulty with word finding, how even the way that he walks, he meanders in a way that is consistent with someone with cognitive decline, the way that he forgets and can't keep up with his lies at times, quite frankly. He forgets, the people who are in the room. He says things, he has this tangential thought. There are lots of signs of dementia, though I don't know if it's his diagnosis, but I agree. For some of these very well executed diabolical plans, such as arrest, such as killing US citizens, it takes someone with a very high cognitive function, and it really doesn't seem like he has it. And I want to say something to what Tara said, how, you can't be sure if it's safe to go out and protest. When you said that, it's absolutely true, and it's absolutely chilling, because the fear is the point. If journalists start feeling that their lives are in danger, their safety is in danger from going out, then they will no longer cover the protests. And then what happened to Renee Good, what happened to Alex Preddy will be able to happen in the dark, and the incidents will multiply. And so that's why it's so important, even, and I'm in the South. And I want to tell Reese, when she called it Trump Crow, I always say how my parents are raised in the Jim Crow South. I'm here in the Atlanta area, where somewhere they're in Fulton County trying to taking our election ballots, voter rolls. So I guess instead of just saying that my parents are raised in the Jim Crow South, perhaps I'm being raised in the Trump Crow South. But I just think it's just so important that regardless, we all have to make calculated risk, especially those of us with children. I have three kids as well. But what I don't want to happen is I don't want them to win. I don't want us to be quiet. I don't want the fear to be silencing, because we all know, we've read 1984, we've seen the movies, we've seen history, and history is now the present unless we do something to act against it.
That's so true. Tara, I just wanted to kind of pull on a small thread here. A lot of people are saying that the Don Lemon arrest and the arrest of Georgia Fort and others is a distraction from the Epstein files. 3 million plus docs got dropped right now, although they're never dropped in a way that's particularly easy to read. But some of the stuff that we've been kind of skimming through as we've been dealing with the fallout of Don's arrest has been really egregiously horrible, Tara. We knew there was some bad shit out there, but this has been pretty bad. Just kind of your top line thoughts. I know you haven't had a chance to read 3.3 million documents, obviously. Although you are a superwoman, so I wouldn't be surprised. But kind of your top line thoughts, though, about the fact that this is now the next big tranche of docs that have been released.
The timing is interesting. It's always a Friday, right? That's when they want to take out the trash. Then you add in the unjust arrest of a journalist. And then, of course, they just put out the charges 15 minutes ago as we're going of Don's charges, as we're going through the actual documents. It's interesting how the Daily Mail has a leak about Bill Gates and Melinda Gates, and it claims that Bill had gotten some sort of STD that Epstein knew about, and that he was trying to give Melinda give her antibiotics without her knowing about it. And so it's so obvious that they are strategically leaking in advance to obfuscate what is damning about President Trump, because there are some really damning tips that were called in. Now they're just tips, and if this administration, this Justice Department, wanted to do the right thing, they would actually follow up on all these tips and run real investigations, but they refuse to. Instead, Todd Blanche likes to say, I want to get the exact quote, because it was just so horrific to me that he would just say, there are no men, we have no evidence. Well, how would you know if you don't run an actual investigation, when so many of these survivors have said that they were assaulted and sexually abused by other men outside of Jeffrey Epstein? Because Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell do not it's not just them that get 1,000 victims, and many men have had civil lawsuits filed against them by survivors. And we know from Ghislaine Maxwell herself that 23 people signed settlements with the government. So who are those people, and why don't we know more about them? But Todd said, no, you're not going to learn anything about it. Don't worry. I don't know if there are men that abused women. That is what the Deputy Attorney General said. That is completely disregarding tips that have been called in, testimony from the survivors, their depositions, civil lawsuits, settlements that have been made. They are just not taking this seriously at all. And, they're strategically leaking. So look at that shiny object. Of course, a story about an STD among the richest man in the world is something that everyone's going to be buzzing about. The first time it was all pictures of Bill Clinton with, Epstein's girls and, in a hot tub. So it's like, this time it's Bill Gates. But they're doing it strategically. This is about telling a story. This isn't about getting to the truth. This is about a narrative. And every single step of the way, especially now that survivors know this is the last tranche and they're not getting anything else, it's extremely heartbreaking to them. This is not what they wanted. They wanted the release of the Epstein files so that they could break the non-disclosure agreement, so that they could feel free to talk about the abuse that they were under, so that they could speak openly about the men that abused them. They wanted that safety of the Justice Department having their back. The Justice Department is basically like, see no evil, hear no evil. But here's some documents that are just a bunch of tips.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is
not to follow it and find out if they're real. Because
And
we
these are
don't
the
want
people
to know.
that are supposed to have seen it all, because what gets released publicly is redacted, right? And these are supposed to be the people like Todd Blanche and others that have seen it all. Tara Palmieri, I know we have to let you go. Thank you so much for being here. But like we've been saying, for those that have been tuning in, we are doing this. I am guest hosting for Don Lemon. We are doing this to show our support and love for Don, but also for independent journalists. So not only like and subscribe, please, for Don Lemon's show, but Tara, where can people find you and subscribe and support you, please?
Thank you. I'm at the Red Letter on Substack. You can go there, subscribe. That's a great way to keep me going. And I'm on YouTube too, at Tara Palmieri. And appreciate all of your support. And let's get Don out of here and show that this independent media movement cannot be stopped. This is not. Yeah. Thank you guys for what you're doing too. I'm really in awe of you.
So good to see you. Thank you so much. And Dr. Frieda, I know that we have to let you go as well. Thank you so much for joining us. You are a hero for a lot of us, but I know that you're also a dear friend of the show. You're a Lemonhead, and we're so grateful for you. So thank you for being so brilliant as always and spending time with us today.
Thank you.
It's good to see you.
Hi.
Mike, it's Katie and Mike. We're not breaking
You're
bread.
stuck with me. Yeah, you're stuck with me now.
But I wanted to say for everybody who's tuning in, it is just a little bit off the top of the hour, 3 o'clock Eastern, 12 o'clock on the Pacific Coast. That is where Don Lemon was, in Los Angeles in California, where in the middle of the night, he was illegally and unconstitutionally arrested by federal agents, theoretically, or not theoretically, allegedly having violated a law, which we all know is bullshit. And that is a legal definition, right, Mike? I want to play right now a TMZ video for Harvey Levin and just let people understand what's going on here, because TMZ actually had something good to say. So if you can play that, that would be great, team.
So the Trump administration wonders why people are saying that they are trying to form a dictatorship. Well, look at the landscape. Arresting Don Lemon, who covered a protest in Minneapolis, is just insane, ridiculous, dictator-like. This is the playbook that dictators use to destroy democracies and take the will of the people away. It is as simple as that. The First Amendment is the First Amendment for a reason. It is considered the preferred amendment when you have to start balancing what's more important. The framers of the Constitution knew that a free press was essential to a democracy. Without a free press, you don't have a democracy. And it's real clear that Donald Trump and company doesn't want a free press. The idea that a journalist, which Don Lemon has been for 30 years, would walk into a church and film a demonstration which is of national interest, and then to say somehow, when you watch the video, they say he's part of the protest. Watch that video. He is covering the protest. He is covering it. That's what journalists do. I covered riots. I was a local reporter in Los Angeles for 15 years, and I covered riots and floods and earthquakes and all sorts of things where I had to step into areas where there were police, where there was activity, private property. When you're covering an event like this, like a protest, which I've covered many, you step into it. And that's what journalists do. And that's what Don Lemon did. The idea that the Justice Department is saying he walked onto private property, that is insane. A church invites everybody in. Have you ever seen a church with a no trespassing sign saying no journalists allowed? Have you ever seen any house of worship that says that? It is insane that they're making this stupid argument transparent. And yet, a grand jury indicted Don Lemon after a magistrate said there's insufficient evidence. Well, a grand jury will indict anybody because Don Lemon doesn't appear before the grand jury. ABBE Lowell, his lawyer, doesn't appear before the grand jury. The Justice Department says what the Justice Department wants the grand jury to believe, and almost every time they believe it. It's all the way it's skewed. This is a ridiculous assault, and I don't want to say just on the First Amendment. It's a ridiculous assault on democracy. Trump administration should be ashamed of itself, but they're not. And they will continue to do this. And they are going after journalists. They're getting search warrants for their homes. It is obvious what's happening in this country, people. Look at what is happening. You're going to look back in 2 years if somebody doesn't stand up to them, and I know people are now, but you're going to look back in 2 years and say, wow, we didn't see that coming. Well, Neville Chamberlain should have saw it coming, and he didn't. And we don't want to be in that position. So wise up, everybody, because it's obvious what's happening here. This is an outrage.
So,
hell of a statement.
Yeah. So look, I mean, and I don't know if folks know, I see y'all in the chat. I'm looking at y'all in chat. So if you didn't think that I wasn't giving you guys love, I see you guys in the chat right now. Love you guys very much. Here's the deal. Not everybody has a fondness or a taste for Harvey Levin, right, Mike? But here, the guy's a lawyer, number one, and number two, he's been in media for a long ass time. But what he said, if we're at the point where Harvey Levin from TMZ, Mike, is saying that this is a dictatorship and this is the act of a dictator, we got some problems, right?
Well, yeah, it's like all the podcast bros this week, like Andrew Schultz speaking out about the shooting of Alex Preddy, which, by the way, wasn't even a fucking week ago. I just want to say how much news.
Oh, I know. Isn't that fucking crazy? It's only been like 5 days now or some shit. Like not even.
I was at swim lessons with my son. I feel like that was 5 minutes ago. But they're coming out against it. And like I shot like a video for my YouTube about it. And a lot of the comments were a lot of great comments, but there were a lot of people that were like, I don't give a shit what these people say. We're in this mess because of them. And I'm like, I need them to help me get out of it though. Yes, I'm mad at them too. And like Harvey is not my favorite person on the planet, but like it tells you where the window has moved politically on this stuff and how weak Donald Trump's support is, that people are willing to speak out against him. I mean, it's same. I mean, Katie, you and I have talked about this, but my dad with the shooting of Renee Good and the murder, they're both murders to be clear, of Alex. My dad's a former law enforcement officer, 34-year veteran of the FBI. When he's going, these are bad shoots and these are bad people. Like that's how far those things move. Because my dad voted for Trump all 3 times. My dad supports all kinds of, shoots. I hate to use the term shoot, but it's a law enforcement term in that context. That he defends that I think are indefensible, and he can't defend these. So it just tells you like how far everything's moved. And it's why this White House is acting more and more defensively and being more aggressive because they're backed into a corner politically. It's why they're stealing ballots in Georgia right now too.
Yeah, that's right.
Laying the foundation to try to fuck with a close election in the midterms. And the good news is if we do our jobs right as Democratic strategists, if I do like you're a journalist, I'm a Democratic strategist. Like I tell people all the time, I'm not a journalist, but if we do our jobs right, it won't be close in most places. And I think we're heading towards that every day.
So I just wanted to bring everybody some updates on this because there had been some kind of speculation about what Don was being charged with. The AP reporting at 2:35 p.m. Eastern today, Mike, journalist Don Lemon has been charged with conspiracy and interfering with the First Amendment rights of worshipers during a January 18th protest at the city's church in St. Paul. You know the crazy thing is though, Mike? We freaking watch it happen in real time. It was live streamed. You mean to tell me if Don had the criminal intent to go and break the law, that he went to go terrorize people or interfere with their rights to worship in that house of worship? You mean to tell me that he would have been live streaming it? I mean, that is some of the dumbest legal theories and lack of logic and rationale that we ever see from this DOJ, that they seem to think that somebody wants to go commit a crime, that they're going to put it on a live stream so all the world can see them committing a crime. It's not a crime. And, you know, Mike, it's amazing because you and I spend time on Substack together, as does you and Don, as do most of us that are now in independent media. And we spend time speaking openly and plainly about the abuses of this administration. I probably use the word fuck like 20 times talking about this administration on a daily basis.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it at MS Now. I couldn't do it in a legal legacy media channel. But this is what Don does. And importantly, Don goes to where the people are. He is one of the best, we call it man on the street type of interview. I know he interviews women too. But man on the street, MOS is what we call it in journalism. And he goes to where the people are so they don't have to go and sit on a panel like you and I do sometimes on cable news or whatever, or that we have to go into even like this, like on a channel, right? He goes to somebody on the street and says, tell me what you think. And 9 times out of 10, it's not some canned talking head pundit. It's somebody who's saying, look, I may not like Trump, but I don't have enough money in my bank account, so I don't really know what to do, right? I mean, we get these kind of unadulterated things. So, Mike, your thoughts about the idea that they, like Tara said, like they targeted somebody really high up in the food chain when it comes to independent media.
Yeah, well, they originally charged him with like the KKK Act, right?
Which
is
Ku
just
Klux Klan
the
shit.
Ku Klux Klan shit. Yeah, I mean, it's so dumb. And like 3 judges have rejected this. And you know, look, a grand jury, they can get any indictment or subpoena they want from a grand jury because the defense doesn't have an opportunity to defend itself. And honestly, like, might be worth taking a look at that because that's being abused by a lot of people in the Trump administration right now to do shit like this. And God knows what they told them, right? Because they have a history of going in and lying and giving them false evidence. And that's what happened with James Comey and Tish James. A big part of the reason that the Comey thing happened, Comey's got thrown out so quickly, was because they completely botched the investigation with prosecutors who had never prosecuted a case before, Katie.
Oh, Lindsay Halligan.
Lindsay Halligan had never, like, she's just like fresh out of law school, as far as I know. So like, it's so stupid. And I want to just add one more thing, which I've been like trying to find a way to work in for a while now, is like, I've been on X today. I'm just lighting these people up. And so many of them have been like, you know, Don Lemon isn't even really a journalist. And this is so rich to me. I know, right? Exactly. But they're arguing that Don Lemon isn't a journalist. He's actually an activist, which is horseshit. My favorite part about this, though, is the same people who are saying Don Lemon isn't an activist were hailing Jack Probstak asking questions from a White House press briefing like a month ago. And so it's like, Jack Probstak, the Pizzagate guy, is a fucking journalist, but Don Lemon, who's been doing this for 3 decades, is not. And in the video that they're indicting him on where he shot, he didn't just like live stream what happened at the protest. He did man on the street interviews with people who were protested against in that church, asking them how they felt about what was happening, how they felt about what was going on in Minneapolis, this protest at their church, their pastor being part of the ICE operations. And those interviews are actually interesting to me. And that is, to me, what journalism is. And so again, they for every action that they take, they want you to think twice before you leave your house. They want you to think, man, I don't know if I should record that ICE agent over there because he looks mean and I don't want to get shot. And like that runs through your body when you have kids, especially for me. Like I can't leave my son alone. I'm the only male role model in his life, basically. And like that scares me, but that's what they want. And like, I'll add one more thing and I'll hand it back to you, Katie. It's like this morning when I first saw it, I was laying in bed and I angrily wrote a friggin' tweet that was basically like, this is the dumbest thing the Trump administration could have done. Don's going to do better, et cetera, et cetera. My wife leaned over my shoulder and was reading what I wrote because she kind of hear me breathing heavy when I'm mad. And she goes, are you sure you want to actually send that? Like, what are you going to do if they come here? And I was like, and I thought about it for a second, hit send on it anyway, because I'm not going to let these people dictate what I think. And it isn't about me right now because Don's the one who's in prison. But like, what the hell are we doing? And they're coming for everybody. At the end of the day, if they think you're a threat, either in person because you're recording something or you're protesting, or they think it because you've got an audience that's too big or a point of view that's going to pierce right through their bullshit, they will come after you. And Don isn't the bottom of this. Like Don's the beginning of it. We're still in the beginning of this. We're only 1/4 of the way through this madness. So that's why it's important we do this stuff and we stand with Don.
Absolutely. So we're going to have a couple of people joining us in any minute, but I want to just share the breaking news. The indictment has now been unsealed. The indictment has been unsealed, and it is a 14-page indictment, and it's from the United States District Court, the District of Minnesota. And it has in the indictment, it is 9 defendants that are listed. So you guys can see it right now. If you're tuning in, you can see it's United States of America versus, and it has Nakima Levy Armstrong, Chantel Allen, and William Scott Kelly, Don Lemon, Jamel Lundy, Traherne Cruz, and Georgia Fort. Now, the last 4 names that you see, because there's 2 names that are redacted, right? Don is number 4, Jamel is 6, Traherne is 7, and Georgia is 8. Those are the 4 people that were arrested today. Don and Georgia Fort, independent journalists. Jamel Lundy and Traherne Cruz, they are an organizer for Black Lives Matter in Minnesota and a candidate, actually, for Minnesota Senate race. And this indictment, again, is 14 pages, and all defendants have been charged with conspiracy against the right of religious freedom at a place of worship. They are alleging that Don Lemon went into this church, and this is on paragraph 3, folks. The service commenced. A group of approximately 20 to 40 agitators, including all of the defendants named in this indictment, entered the church in a coordinated takeover style attack. That's what they used, Mike. And engaged in acts of oppression, intimidation, threats, interference, and physical obstruction alleged herein. As a result, this is paragraph 4 of the indictment, of the defendant's conduct, the pastor and congregation were forced to terminate the church's worship service. Congregants fled the church building out of fear for their safety. Other congregants took steps to implement an emergency plan, and young children were left to wonder, as one child put it, if their parents were going to die. Oh, I'm sorry. Did anybody think about a fucking 6-year-old child of Renee Nicole Good? Okay, I'm sorry, folks who are tuning in. I'm getting a little bit agitated here.
Wait, can I add something on that? Because I'm pissed off now. Is that okay?
Yeah, quickly.
Okay.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Where, look at all this action they took for this church. Look at how little action they took when a Catholic school in Minnesota was shot up by a gunman, and kids were shot at while they were worshiping. They didn't do shit about that, but they did this because
and they're going to the schools and they're arresting and taking away. They're detaining 5-year-olds and 2-year-olds and 6-year-olds and stuff like that. Mike, I know you need to go. We actually are going to bring in Jamel Hill, but Mike, it's good to see you, my friend.
You too. Thank you so much, Kate. Thanks everybody. Bye.
Jamel Hill.
Hey, what's going on? Thank you for having me.
Listen, no. Thank you for being here. We are so grateful for your voice. I don't know if you were following along, Jamel, but this indictment has been unsealed. And this is some crazy talk, as it is with this administration. But they're alleging that Don was a part of a conspiracy to intimidate, threaten in a violent manner clergy, staff, and congregants of this church, to interfere with their free exercise and enjoyment of the rights and privileges secured to them by the laws of the United States. Now, hold a second. They're now alleging, if we go to page 4, Jamel, I'm going to just really highlight this for you. If folks on the team, page 4, subparagraph B, all defendants met at a shopping center for a pre-op briefing, including Don Lemon, he's identified, about the target of their operation, which was the city's church, and provided instruction on how the operation would be conducted once they arrived. I mean, Jamel, you're also a journalist. You are somebody who has been in this space even longer than we have. This is insanity that when somebody like Don, even if he accompanies these protesters, he's not there to interrupt, interfere, disrupt, threaten, or, exact violence on these people. In fact, I remember while he was actively live streaming this, that he spoke to a guy who was leaving with his kid and they had a calm conversation about what was going on.
Yeah. So for people who may not be aware about how these things operate, is that it is not uncommon at all for activists to alert journalists that they are planning a protest and what they plan to do. And part of the reason that they do this is because they do want maximum media coverage. They want to draw attention to whatever is their cause. And so they're not working with journalists. They're just saying, hey, we're going to be at this place. We're showing up. We're protesting this. This is our fight. And it's up to you whether or not you want to do that or not. So unless they have some pretty damning evidence that Don Lemon was planning, telling them where to go, which I doubt that they do. So it is not uncommon in that space for journalists to be alerted. But we all know what this is that this is a very clear and a clear-cut attack on the press. It's a clear-cut attack on democracy. It's a clear-cut attack on what we say we're supposed to value in this country. And I'm gonna just keep it real. I think it was very intentional for it to be Black journalists that Donald Trump went after aggressively in this fashion. Obviously,
so far, the only people who've been arrested have been Black people,
right?
Period. Yeah.
Yes. And we have watched enough protest footage to know that, frankly, yes, there have been some Black people out here, but Black people are not the face of the protests that are happening in Minneapolis. Certainly, again, some have joined, but we're not the face of that. But this administration knows that the constant lever and trigger that we're faces on things and incurring a level of rage and a level of, oh, it was justified what happened to them, even though in the last few weeks, it's 2 white people who are American citizens who have been shot and killed.
That's
but
right.
They want to make sure that in order to get Americans to frankly co-sign their own rights being taken away, that they make Black people the face of this so that they will gladly sign up and participate in this, in this justification and this narrative that these journalists and these activists somehow deserve to have the full weight of the government pressed upon them. The whole reason that we get into this profession as journalists is to hold power to account. It was a very simple phrase I often heard in journalism school, which was, our job is to afflict the comfortable and comfort the afflicted. That is supposed to be the role of the journalist, right?
Yeah.
So Don Lemon, who, if you watch many of the videos that came from this particular protest, he makes a point several times of saying, I'm not with them. I am here as a journalist. In fact, the pastor of the church that he talked to, he said that exactly. He said, oh no, I'm just here to chronicle what happens. And he asked them questions just as any journalist would do. And just so people know, it was journalists on the ground on January 6th. It was journalists that got inside the Capitol on January 6th. They were there to tell people this is what is happening inside of this building in this extraordinary moment in American history. That is what journalists do. And to me, this is the Trump administration trying to intimidate journalists.
Of course.
And I said it at the time, when there have been many moments where I felt like there should have been widespread journalistic solidarity. It didn't matter if you were left, right, up, down, center, backward, sideways. All right. Didn't matter. But with, for example, smaller example, but when Trump was trying to force the media to use the Gulf of America instead of the Gulf of Mexico. And I believe he pulled the Associated Press's credential. No White House press journalist should have showed up at the next press conference, or they all should have said, if you pull one, you got to get rid of all of us. I don't care if you work for Fox. I don't care if you work for Breitbart, Daily Call, don't matter. They all should have stood up and said, oh, hell no, this can't happen on our watch. And I grew up in that kind of journalistic solidarity, so it pains me to not see it. CNN put out a statement on behalf of the free press and what has happened to Don Lemon. And we know that that CNN and Don didn't leave on the best of terms. But even they understood, yep, there's a statement. Even they understood what this moment meant. And frankly, if the other entities have any guts, CBS, I know they're going through a lot right now.
Oh, yeah.
All of them need to put this type of statement out and say, tell you what we're not going to do is this, and make a collective, unified journalistic stance, because today is Don Lemon and Georgia Fort. And I'm telling you, it's going to eventually get to your doorstep, as we've seen so many times in this administration.
Well, look, I said recently that the murders of Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy, being people that are not of color, but standing in solidarity and showing and protesting and being dissidents is what I've called them, political dissidents to what is happening here, that was a gut check for a lot of people in America, because they saw somebody that looked like them and they were like, oh shit, even they're getting gunned down in the street just for speaking their minds. But to your well-taken point, it is no coincidence, though, in the furtherance of the dehumanization of people, that you're going to go for the black and the brown people, and you're going to try to use them as an example, because that gets you back into the whole domestic terrorist, violent leftist kind of energy, which only sits there and tries to, it's confirmation bias for these people that are dumb enough not to use their critical thinking skills to realize that this is all lies that come from this administration. But what's really unfortunate, Jamil, is this: Don Lemon is now going to have to fight a criminal case. And I don't care how strong you are. This is why we have to show the love, and why I'm so grateful you're here with me today and everybody who's tuning in. It's not easy to fight a criminal case, especially a federal criminal case. And so he's going to have to go through the ringer to have to go through this. And even though he is strong and brave, and we know that he can withstand the storm, it takes a lot. And that's the point, right? Because then it makes you stop and maybe take a second thought about whether or not you're going to go back out, which I'm doing in a few days, to go back out to Minneapolis. You know, they don't want us to go back out there, and they don't want us to bear witness is the issue.
And realize, I agree with everything you said, is that this is an intimidation tactic. It's not necessarily about, it is about sort of stopping Don Lemon and Georgia Ford and others, but it's also about, as you said, making sure that the next journalist who's thinking about on the boots or on the ground reporting, boots on the ground, that they pull their punches, that maybe they report it a little differently because they're afraid of the retaliation. And, you know, I have to say is that to some extent, the current legacy media environment set the table for this. Is that when we saw the capitulation from CBS, when we saw the capitulation from ABC and Disney, when we have seen their capitulation, they let this administration know that that was okay. That was the bat signal that, hey, we'll just back down. When you bend the knee, the bully doesn't stop making you bend the knee. The bully keeps going. All right. The bully's never satisfied, which is why you shouldn't do it. And seeing all these corporations do this is what makes it possible for them to feel justified and emboldened to arrest Don Lemon and others in what is clearly a politically motivated attack on free assembly, on freedom of the press. This is all by design. And when you really start connecting the dots, and you know, you look at the drop of the Epstein files, which everybody is into right now.
Three something million documents, right?
Yes, right. So when you coincided with that, and the fact that just a couple of weeks ago, we have the feds raiding a Washington Post reporter's home, looking for documents related to her source, you know that this is just part of what was really diagrammed in Project 2025, and what this administration has always signaled is that they consider the press to be enemies of the state. And it's very easy. It's a very easy, dangerous concept to get people to rally around, because nobody likes the media. The media is low hanging fruit. What's lower hanging fruit are Black journalists. All right. We always been on the menu every time. And as you know, I went through my own experience with Donald Trump. Thank God I said it in 2017 and not now. They might have had me in handcuffs walking outside of ESPN. And so, you know, because people know that in this moment, and they know the administration, they're not slick about what they're doing. They're telegraphing all their plays, and they know that a very easy way to get people to galvanize, to destroy their own rights, is if you galvanize them against the right people. And it's, you know, as soon as they say fraud, it made them willingly acquiesce to all of our data possibly being stolen by Doge. It made them say, oh, guess what? Oh, because of this very small percentage of people that might be committing fraud in SNAP, we just gonna wipe away everybody's rights, or everybody's, you know, ability to eat and to have basic survival elements in this country. It's like the easiest way to get people to join in on that is to make them believe that somebody they don't like is getting something they don't deserve. It's a play that works every fucking time. I just wish we would stop falling for it.
Well, yeah, and that's why complacent mainstream media, legacy media that was lazy and complacent and thought that it was okay to both sides it, going into November 2024 was a huge reason why we ended up with this SOB in the Oval Office a second time. Jamel Hill, I'm so glad you're here. I know that we only had a brief amount of time.
I'm a big fan, by the way. Huge fan. So this was an honor. Yes.
Look, I'm grateful for your voice. We also want to uplift, not only supporting Don, but uplift people like you that are also in the fight. Where can people find you? Where can they support you, Jamel?
So like Don, I also have my own YouTube channel, which people can find. I have a brand new podcast out with my dear friend, Carrie Champion, that just started Wednesday. And today we dedicated, we have an episode that either dropped already. We're Monday, Wednesday, Friday, available on iHeart or wherever you get your podcasts. Also, you can watch us watch the episodes on iHeart's YouTube page. But we, both of us being friends of Don, we love Don.
Yeah.
He's always been a supporter of both of our careers. We make sure to dedicate and discuss this topic at length on the show. So people can catch the podcast, they can catch my YouTube page. And tonight I'm actually doing CNN. I'm doing Abby Phillips show. So this should be interesting.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You bring that fire. Oh my God.
Man. You got me warm. You got me teed up right now. So I'm ready.
Hell to the Jamel, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you always.
Appreciate
And we're
you.
going to bring in now Tim Miller from The Bulwark, and one of like the smartest voices that we could ever have. Tim, you know, I was saving this question for you. What the fuck is going on?
Katie, good to be with you, man. I'm back for round 2 on the live stream because I had another thing to say about this. Look, they have been trying to look for any potential opening to get revenge against people who speak out against them, who organize against them, who have spoken truth about Donald Trump's various crimes. And you know, they tried it by, you know, going through people's mortgage history. They tried to have Bill Pulte go through everybody's mortgage history. That didn't work. You know, they had success actually inside the administration of purging people that worked for the government who were involved. But, you know, I think that what they saw here with the situation in Minneapolis was we are going to use this activist effort to disrupt this church to take these people and make examples of them and to intimidate people and to try to silence them. And I don't know. I think it's gonna be hard for Don, and I feel bad for him. I'm happy to be on and just show solidarity, but like, I think this is gonna backfire. I do. I really do.
This is so overreach, right? I mean, I feel like it just shows that this is a huge belly. They're showing their belly. They're showing their weakness on this if they have to go after Don. And Georgia Fort, let me be clear. Georgia Fort also arrested today. Independent journalist, Black female, amazing, in Minneapolis.
Yeah, did you see the video of the Georgia Ford arrest? It's crazy. It is lunacy.
Yeah, with the mask.
It's like it's the darkened night. She's got kids in the house. You got multiple cop cars coming to the door. You know, they're armed. Like, why? Like, why? What is the purpose of this? Like, they could have done this in a manner. And look, obviously this is all frivolous. So there's no reason to do any of these arrests. But you know, you've been through all this. There are different types of arrests these guys can do. Like, they make a choice to make a scene. Okay, like they could have called her and said, "Hey, we have a grand jury has come down. You know, come report to the." Whatever, you know, come report to the headquarters, wherever it is, and you know, we're gonna book you and take you in. Like, and then she could have had a chance to retain counsel and decide what to do. Right? Like, that's how you can do things in a free country. Like, this is secret police, East Germany, Hungary stuff, right? Sending thugs to her house in the dead of night to take her down for what? For committing an act of journalism, for doing what is enshrined right there in the First Amendment, where it says that we in this country, we have freedom of the press. And so, you know, look, I want to ask you about the legal element of this a little bit, but just one more thing, just on kind of the backfire part. I'm already hearing from folks like this is breaking through. Like, this is breaking through in the group chats, like regular folks. I've been hearing from like people that are not as political in my life, that are not, you know, we all got the super friends who are texting it every time there's another crazy thing happening. That not them. Like, regular folks are like, what is happening? Like, they're arresting journalists now. Like the people don't want this. Like and obviously there's 2 murders, Renee Good and Alex Preddy broke through. This is all a series of, you know, events that have happened back to back to back. And I'm not saying that there aren't red hat people and people on Fox that are excited about this and they're drinking Don's tears and doing all. There are bad folks out there in the country. There are folks out there that want to see other people suffer. But the average American, like, it did not sign up for this. Maybe, I mean, some of them did by accident, or maybe not knowingly, or not using their judiciousness. But now that it's here, there is going to be a backlash, and it's going to, you know, I think redound to Don's benefit as far as his platform is concerned. I'm interested in your take. Have you seen the indictment? Have you had a chance to read it, or have you been live streaming?
Yeah, no, I was able to see the indictment, and you know, Tim, just, you know, remember the indictment is based upon information and facts that are not challenged, right? There's a reason why they say you can indict a
Right,
ham
sure.
sandwich. So Don's incredible lawyer, ABBE Lowell, who's a good friend, ABBE wasn't there during the presentment of this indictment to a grand jury. And as we've known, the representations made, the transcripts, remember how rare it is to actually get transparency from grand juries. But remember, we got that through the Lindsay Halligan debacle in the Eastern District of Virginia, trying to get these indictments for Tish James, James Comey, whatever. And not only were the facts not presented properly, but the law was egregiously presented incorrectly. So I don't even know what the hell happened. And of course, the scuttlebutt is that no prosecutor in Minnesota or LA was willing to present this shit, right? And so I've seen some of the facts in the indictment. The looping of Don is gratuitous. Him and Georgia Fort, you may be able to say it's questionable even for other people that were there, but I do think that what we have seen from this indictment is just them trying to gin up and trump up, pun totally intended, these charges, because it says that Don physically impeded people from leaving the church in order to engage with them. I don't see Don Lemon physically impeding anybody, right? Maybe and listen, I was just in Minneapolis and my jacket was kind of big. Maybe, if you're wearing a winter coat and it's taking up space, but Tim, that ain't happening. We're going to bring
Can I just ask you real quick about this one part of it though?
Yeah.
Like, to me, it's just like, look, this over at Act 22 they have at the bottom of it. I just want to read this to you.
Go ahead.
While the takeover operation was underway, Defendant Lemon asked Defendant Armstrong, who is the person that we should talk to? Is there a pastor or something? Like, to me, their own statement of fact completely renders him innocent. Like, they put in their own indictment that Lemon gets into the church as he's streaming it and he's asking the activist, the head of the activists, like, who are we talking to? Like, who's here? Like how can you say he was part of the plot when he doesn't even know who the pastor is?
He doesn't even have the basics that way. No, because he was just covering it. Tim, while you and I are still talking, we're going to bring in Tara Setmayer right now, who you know. I feel like I'm like hanging out with all my old Republican people.
Hey, Tara, what's up, girl?
Tara, listen.
Hi, Tim.
Hi, Katie. While you and I are talking, Tara, and we're so grateful that you're here as a friend and supporter of Don Lemon's and also of the show, we're going to be playing without audio the video that Tim and I were referencing of Georgia Fort this morning, who was in her home with children. And it's dark and you have people with masks on and she's actually live as a reporter letting people know right now what is happening to her, that these cops are there at her door. You see these masked men peering through windows. I mean, it's some scary stuff here, Tara. This is not normal.
No, and nothing about this is normal. And that's something that all three of us have been yelling, screaming from the rooftops for many years, is that we cannot allow any of what's happening to become normalized. I would like to, first of all, say that I, like many, woke up horrified to the news of Don being taken into custody this morning. And the first thing I thought was, how can anybody possibly not see what's going on here? Like the pattern of what this administration is doing to anyone that speaks out against them is textbook authoritarianism, textbook. And the road to authoritarian hell is paved with people who said that the rest of us were overreacting to the warning signs and the things that we have pointed out that this administration has done against our constitutional order. I just want to say that and just send love and support to my good friend Don Lemon, who did nothing more than be an independent voice and journalist documenting what this administration is doing to the American people. And apparently in Trump's America, that warrants being detained and indicted and the government being weaponized against you. Same for this journalist right here. I got to say that sent shivers down my spine watching that, because last time I checked, when you have masked armed men outside of your door, usually that's not something that happens to people who are just simply innocent Americans who are exercising their First Amendment rights to either protest, speak out, dissent against the government. What the hell are they doing? And also, last time I checked, a masked armed man who was impersonating police officers assassinated Melissa Hortman and went after others in Minneapolis
That's right.
Because he was a wacko who was impersonating law enforcement. So this poor woman, how the hell is she supposed to know who that is at her door? How does she not know that they're coming to assassinate her, impersonating police officers or law enforcement? I mean, this is the context of what we're living in now that we really need to, I think, emphasize for people that it's not just about compliance. It's not just about, well, the law enforcement's coming in good faith. We don't know that in this environment anymore because of how weaponized this government has made our law enforcement and the Justice Department. And this is someone, and you guys
actually, we know they're coming in bad faith, actually.
Of course.
Right? I mean, honestly, because if you're acting in good faith, you would be showing your face. You would be doing the things that people do when they're trying to engender trust in the community. I was interviewed Mayor Fry about this 2 weeks ago, and his point was super interesting. And I just hadn't really thought about it that much because I'm not in Minneapolis. It's not my community. And he's like, look, after George Floyd, we had this big crisis of confidence where there was a lack of trust between law enforcement and the citizens, right? And he's like, we've been working for 5 years, to rebuild that trust. And when that chief of police in Minneapolis, O'Hara, gave a press conference last week, and he was like, we didn't fire a single bullet last year. Our officers didn't. Every officer, the whole city. He's like, we apprehended violent criminals. We took guns from people. We went after rapists. People did assault, like bad people. We arrested them. We didn't shoot a single person or didn't even fire a single bullet. Mm-hmm. And he was you could sense he was very proud of that. He's like, because we do good policing here. We do de-escalate. We build trust in the community. People know who we are. They know they can call us and count on us. And now you have these guys coming in and they're breaking every rule of law enforcement, that has developed over the years for how you build trust with the community. And they're pushing old ladies down. They're throwing smoke bombs at peaceful protesters. They're masked. They're harassing people. They're showing up to your, and so you can't assume good faith because they're not demonstrating any, and that's a really, that is very dangerous. And it's not, there've always been cops that act out, and there's certain obviously examples in Black community and other places where there's been some systemic issues, but like to have a top-down federal government, saying that you cannot trust because they refuse to follow the rules of the road. And now, they're going after journalists. You can add that to the pile. Like that is something that's different. That is different from even the kind of the worst examples of bad policing that we've seen in the recent past, at least.
It's different in modern history.
Yeah,
sure. Right, not different from the Jim Crow South.
Sure, right, exactly.
The days of Huey Long, where they, did this all the time and violated people's civil rights all the time. But we were supposed to be, far and away from that. There's not supposed to be racism anymore. We're supposed to trust in these. And then those of us who point out the injustices and the inequities, we were the ones that were the lefty libs and all of this. And listen, I come from a law enforcement family. Everyone knows that, who knows me. You guys know this. My husband's a federal agent, 25 years. My grandfather was the captain of my hometown police department for 40 years. I bled blue. I supported law enforcement. I was one of the lone voices during the Black Lives Matter stuff that was saying, like, listen, there are bad apples. Yes, we need to, not dishonor the ones who are honorable law enforcement officers. I was that voice. As a matter of fact, Don platformed me at a time when it wasn't popular to do that. And I'm so appreciative of him for doing that for me so that I could have another perspective on this. Yeah. I can tell you right now that what's happening is an absolute abdication of all of the honorable law enforcement officers who actually do their jobs and who do act in good faith and who are community respectful of their communities. This shit that's happening right now, this is an aberration. This is like state-sponsored terrorism, state-sponsored thuggery that's violating people's civil rights every day. And if you would have asked me, Tim, you would have asked me 10 years ago when you and I were in like establishment Republicans, if we'd be out on a corner with an abolish ICE sign or like, protesting, it's like on the side of
you're crazy.
People would have told you we were nuts. But guess what? My ass was out there on the corner after Renee Good was murdered with an abolish ICE sign, raise it to the ground and start over. Because this is there's a certain disease here that is irreparable, that has taken this over. How do you come back from this with the kind of people that are in charge now? You can't. You got to start over.
You can't, which is why you have to literally raise the building, and you can't, you have to rebuild it differently. Tim, I wanted to quickly ask you this because you were talking about how this is breaking through, right? You're hearing privately from people that this is some fucked up stuff. The hypocrisy for me is the hardest thing to stomach here, right? Because ICE hasn't had a problem going to churches and houses of worship and schools and preschools and daycares and hospitals and places that are supposed to be safe places. They haven't had a problem going in there and terrorizing the people and the kids in pursuit of quote unquote immigration enforcement. And yet you have Don Lemon and Georgia Fort as independent journalists. And frankly, it could have been anybody in media. It didn't have to be independent journalists. It just happens to be Don and Georgia, who have been very hardcore about being on the street and meeting with people where they are. They happen to go in to cover this. And that is some type of hypocrisy, just like this bullshit about calling all of us domestic terrorists, you know, and murdering Renee Good and murdering Alex Preddy and immediately calling them domestic terrorists. What about Marimar Martinez in Chicago, lying that she had rammed the federal CBP agent's car? He whips out a gun, shoots her 5 times, and then it turns out he lied. He rammed her car, but they label her a domestic terrorist as well. But Ashley Babbitt, her ass gets millions of dollars for her family, and everybody gets pardoned from January 6th. All of this is just a telltale sign that we're living in the upside down world. But Tim, ultimately, I care about making sure that we control the levers of power. Is stuff like this a huge overreach and overstep that's going to come back to bite the Trump administration in the ass?
Yeah, look, I think so. I think it's going to help empower Don. And I think the people are sick of it. I really do. You see it in the numbers. I mean, it's hard in this country. When as polarized as we are, for an institution to go from, I don't know the numbers in front of me, but just ballparking, like, you know, plus 10 favorability, which is where ICE was, down to like minus 15, 20. And like 1 in 4 people in the country have changed their mind about this over the past 6 months.
Yeah.
Like that is, you don't see those kind of, you don't see that for anything in this world. Like we're all so polarized, you know, so you've seen that, and it's because of their behavior and it's because of their actions. And they have invaded these spaces and done so inappropriately and done so not without warrants and masked, and they've terrorized people and done things we shouldn't do. I should say, and I said this on the first time through because I do think this is important, because it's important from a principle matter. I don't love invading the church. Like I don't want to be them, right? Like I think if you're a protester, I think protesting outside the church is fine. I think going in is not appropriate. But the point I think that can be made is you can get the broadest coalition of people by saying, like, you know, we still don't want the fucking journalist that covered it to be arrested though by the government because because they're opposed to the regime, right? Yeah. And I think that's where you can you know get a lot of people and get the maximum number of people on your side, right? When you're saying that, okay, you know, maybe some people liked that protesting strategy, maybe others didn't, but we can all get together and say the jackbooted thugs of the state don't get to tell us, you know, where you know journalists can go, right? And don't get to tell us how we can speak our minds, and don't get to tell Ramesa Ozturk what she should say in her op-ed, or else she gets jailed, right? And what we have seen from this government using and like, isn't it like Don Lemon is in jail right now? Like it is crazy. Like this is not like, think about all these cancel culture assholes that were like, oh, you deleted my tweet or you deranked me or whatever. It's like he is in jail. With guns.
Warriors, Tim, they're keyboard warriors until push comes to shove. They couldn't last a second in fucking jail. You and I both know that.
Guys with guns and handcuffs have taken away his freedom right now for committing an act of journalism. And so if you like that act of journalism or you like that protest, or you don't, it doesn't matter. Like we should all be on the side of saying this is dangerous. This is not, we don't want a government where the president and the attorney general can just say, I don't arrest that person because I don't like them. That's how you go down the path to East Germany. And that's the path that we're on right now if we don't stop it.
Well, I think that's exactly what. No, I'm just really quickly because I have to jump because I'm actually going to tape Have I Got News for You, which is like probably not great timing for a comedy show, a news comedy show.
No,
like there's nothing funny about this right now.
You can weave in your voice somehow. I know you.
I mean, well, I'm going to try my best because I'm fucking livid at what's going on. To the point about hypocrisy and how the right, which I was a part of for a very long time, got very upset when any comments were made about gun rights or about religious liberty or about First Amendment rights. To Tim's point about cancel culture, they got all upset, their panties in a wad about that. But they platform and hero worship someone like Kyle Rittenhouse, who literally went to a protest with his AR slung across his chest, looking to kill people, and he's the hero. But Alex Preddy, in that situation, he's a domestic terrorist. Like, that is the upside down world. And to see that some of the Second Amendment people finally did come out and go, whoa, wait a minute, whoa, hold on. That means that you're kind of coming for us too, because Trump's authoritarianism and fascism doesn't care about your rights, doesn't care about our constitutional amendments. They don't care about differentiating between whether you're on their side or not, because we're all supposed to be equal under the law. It's supposed to be applied equally under the law. That's what differentiates us, allegedly, from dictatorships, from authoritarian regimes, etc. So now you start to see some people going, oh, wait a minute, this might be coming for us now if the tables were turned. But where are the rest of the Republicans? Where are they? I blame those hypocrites and those cowards who have sat by for 10 years and gone along with this and allowed Donald Trump to get away with this. They are the biggest collaborators and enablers of the moment that we're in now, how we got here, because they were too fucking cowardice to stand up and say no. They knew that Donald Trump was acting outside of constitutional norms. They knew this for years, since Trump 1.0. And after January 6th, when they were going to plunge us into a constitutional crisis, when they had the opportunity to vanquish this bastard, they did not. And look at where we are now. So what is it going to take? Is it going to take for a congressman or a Republican congressman or senator's daughter to be murdered in the streets? Is it going to take their son to be executed by one of these Trump thugs for them to finally grow a fucking pair and say enough is enough? Because right now, none of us are safe. None of us, including them. They are Vichy Republicans. And this is exactly what happened during World War II with the Nazis. And that's exactly the path we're going to go down now if people don't stand up on the other side. We all are on the right side of history. They are on the wrong side of history, and the window is closing for them to step up and finally do something and join us on the right side to just put a stop to this. That's what's ultimately going to come down to. What more is it going to take?
So, Tim, I don't want to oversimplify, and yet I feel like these days sometimes messaging is strongest when you do have a simple message, right? This all is Donald Trump's fault, right? Because Don would not be in Minnesota covering protests if you didn't have federal immigration agents that were deployed to the tune of 3,000 plus agents to Minneapolis, St. Paul to do an immigration enforcement campaign. And listen, I'm not giving Trump credit because he's too stupid. It's Stephen Miller. I get it. But I mean, ultimately, all of this goes back to Donald Trump. The murder of Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy, Donald Trump. I mean, there has to come a time when accountability means that the person who got this ball rolling is the one who's going to be left holding the ball at the end of the day.
Yeah, look, I think that this notion that it's a little unsatisfying to me, and just hearing Tara's tone, I'm sure to Tara, probably to a lot of the listeners here, that like the best message here is just Donald Trump is causing a lot of chaos, and Donald Trump is distracted with a lot of his own bullshit, and he's not worried about you, and your life's getting worse. But I do think that is something that is overarching that ties all this together, right? That it's just like, look, man, if you voted for Donald Trump because you were worried about inflation, or you worried about your own pocketbook, or you're worried about whatever, you're worried about having your heat on at your house when there's an ice storm, like, he doesn't care about any of that. Right? Nope. He doesn't care about any of that. He's looking for the $10 billion for himself that he's suing the IRS over. He wants to jail the people that say mean things about him because he has thin skin. He wants to take Greenland, and he wants to have a new ballroom, and he wants to have his face on Mount Rushmore. Like, that's the shit he cares about, right? Like, he doesn't care about regular people. That was all a fraud. And all of this chaos is a result of the fact that Donald Trump is a chaos agent that cares only about himself and doesn't care about regular folks. And I do think that like does tie things together politically, and I think that resonates with a lot of people who really, ill-advisedly decided that they're unhappy with inflation or unhappy with whatever, and that they wanted to go back to the economy of 2018. And now here they are, and what do they got? Like just this madness, and somebody that is obviously not even one iota focused on them. So, there's a little less righteousness in that than some of the other stuff I'd like to talk about. The fact that he's fucking tweeting about Don Lemon in chains and how outrageous that is, and what an assault that is on democracy, and how we're going to Orbanism. But like Orbanism doesn't maybe land as well as a political term, but it's true, and it's pissing me off.
Well, the Epstein files does land, doesn't it? And that was a distraction from this big $3 million Epstein files document tranche that got released today by the DOJ that Todd Blanche was trying to, take care of it. I mean, here's the bottom line. Like they are always looking for a distraction. From Fulton County yesterday, Tim, from sneezing the original ballots and the vote tabulations and the voter rolls, right? They don't want you to be talking about that. They don't want us to be focusing on that. They want us to be outraged. But you know what? That's the thing. If you can't let the people that are supposed to be covering this as journalists cover it, then all you have is state-funded propaganda. Then you think Newsmax is going to report this accurately? You think any of those people are going to do this? You think Laura Loomer, Megyn Kelly has been like riding some crazy ass dead horse now about Don Lemon for fucking forever. Yeah. These people that are racists and homophobes and misogynists and white supremacists, like they're just getting their fucking rocks off on this. But fundamentally, the irony is this shit never happened until the Trump administration. Let's be honest. It wasn't like in the Biden administration, they were arresting journalists, even though those people said some crazy ass shit and were doing some dumb stuff too.
Yep. Well, I'll leave you guys on this Orwellian quote. In a time of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. And right now, we are living through the upside down. We're living through an era of deceit and propaganda that's state-sponsored. And right now, it's up to all of us whether we are going to be a part of the revolution that saves this democracy. And Don and others, and I'm grateful for you, Katie and Tim, and what you guys are doing at the Bulwark, amazing work. Like we all have to stick together in this because they want to break us. And if they do, they win. And I don't want to be part of the generation that lost democracy. So, and I know none of you guys do either. And it all begins with us standing in solidarity and speaking the truth and continuing to do this as long as we still have the option to do it. This is the only way we can right this ship, is to get these bastards out of there and not let them get away with what's happening right now. So, and it's all up to us. We all can play a role in it, every single one of us. So thank you guys.
I know, Tara, quickly before you go, because I know Tim has to go too. Where can people support you? And then I'm going to go to Tim because I want to make sure everybody knows how to support you guys.
I appreciate that. I mean, I run the Seneca Project. We are a women-led content organization. We are the fighters in the front lines trying to change the hearts and minds and get the truth out there in what's happening, defending our democracy, also from the perspective of women. And we are 100% dependent on the generosity of the American people. So you can find us at Seneca Project US, or all our socials is Seneca Project US, but our website is senecaproject.us. And we need the support. We have to have a well-financed revolution because the other side is financed and organized, and we need to be the same on our side too. So thank you so much for it, guys.
Appreciate you, Tara. Yeah, I'm just at the Bulwark, but I'm here to support Don, and maybe I'll stop back in later. I don't know. We'll keep an eye on it.
Come in and out.
Keep an eye on it because we got to get him the fuck out of there.
Well, there's a hearing that's coming up in 30 minutes, 4:30 Eastern. It's 3:59, 4:30 Eastern, 1:30 Pacific is the hearing for his appearance, Tim. ABBE Lowell flew out immediately to go out to California to meet with him. ABBE's representing him. And I also wanted to say Miles Taylor just texted me, Tim, his organization Defiance that he started. Yeah. They've announced a $10,000 grant to defend Don Lemon and Georgia Fort. And so far I've raised more than $12,000 to help with the legal funds. Because as you know, Miles has also been under attack, being called a traitor, et cetera. So look, we're all kind of having to lean in and support ourselves here because we need to rely upon each other right now.
For sure. Well, I appreciate him and everybody that's out there, and we're there for Don. And we'll keep an eye on that on that hearing over the Bulwark too, and I'll pop back on as necessary. All right. Thank you for doing this.
You're the best, Tim. I'll
All
see you
right,
later,
there you go.
sweetheart. Alrighty, bye. Listen, folks, I was just saying it is 4 o'clock Eastern, 1 o'clock Pacific. If you're tuning in right now, I just wanted to get you all caught up to speed. I am Katie Fang, dear friend of Don Lemon's, colleague, and also a huge fan of the Don Lemon Show. I am a Lemonhead. I know there are thousands of you, if not more, that are going to be watching what is happening as it unfolds. But we've been going for 5 hours and 41 minutes on the Don Lemon Show. Myself and others have been filling in to host. We've had guests that have come in to not only show their support and love for Don, but to also express their outrage. This has been an attack on our democracy. You don't have to be a journalist. You don't have to be a member of the media to give a shit about what is happening. Don Lemon, Georgia Fort, members of our independent media having been arrested for only doing their jobs, going and reporting on a protest that happened a few weeks ago in Minneapolis, St. Paul. We all know that those twin cities have been under siege. It's been a federal invasion, a federal occupation of an American city by the Trump administration under the lie of immigration enforcement. We've known that it's not the, quote, violent criminals that are being rounded up and deported. They are taking 5-year-olds. They are taking younger children. They are going, federal immigration agents going to preschools, schools, churches, hospitals. They don't care. And yet they expect us to be so dumb as to believe that Don Lemon, Georgia Fort, and others were there to be able to violently interfere with a church congregation, with their ability to worship and do their First Amendment right to free assembly as religious observers. Well, what about the First Amendment free speech right for people like Don Lemon and Georgia Fort to be able to cover it as journalists? We know that Don was live streaming this protest. If you were going to be committing a crime, you certainly would not be doing it in real time. I want to make sure that you all understand that while you're here, while you're following us right now, while you're supporting us right now, become a subscriber. Make sure that you're watching. Make sure that you become a member of the Lemonhead Nation. Also, we've had amazing guests that have come to show their support. They are also a part of independent media. It is a part of what we are doing here. I just got back from Minneapolis less than 24 hours ago. I came to those places to bear witness. We cannot be scared. We will not be silenced. We will stand up to this administration because it is only time before they come for you. And we cannot be allowing ourselves to be cowed into silence and to be living in fear when we are not only doing our jobs, but we're also exercising our free speech rights. They have executed people in the streets like Alex Preddy and Renee Nicole Good, and they are now silencing the Fourth Estate, arresting them and intimidating them. That is hallmark signs of a totalitarian, authoritarian regime. That is what we're having. But folks, that is not our country. We are not living in a totalitarian regime. We are not doing that. We refuse to do that. We have some amazing people that continue to join us. We are not stopping here at the Don Lemon Show and the Lemonhead Nation. We have Monique Presley, who is coming in and like a tag team. We are I'm tagging out. Monique, honey, you are coming back. Did you at least get something to drink? But gosh.
I hydrated. Yes.
Good for you.
I did. I'm a believer in my electrolytes. My kids say that it's, what do you call it when it's not really working, but in your head you think it is?
It's called crazy, like the Trump administration. Is that what you're asking?
Okay, well, yeah, this is my special brand because I swear that ashwagandha works better than drugs. And I swear that electrolytes give you like a new lease on life, like you can see better and everything. And so I just took some of my electrolytes. I've got my whole little water thing here. And as far as I'm concerned, you know, I'm good to go. Thank you so much, Katie.
No, thank you. Listen, I know that you've been logging some hours today and doing this. I'm just grateful that I was able to give a few hours of myself this afternoon. We all love Don. I love Don. I was just texting with him yesterday. And this is definitely a moment. There have been several, I think, inflection moments, Monique, for us since this second term has started for the convicted felon Donald Trump. And I hate using the phrase inflection point, and yet that's where we are once again. But more importantly, I think it's now kind of gone beyond, Monique, this idea that we are just a member of a party. It's now, are you on the right side of history? That's what I truly
Right.
think.
And while you were on, I just want to give a shout out to the Persist Network.
Oh, yes.
Because we are in another whole sisterhood of people, women who believe that there's something better than where we are right now.
And we're fighting for that. Yes.
Yes. And are fighting for that every day. So thank you for your work there and elsewhere. And now I'm sure you're not going on to just go have to a Mardi Gras party. I'm sure you're going on to do some work someplace else.
I am. I'm going on to do that, but I want to say thank you, and I'll be tuning in and watching everything. But thank you, Monique, and thank you to. I also want to say a shout out to the hardworking team of Don Lemon. There are some folks that y'all don't ever really get to see that often, and you should. Peter and others, and Nikki and everybody, and Andy, they are working hard, folks that are tuning in. You know them as being a part of the Lemonhead Nation. They are working as a part of this team, and they are making this happen so that Monique and myself and others can come and spend time with all of you. So I want to give a shout out to the team. You guys are amazing. And I'm going to peace out now, and I'm passing the baton to you, Monique. I'll see you later.
Thank you, Katie. Welcome, Lemon Nation. Thank you so much for continuing to be with us. I have to believe that our fearless host is experiencing all of this energy, all of this positivity, all of this support that you all have been maintaining on this platform for 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, wow. For 6 hours so far since we first came on shortly after 10 a.m. But I know that in addition to that, you all have been sounding off. You've been posting on your platforms. For anybody who is just now joining for the first time, welcome to the Don Lemon Show. Welcome to Lemonation. Please like this video. Please subscribe. If you do not know, the reason why we have been on all day is because the host of this show, the head of the Lemon Media Network, was arrested. Don Lemon was arrested, taken into custody by federal agents, middle of the night, in Los Angeles, where is there preparing to do some red carpet interviewing for the Grammys that are taking place this weekend. He's in a federal detention facility. His hearing, his arraignment processing is happening in about 23 minutes. It's happening at 1:30 Pacific time. And we would expect that he would be released. He better be. That we have information that one other independent journalist, Georgia Fort, Emmy Award-winning journalist, has been released. She was arraigned and was released in Minnesota about 30 minutes ago, I think, all told. I haven't spoken to her since she was out, but we support Georgia Fort. We support everyone who is going through this onslaught, this attack, this full weight of our federal government onto some people who showed up to protest at a church and 2 independent journalists who showed up to cover the story. So that's where we are. That's what we've been doing since this morning, bringing you the truth of it. We have had incredible guests who are supporters, not just of Don or of Georgia or of any individual, but who are supportive of the importance of freedom of the press. It's vested in our Constitution, and the importance of this democracy, which, as I have said over and over again today, is frankly failing. So we are glad that you are here to take part in this unfortunate step in history, but perhaps a necessary one for people to wake up and understand what's going on. Joining me now is Francesca Fiorentini.
Beautiful.
Hello. Did I do it right?
So good. And yes, really, really great to be with you, Monique. I've been watching. You guys have been doing such an incredible job. I can't believe we're here. I can't believe Don. Like, my first thought was like, Don Lemon? What do you, he's about to do red carpet interviews. Don Lemon, former CNN, Don Lemon helped the, broadcast while the ball would drop, got tipsy, made jokes, had fun. And that, I think, speaks to this moment that we're in, which is, Don's doing what I think so many journalists are doing, which is not sitting on the sidelines, not trying to play it down the middle, not trying to, in extremist times, pretend like there's a center. Don's like, no, look, I came from mainstream news. I have built this on my own platform, and I'm not going to sit and pretend like, there's two sides to a coin of fascism. That is where we are. I'm going to go cover the protests. He did so legally. He did so lawfully.
Yeah.
Now they're trying to, charge him with some bill, policy that was enacted to protect abortion clinics of all places. And you're just like, this is where we are. It's like when Don Lemon is getting arrested for being too extreme. I mean, for me, as someone who is not as well known, I get a little scared. And look, I'm here in LA. Don's gonna be out. I hope to see him and hang with him. He's gonna be okay. I know there is a massive protest happening right now in downtown Los Angeles. Probably, in fact, maybe outside of the building that he's being held in, or for certain they're going to be marching there. Everybody knows. So believe you me, it's only 1 o'clock here on the West Coast. It's only getting started over here. People are angry. They know about this news. They're on the streets. A lot of people are taking the day off. Businesses have closed. Sadly, none of the big businesses that we should be, of course, boycotting on a day like today.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is this is so ridiculous. It's not going to stand, and it's just kind of laughable. We all love Don. What do you like? And
one of the
go
things
ahead.
that you said, though, that I think we really need to highlight is if they can do it to somebody big like Don, right? Because that is the exact point. A lot of the different guests today have been coming on and talking about it being no mistake that it was 2 Black journalists that were the first, because we're always the test cases. We're always the proverbial canary, right? Let's see if we can get away with this. And then, oh, okay, maybe we can do a white woman. Maybe we can do a white man. It was Jennifer Walsh who was actually talking about that. But it's also what you said, that when it's somebody who's like the biggest, the largest, somebody like Don, who isn't hungry, who is fearless, who stands in his strength and his pride as a journalist and as a man in this country, they do that to intimidate all of the others trying to come behind him, trying to follow in his footsteps, and they're saying, don't you dare. I think that is one of the main points of the intimidation tactics, to try to mute and quell the voices in the supposedly free press, which we're finding out today. How free is it?
No, not at all. And I'm sure you guys mentioned in the beginning, and I have a lot of thoughts because I've been watching the stream and a lot of the discussion around, this has been on Trump. And let's be fair, everything they said about Joe Biden, they're doing. Yeah. Everything, they're weaponizing the Justice Department. Like, look what Pam Bondi is doing, how she's been running cover. They're going after their political enemies. They raided John Bolton's home. Do you remember this, right? Former National Security Advisor John Bolton. They raided his home because this administration, not only everything they projected onto the left or Democrats or whatever they thought, not only is it something they were doing and salivating and chomping at the bit to do, but also they're making good on it. They're making good on it, and they're also petty. This is what I'm trying to tell you. They are petty as hell. And this week, the biggest other thing that happened, other than this tranche of Epstein files being released and then deleted, some really eye-scrubbing things there that you cannot unsee about our current president. We can talk about that in a second, but like,
Nicki Minaj. I want to talk about that because obviously we've been talking about the fact that this stuff is coming out, and how they're trying to distract and detract from it, but we haven't dealt at all with any of what they're trying to keep us from seeing.
Well, it seems, now deleted, and I haven't had a chance to peruse it myself, but again, 3 million more documents, which, as we know, the documents that we've received up until now, which were something like 260,000, which again, for just a normal person feels like a lot. It's a lot, but it was something like 3%. It was a minuscule amount of documents that they were legally required to release. Yeah. I did see that there was reference to a teenager. No, sorry. Excuse me. Scratch that. A preteen, a 12-year-old, a 13-year-old, it seems, who was coerced into sexual assault, to filleting. I don't even know what the proper term is. The president, the president of the United States, like that. Obviously, before, years ago, she was 13 or 14. Apparently, those documents are no longer found. So this is unfolding. This is what they're trying to cover up, is that they have to release these documents. We know they love to do them on a Friday. And as with some of the other documents that we've seen, one of them, there was, actual corroboration. Another one, which was this young girl saw Donald Trump and Epstein laughing together, smiling, pointing at her. She was underage. She was like, I think 14 years old at the time, saying she's a good one, right? That happened. She actually, had a case out against Jeffrey Epstein for trafficking. Then there was another non-corroborated, but like another file that implicated, that said that Donald Trump knew that this young girl had been abused serially by her uncle, I believe, and Jeffrey Epstein on a yacht, and that Donald Trump knew that her father also killed her newborn baby. I mean, real, like, I don't want to be the one to come in here with all that shit, but like real sordid, disgusting, again, cannot bleach your eyes enough, information here. Again, that is not corroborated. That is a tip. This young woman called in, or she's now an adult, called in multiple times to the FBI. So now there's more, and there's more, and there's more. So all this is just a cover up. And I was going to say, it's also the same week that Lil Miss, bad lace front wig, Nicki Minaj is out here, like, calling Donald Trump, her savior, that he's the best. I mean, she loves protecting pedophiles and rapists, as evidenced by her, her partner and then her brother. But who was Nicki Minaj beefing with 2 weeks ago? Who was Nicki Minaj beefing with? Don Lemon. Who was she hurling, homophobic slurs at 2 weeks ago? Don Lemon. So put the pieces together, people. It's very clear that Nicki Minaj was the little, worm in Trump's ear, and they thought it would be funny. Like, I think a lot of what is happening is also the disgusting internet culture of bullying, of trolling, has become policy. They're doing this for the lulz. It's funny to them to arrest Don Lemon.
Yeah. And speaking of funny, I've been asking everybody who comes on here, as you all have this, to me, particular talent of speaking truth while adding levity. And I'm just wondering, for the people who are watching, who are struggling with their mental, frankly, and are struggling with all of the heaviness of everything that is happening, how do you find your funny? And how do you suggest that people get some of that in their systems while, frankly, things are dire?
Yeah. Well, I think what was so interesting about Don being arrested in advent of like covering the Grammys is that, there's still an entertainment industry that is kind of hope against hope, trying to maintain a sense of normalcy. And I think it's becoming a lot harder to, and you're seeing a lot of celebrities speak out much, much more. I mean, you're going to see, I think Grammys are always, I think musicians are sort of much more outspoken. But I think we saw that with the Golden Globes. So, I mean, there is that element, but I also think we are very much beyond celebrities trying to save us. I think celebrities are following our lead and the people's lead. So there is part of me that's like, I'm just sort of looking at the entertainment aspect. For me, you got to mock these fools. You can't let JD Vance win, this couch fucking dweeb. You can't let these people win. You can't let, again, Pam Bondi, horse killer with dog killer with too much face filler, looked like a horse. Christine Nome, Stephen Miller. Like, you can't let these never been hugged fascists win. And they are so ghoulish that it is kind of funny and it's enraging. So I feel like clown on them, roast them, go watch the video of ICE falling on ice. Please make sure to reach out to comedians. We will perform for you. We will go to your events. We will speak at your, you know, whatever it is, whether it's a campaign, whether it's a rally, whether it's your, you know, faith organization or wherever it is. Comics are there and we're fucking mad too. We're pissed off. And most of us, you know, aren't these podcast bros that were glazing Trump a year ago and who are now like, oh God, I didn't see this coming. You didn't?
How not?
You didn't. And it's so funny because yeah, they've been silent as shit. I remember after Kimmel was taken off the air, same guys, Rogan, Schultz, they were quiet for days. They didn't say it. And then finally, when it looked like maybe he wouldn't be reinstated, they were like, oh, this is bad, right? It's like, yeah, this is actual free speech, actual journalism. And I think it's been really hard. I mean, I don't know. I'm also a journalist in addition to being a comic. And so I don't know how you feel about this, but I think that the way we've allowed journalism to be consolidated, to be sort of, you know, corporatized, to include certain voices and certain people and not others. I mean, we've spoken to Don is a former CNN contributor, Katie Fang, also a former journalist. Like, I mean, these are people who are on mainstream outlets. Thinking of Melissa Harris Perry, like over the years, you see the people and specifically people of color. Joy Reid was on earlier.
Right.
People of color who are, because the issues they're talking about and because the experience they have seem less safe for news media to sell whatever they need to sell or whatever it is, they get the boot, they get axed. And so it really is also sort of a condemnation of our media that we're allowing now. The Fifth Estate has been so degraded that now you have, you know, brown shirts, Gestapo, federal agents just openly arresting journalists. And I do want to remind everyone that Hannah Natanson, the Washington Post journalist, had her home raided. She wasn't arrested, but her home was raided, I believe, about a week ago. So like there have been signs, but is Bezos doing anything? Nah, man. He's rolling out the Melania premiere tonight. Everyone don't get tickets. It's not selling well. And it's like, he's also owner of the WAPO.
So we're going to, please stay with us, Francesca. We are
Yes.
going to add also Miles Taylor. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hi, friends. Welcome to my flight.
Oh, boy.
Oh, we're always glad to join people who are taking flight or landing safely. Or which direction are you going? In, out?
Going in. So we're good. I'm all set. I'll be with you guys and I'll be deplaning here in a second. But I figured, look, Don has shown up for me a lot in difficult circumstances, so I can most certainly hop on for him at the end of the flight.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Miles. You know, for those who are just now joining us, I'm here just being a sad imitation of a host of the Don Lemon Show.
No.
But an enthusiastic one, because like you said, Don's been here for us in so many ways until this is light work for me to be here doing this, because for those who just joined and don't know, Don was arrested last night in Los Angeles by federal agents. He's at a federal detention facility. His hearing, his arraignment, his release hearing, whatever they're calling it, starts in 7 minutes, 1:30 p.m. Pacific time. And what matters about this, I think, is we have seen all through the day people show up. We have seen people express their caring, express their commitment, express their support, not just for Don or for independent journalists like Georgia Fort, but for the institution of journalism and for the institution of democracy, this young fledgling that we are trying our best to hold on to. So what are your thoughts, Miles?
Well, look, I mean, a couple things. And you guys, I don't want to step on your toes if I've missed any news on this front, but when I heard this morning what had happened, I was headed to the airport. I was intending to be offline most of the day, but I was pissed. And I called my colleagues over at defiance.org and said, what can we do to defend Don? And so we announced a $10,000 grant that we're going to make to defend Don legally, to defend Georgia Fort legally, And we put out an opportunity for other people to chip in to defend those folks. So I won't give that web address if you guys have got a different address you're giving folks to raise funds.
No, just you're safe. Say what you need to say.
Yeah, if folks want to go to defiance.org/reporters, they can contribute to help legally defend these independent journalists. And I've been in touch with Don's legal team. Full disclosure, that's also the same folks that represent me. I've been in touch with Georgia Fort's legal team, and we're going to do everything we can through financial support, in-kind support, legal support to defend independent journalists who are targeted for revenge. This is very important. I mean, it's important for Don, it's important to Georgia, but it's even more important for the entire ecosystem because the administration is trying to tell people in new media what they've said to people in the mainstream media. If you don't toe the line, if you don't say what the big man wants, we're going to take over your network. We're going to raid your newsrooms. We're going to warrantlessly, monitor people. We're going to put people in jail. They're trying to intimidate people into not being in the news. And look, I say that as someone who's still a lifelong conservative. And, I'm not a registered Democrat. This isn't about Democrat or Republican. This is about the goddamn First Amendment. And I will sing that until the day is done. This is about protecting the First Amendment. So regardless of who's in the White House, we can be confident. We can report the news. We can report the truth without fear of arrest. So I would urge folks, if they can, go to defiance.org/reporters, help support Don, help support Georgia. Let's show people we have their backs and push back against the intimidation.
Miles, isn't that one of the weirdest things? And thank you for just bringing out that, you still have conservative principles. But there aren't any conservative principles in this administration or in the way that Congress, because I'm a debater from like the old days, like way even before law school. If I really wanted to draw the conservatives in, I was going to lift up the 1A or I was going to lift up the 2A. And I knew everybody was going to start coming because it used to be something that everybody wanted to claim. Yeah. Like when you start talking about the Bill of Rights, you start talking about how long people think they've had a right to say they're proud to be an American. And now up is down and down is up. And we're okay with it when they're committing crimes on the Capitol steps, but we're not okay with it when they're peacefully protesting or when they're covering a protest at a church. It's kind of absurd.
Well, we've really lost sight of this principle that you defend folks' right to First Amendment protected speech, even if you vehemently disagree with them. And look, I agree with Don on a lot of things, but there should be fellow conservatives out there saying, you know what, maybe I don't agree with Don's coverage, but hell yeah, I'm going to go chip in to defend him because that's my right too. Right? Yes. I want people I disagree with to have their rights protected because I want mine protected. In April of last year, the president issued an executive order to have me investigated. Why? Because I criticized him. That was the first time in 250 years of American history that an American citizen had been ordered investigated by a president, ever by executive order. That's never happened. Now, you don't have to agree with my politics or my opposition to Donald Trump to say, you know what, I don't want a Democratic president to be able to do that either, is just sit down with a pen and paper and say, here's who I'm going to investigate. It's wrong. We've got to stand up for First Amendment protected speech. And the only thing that gives me heart about what happened today is Don has become a symbol now. He is a fucking bat symbol for protection of the First Amendment now that this has happened. And I know he will carry that mantle and he will do it honorably.
Yep. Absolutely. Francesca, any thoughts?
I mean, yeah, I would echo all of that. There's so much to say. I'm just sort of lost in all of it. I think that this is the moment where we all have to stand up. We have to understand they're coming for us all. And I also have to say, all the free speech warriors, all the people. I mean, I like to imagine there'll be conservatives who are going to donate, but you know what? They won't. You know why? Because instances like this prove that the right has always been bad faith, and they've been bad faith for decades, right? They're about states' rights when it comes to abortion, right? Only when it comes to rolling rights back for people, that's when they want states' rights. But when it comes to trans athletes, they want a ban on that federally, right? Now there's only 2 genders by decree of the president. Like, they're so bad faith when it comes to free speech. Free speech for them was only because They didn't want to say your pronouns correctly. They wanted to use the T slur. They want to use the N word. They want to, you know, whatever other slurs they want to do. That's all, the R slur. That's all it's about to them. And so when it comes to actual free speech, which is journalism, they're nowhere to be found. And that's because they don't like journalists. They like little, you know, nut coddlers. I'm sorry. They like their little podcast monkeys sitting there clapping, you know, clapping like chimps along with whatever Trump says, thinking he's funny, even though he's totally not fucking funny.
No.
And they want people like Rogan to be like, yeah, that is interesting. No pushback, no hard questions. So that's journalism to the right, because fascists have no use for journalism. Journalism, the truth is whatever they say it is.
Well, I appreciate both of you because in this hour that we're in, and I'm thinking that we're about to be starting soon in the courtroom, I'm hearing actually that Jane Fonda requested an activist we know to take her down there because she wanted to be there to show her support in person.
Yes.
And I think things like that are very, very important because somebody who for decades has been an activist and is still showing up for us. Don't you think, Miles, like we're showing that from the youngest who have everything to lose in this, because they're going to be here the longest. We'll be long gone and they'll be in this crapola country if we don't do something about it, all the way to our seniors. Everybody is taking this opportunity to say something.
Well, and I'll tell you something else. At the beginning of last year, it seemed like everyone was scared shitless to say anything about the president, even people who'd criticized him before. You know, and Hollywood types who'd criticized him before, a lot of them had gone quiet. And credit to Jane Fonda. She launched something called the Committee for the First Amendment. She resuscitated an organization that existed during the Red Scare and McCarthyism in the 1950s. And she organized hundreds of celebrities to come on board and stand again for First Amendment rights in this moment. So again, you don't have to agree or like her politics, or maybe you love her politics. It's not about that. It's about the same amendment that protects all of us. And so I'm thrilled that she's done that. And look, what Jane has done is what Don has done, is that the more people who dissent, they lower the price of dissent for everyone else. Because when everyone's quiet, the first person who speaks up, they get punished royally. But the more people who speak up, the harder it is to do anything to get back against them, because you've then got an army defending those principles and defending dissent. So that is what Jane Fonda's doing, and rallying influencers, you know, to go support Don. That is what Don has done in the journalism profession. That's what we all need to do to go protect Don, to go protect Georgia Fort, and to show that we're not going to stand for this.
Can I just add really quickly that I think it's also, you know, Don will get out, we hope. But there's also, my mind immediately goes to all the people who don't have the legal support, the money, and the backing of this awesome community, which are all of the people who have been swept up by ICE, including the 5-year-old Liam Ramos, who is still being detained, was picked up, the kid with the, you know, his little blue hat and his Spider-Man backpack that he's been asking for. He's been in detention for what now, like a week, right? And we saw images of him. He's in Delaney, I believe, in Texas. We saw images of him lying in his father's arms. He's not well. He's not eating. And I think we also need to make this rallying cry to free the detainees, okay? Because many of them are just as innocent, if, you know, as Don Lemon is, right? Living their lives, doing their jobs, going to work, picking up their kids. And they have the audacity, this regime has the audacity to call Liam's father a negligent father, right? That's what they called Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who has children in this country. He's a negligent father. He's a terrible guy. Why would you defend this guy?
I can see Miles is probably going to have to leave. Thank you. If you want to come back and join us, we appreciate you. It's starting to get blurry. We appreciate you joining us. And I'm going to bring on 2 additional people. Jay Jordan is returning to us, and Akila Hughes is returning to, or not returning to us, maybe here for the first time for the day, at least. Welcome, everybody.
Hi. Thank you for having us.
Well,
hey, what's up?
We have not heard yet from the lovely Miss Hughes. So I know you know what all is happening. I'm not going to do the breakdown for you just because you're new guest on the show today. Give us, what's your take? Where are we? What does it mean? What we need to do now?
Right. Well, I mean, just to start, I woke up to the news like a lot of people on the East Coast about Don Lemon being arrested. And, you know, he was the one to say they're going to keep coming for me. And so I guess I wasn't surprised, but I was super dismayed and remain dismayed. I think it's actually, you know, it's a huge inflection point for our country. And not just in reference to, you know, all of the human rights abuses that we're seeing in Minneapolis and throughout ICE agencies throughout the country, but the idea that a journalist who is doing their job clearly and evidently, and even in the reporting that was done that day, can be smeared like this and be, you know, sort of held to a standard that is kind of ridiculous, is frightening, is disappointing. I've been pissed off all day. You know, it is not lost on me that this is happening to a Black reporter days before Black History Month, one who has been very critical of Donald Trump in the past, who, you know, in just the past week has been critical of Donald Trump's new best friend, Nicki Minaj. You know, I think all of that is playing for me. And so, you know, it's a good question what we do now, because in the immediate, you know, I'm just sort of yelling at anyone who will listen to wake the fuck up. Like, this is real. This is an issue. And, you know, I've been tuning in on and off all day. I think a lot of your guests have been incredibly eloquent in pointing out that, like, this is the beginning. You know what I mean? Like, this is not something where, you know, maybe it is a test. Maybe they want to see how we'll react to something like this. Don Lemon's been trending all day on Twitter. Anyone who has any sense is speaking out about it. You know, I tend to believe that, like, the people will win, but in this moment, I think it's a scary moment, and I think people need to be realistic that, you know, this is unprecedented territory. And this also comes on the heels of Donald Trump being up all night calling for Barack Obama to be arrested for other bullshit. So it's like, this is an unhinged man who, you know, is really just, I think, like, we're watching the emperor with no clothes try to just ransack the banks and ransack the country, and, you know, just becoming more and more unhinged. And I think that, like, we have to treat this as seriously as it is.
Well, there's a post. It's probably it's my most recent post with Don. It's my pre-arrest last post with Don, where his question started yesterday's show with, it seems like we're living in Donald Trump's psychosis.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we are all hostages within the non-connecting synapses of this little man's brain. Jay, you've had a little break. I hope you ate. I took my electrolytes. Tell us what you're thinking, and I'm gonna go off camera 10 seconds and move so I don't die, so my thing doesn't die. But you go ahead.
Yeah,
you have the floor.
Don't die. I've been in New Orleans. I had some fried oysters. I had a po' boy. I had some gumbo. I'm replenished. What I will say is that the most telling part of all of this is not just the Epstein files being released today. It's that every accusation is a confession. They say, oh, they're silencing the media. Yeah, y'all are. Oh, they're protecting pedophiles. Yeah, y'all are. Oh, they're scamming the government. He's suing the IRS today, he says. Yeah, they are. So there have been so many instances where, like, when a finger points three more point back at them. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I kind of talked about cultural capital and the effect that, you know, celebrity and fame and focus and influence can have on something like this. Everything that I've seen online today has been pro Don Lemon. And I looked for people who would be anti Don Lemon. Even the people who were on the fence, they're like, yeah, I don't necessarily know how this is going to play out, but this is a bad look. This is a horrible look for the Trump administration. Pam Bondi has given up any and all credentials kind of in record time. Mm-hmm. At one point, we thought Pam Bondi, we thought Marco Rubio would be the adults in the room. We thought because they were all Florida trash and they knew how to speak to Donald Trump that we could
they've been doing it for decades.
Okay, yeah. We thought, okay, maybe you know how to coddle this toddler. Maybe you know how to change his pamper just the right way. But no. So Pam Bondi has really sacrificed herself people are calling for her to be disbarred. A lot of people who like work within the legal field are saying this is ridiculous. There's nothing here. The thing they want is for people to make this an inflection point. They want a Ferguson. They want a Minneapolis 2020. They want something that they can send militarized troops into and, you know, kind of slaughter Black bodies in mass. That's what they want. That's what they think is going to happen. It's been a very interesting day. Also, once again, as a comedian, I apologize. This is inherently tied to stand-up comedy. It's inextricably linked to stand-up comedy, to Joe Rogan, to Tim Dillon, to Theo Vaughn, to Nick Shirley, to Channel 5. It's connected. It's very much connected.
Well, they're very vocal now, aren't they? They're all out in front.
Suddenly, yeah. Something
Well,
changed.
no.
What was it? It's
No,
not.
I'm being very sarcastic about them not saying shit when
Joe Rogan is being extremely cagey about his answers. Theo Vaughn, who called Nick Fuentes brave 2 weeks ago, just interviewed Bernie Sanders, and Bernie Sanders, who is possibly the most famous Jewish politician, shouldn't have had to sit across from someone who was being soft on Nazis. And Tim Dillon has yet to answer why he dressed up as the Beast to hang out with Cheryl Hines. So there's a lot of connect. I can't make this up. The weird part about Don being arrested is that these people, they say they're saving the country. I don't know if this is helping Americans. I don't know if this is putting food on the table. I don't know if this is like putting money in anyone's pocket.
We know that it is not.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what
Can I just add also, like, immediately this action at the church, I super stand by that action. There's a fucking priest. That church is collaborating with ICE.
Yeah.
That was like he was like leading the little like whatever, the ICE franchise, whatever they call it. Like, he was a point person for ICE as it's terrorizing the community of Minneapolis. So the community had every reason to protest him. And it reminds me very much of when Pussy Riot protested inside of a church. And they got arrested, and they were seen as enemies of the state and enemies of, the faith and all this. And they did it on purpose. And I'm not saying that this was not a religious protest by any means, but this is do not collaborate with the American Gestapo the way you are. How dare you be a leader of faith and simultaneously be fingering women, children, innocent people, workers. And this is an army that is now, killed 2 people. So I think just the whole characterization of protest as inherently being illegal, whether, it's in a church, you can't do it. You can't do it on the sidewalk, or you can't do it in the street. Or Megyn Kelly, well, I would have just blown a whistle from the side. Shut up, bitch. Like,
I think we've got some footage from outside the courthouse that we want to play.
Let's see.
Let's go.
Done. Thank you very much.
We missed it.
Wait, there's a
Hopefully
question.
She will be joining us shortly, and we can. It seems like maybe she's done speaking. Oh, is she answering questions?
I can't hear. I can't hear.
Hey, we can only take questions if we can do it in an orderly manner. So right now, this gentleman's asking a question.
So the feds are alleging this wasn't peaceful, that parents were blocked from their children, people were not allowed to exit the church. Some people thought it was a church shooting. What was your response?
This is why we need independent journalists who will tell us the truth about what happens. We have learned from experience that this administration lies in order to...
You respond to Donald Trump attacking civilians getting murdered. Why is civilians getting murdered under this...
So in the hat there is Rashad Robinson.
Yeah.
Who for years, you guys know, headed Color of Change. And is now moving on and started his own company. I'm gonna mess up the name if I name it. So just look up Rashad Robinson everywhere, y'all. And he said that he sent me a message saying that it was important to Jane because she is heading the committee for the First Amendment. It's a collective of nearly 3,000 artists and cultural leaders standing together to defend free expression against repression, industry complicity, and intimidation. So, you know, I mean, Jane's been on the front lines since the front line was a front line. Like now you don't even know where the front, the back, the side. It's no line. It's no line. Because I was talking to one of my mentors, and I can come to you with that, Akila. I was talking to one of my mentors and saying, like, who are the frontline soldiers in this moment? Because people expect things of me, like they want me to put my black body out there. You know, I mean, I love a good march. Anybody will tell you. I listen, I love it.
Love to get our steps in.
I love a good march, but I have refrained because, in my opinion, when I marched all those months before the election, and when I marched myself to the ballot box, that was my marching. And now I am working in other ways, and people who did not march their way to the ballot box.
Right. I mean, I will say I share that frustration. It's like probably the thing that I talk about most online and off, because I think that, like, objectively, you know, Donald Trump is a convicted felon. This was not a hard decision. And unfortunately, in this country, it is still very much a two-party system, and one person was going to win the election. And so I understand the criticisms of Kamala Harris, but I also understand that this would not be happening under Kamala Harris. You know, there's no world where journalists would be arrested for, you know, reporting on a story as it unfolds, as it enters a church where the pastor has been confirmed to be working with ICE. You know, and beyond all of that, like, you know, I have to live in the moment we're in. So it's like, I try to table that, even though I am pissed. I think generationally I am pissed. I talked to my mom about this, and she's like, well, you know what? Your grandmother marched and we're still marching. So what does it do? That's her real feeling.
Guys, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have Senator Ruben Gallego here and Scott Galloway here, and maybe somebody else here, but we'll wait on them. First, Senator, coming to you, you know the news of the day that the person who normally hosts this show, who wouldn't have kept you waiting, Don Lemon, is currently being arraigned in Los Angeles in a federal courthouse right now. Your thoughts?
I mean, there's really no other way to put it. This is really fucked up. And what, in what world is it acceptable for a journalist to be arrested by the government? The only world that is acceptable is a world that is trying to move closer and closer to fascism. And, you know, what we're seeing again is just another attack. Now, whether it was done today or was going to be done tomorrow, this is just another, you know, step in what this president and his allies are trying to do, which is trying to get full control. Let's not forget that yesterday they went and took, you know, all of the ballots from Georgia. We saw some releases from the Epstein files today, and then now this. This is just, again, this administration, Trump just going overboard, doing things that are illegal, in the hopes that he basically everyone gets used to this, so that way they can do, you know, even more illegal shit. Right now, I'm actually in the U.S. Senate because we're voting on the bill when it comes to funding ICE. I will be voting no. But, you know, we're really dealing at a bad crossroads. You know, we just had 2 U.S. citizens killed by federal agents in less than a month and a half. You know, we're seeing people of color being just, you know, taken off the streets, whether they're U.S. citizens or not, just by racial profiling. This is the kind of stuff that, you know, is really dystopian, and the stuff that was like has made people really have nightmares and wrote books about it. And the reason why they got to take journalists out first is because they know that if there's no journalists talking about this, then people aren't learning about it, and then there is no popular uprising against this. And that's what you're actually seeing right now. The reason why these numbers are going down for the president when it comes to immigration numbers is because the press has been out there showing the excesses of these ICE agents, these federal agents, showing how much they've been bullying these communities, suppressing these communities. And that has really turned the American public against Donald Trump in one of the areas that he was the strongest. And they're trying to send a message by not just picking up Don Lemon, but also these other journalists. So we need to stay in this. We need to be in support of Don and other journalists that are out there, because they're just as much of our defense against this type of tyranny as the people that are marching in the streets.
Yeah, and that's a mouthful, and we agree with you. Thank you, sir, for everything that you're doing and for speaking up in this hour, because everybody isn't. There are a lot of people who know that this is wrong and aren't saying a word. So we appreciate you.
Well, you guys
Professor.
starting it makes a big difference. I'll hand it over to the professor. Adios.
Yes, Professor Dr. Galloway. I know that you know Don, and I know that you're no stranger to appearing with him across this and other platforms. What say you in this hour? Oh, and I'm sorry, before we do that, bye, Francesca. Thank you so much for joining. We appreciate you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I got to go watch Nicki Minaj trash Don Lemon and then troll her online. So I hope you guys watch that, because fuck Nicki. And thank you guys for having me. Free Don, and follow me at Franny Fio wherever. Take care.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry about that, Professor.
So first off, thanks very much for hosting me. And I just want to correct the record. I only have an MBA. I don't have a PhD. So just Scott, not Dr. Galloway. So look, first off, to be blunt, I'm not worried about Don Lemon. Don has money. He has huge levels of support. He's going to be just fine. And Don is a friend. So I'm not, and quite frankly, I think Don is going to come out of this with more credibility, because he's showing a lot of courage, and he's actually, walking the walk and going on the ground. The reason this is so worrisome is that history has a brutal truth here, and that is the normalization of trying to silence controversial voices and journalists is a playbook straight out of a kind of a fascist handbook. It's happened repeatedly. And unfortunately, it's difficult to put the genie back in the bottle when you do this, whether it's 2013 in Hungary, whether it's the Weimar Republic. They start with controversial figures where there will be some natural support for illegal actions against that person. And then you end up not enforcing the law, but trying to shape a reality to fit a certain political discourse. And I was trying to look at things through an economic lens, whether it's 30s Germany, whether it's Turkey, whether it's Russia in the early 2000s. Generally, the sequestering of the dissent of journalists leads to two things. It leads to an angrier nation, and it leads to a much poorer nation. So this type of, when you have the attorney general not arresting someone because they're enforcing the law, but because they're trying to reshape a new reality that turns political discourse into kind of a new political reality, it doesn't end well. This is a scary moment. And oftentimes it's very hard to go back behind the line when you start normalizing these types of arrests. And just to show you how outrageous this is, can you ever imagine Obama's attorney general arresting Sean Hannity? So this is a scary moment. I don't think it's scary for Don. I think Don's going to be just fine. And as much as I care about him, I think he's going to be just fine. But it is a scary moment for America.
Yeah, and I want to bring in my distinguished colleague, co-laborer in the law, Charles Coleman, ESQ. But I also want to say that I do believe, same as you, Scott, that Don will be okay. But my experience with this country is, if you're a Black man in America, it doesn't matter how much money you have. It doesn't matter how much influence you have. I have spent a career taking care of behind the scenes and in front of cameras Black men who were supposed to be untouchable. And so that's why I'm on this camera all day today, because I am concerned about Don. And Charles, I know you probably can identify with that. So let's go to you next. You're mute.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I think that there are a number of different lenses through which we can see today through. We can see it through the lens of the notion of a project of a multiracial democracy that has never fully been realized. You can see it through the lens of what civil unrest is supposed to engender and protect. But one of the things that's important to remember is that regardless of whatever lens that you may choose to see today through, we as Black people, Don as a Black man, does not have the choice to see the lens through anything other than that first and foremost. Anything beyond that is a privilege that I don't necessarily think that Don enjoys, and many of us who are watching, whether it's from Georgia Ford to anyone else who potentially falls in the crosshairs, when you look like us, you have to be mindful of that, because it's not something that's optional. You don't get to sort of like jump into that first. You start there. That is your default. And because that is your default, it comes with a particular amount of consideration toward what fairness may or may not be as part of the system, what opportunities may or may not exist for redress when you are on the other side, and how easily it will be for you to move forward through society carrying the label. Because let's be clear about something. Regardless of however we may have felt about it, Don Lemon could not be a 39-time convicted felon and then end up president.
Yeah.
Right. And so when you're talking about the considerations that come with that lens, yes, I agree with Professor Galloway. In large part, all of the boxes should be checked for someone like Don. They are not guaranteed to be checked, but for any journalist who looks like us on this live right now, the reality is that we cannot take anything for granted in this moment. And I will go back to the fact.
And I'm going to toss back to Professor Galloway for more thoughts. But before I do kind of just want to say that since this morning, Charles, you have chosen to wear an ensemble that matches your artwork. And even in these darkest of times, I think attention must be paid, because we need the levity. And I know you couldn't have done it by accident. So blend on, my friend, blend on. Professor Galloway, please, we're going to you.
Yeah, I largely agree with everything that's been said here. And also, I just want to acknowledge, I've never walked in Don's shoes. I just can never fully empathize with what it means to be a non-white. A white heterosexual male born in the 60s, I've just recognized so much unearned privilege, and I acknowledge that. But it is difficult for me to in any way say I have walked in your shoes. I just want to acknowledge that up front. However, what I will say, something I've struggled with my whole life, is the difference between being right and being effective. And in this moment, I do think this is a moment about when there is state-sponsored arrest and selective prosecution of journalists based on their political views, that we are entering a very dark space, and that we should be focused on that. And also, just in general, one of the things I fault my progressive brothers and sisters around is we have a tendency to begin pointing out when we agree on 90% of our issues, we have a tendency to focus on the 10% we don't agree on. And that we need to come together as one and embrace that we're allies. And even if we're holding the gun wrong, we are allies. And I would suggest in this moment, this is about a historical precedent where the federal government is selectively prosecuting journalists. And I would keep it very focused on that message. But again, I'll finish where I started. It is difficult for me to fully empathize with the challenges many of the people on this call have faced, and Don Lemon, because the reality is I have not walked in your shoes.
And
Thank you.
Monique, can I?
1 second. Thank you so much. We appreciate you, and frankly appreciate the wisdom that you drop every day. I'm a follower and a fan, and don't mind admitting either. I've learned things that help me greatly.
I quote Professor Scott. I quote
Trying to make my dollars make sense.
Galloway quite frequently.
I appreciate that.
Particularly as it relates to, and we can talk about this another time, America's male crisis. I quote him quite often. So
great.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Keep fighting the good fight. Thank
We
you.
appreciate you.
Take care.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
We want
Hi,
to.
Don.
I want to talk for a bit to our resident laugh boxes because we need to laugh, and then I'll be staying on. Charles is going to take over anchoring, and I'll be hanging out because I hear one of my sisters in the struggle is coming on, so I'm definitely not going to leave before she graces us. But what I also want to say, as we level set, is that Mayor Bass has just walked into the courthouse. I am in touch with people who are accompanying her and people who were there, and the proceedings have not started yet. So we are a good, healthy 30 minutes behind. But we still expect for Don to be free from these chains today, as the people were in Minnesota, but then free from this case eventually, as I know my colleague Charles will lay out for us as we talk it through. But now, what say you, Jay? You had something you wanted to say.
Okay. Well, the first thing I want to say is that it's not funny. It's not funny. But in a world where we know what happened to Breonna Taylor, to send that many police officers to Georgia Fort is to subject that woman to near death. We have to frame it that way because that is the way it feels, looks, and happens to Black people in this country. That's the first thing. And it's not funny, but that's an attempt on a Black woman's life when you send that many police officers in the middle of the night. That's exactly what that is. The second thing is that it is amazing to me that they thought this would distract us from the Epstein files. Because a lot of people who believe and like solely pledge their allegiance to Trump can't hold two thoughts in their head at the same time. But the majority of Americans can. And Black Americans whose existence is a duality and oxymoronic, we always have. So of course we know both of these things are going on. So it's just, they really thought that because they arrested the one, you know, out and proud, loud Black journalist who works for independent media, that we weren't going to notice this because they also released Epstein files. They then also tried to scrub within the hour. Once again, like a college freshman turning in a paper, they forgot to fix some typos before they sent it out. It's laughable. That's what's laughable, is their shoddy craftsmanship to this.
Yeah, I'm so glad you mentioned that because I've been having a walk and chew gum my whole life. My mom and daddy walk and chew gum. Grandma and them walk and chew gum. My grandparents got married on Juneteenth. My great grandfather was emancipated in Galveston, Texas on Juneteenth. We know how to walk and chew gum, and you can't distract me that easily. Like, the racism of it is never something we lose track of. Akilah, we're going to you, and then it's going to be my excited pleasure to be a panelist for the rest of the day while the one, the only, Charles Coleman ESQ takes over as guest host. Akilah. Oh, wait a minute. I'm supposed to bring somebody in. Y'all, no. I'm messing
Bring
up.
them in.
I'm ending the day messing up. The one and only Brian Tyler Cohen is here. So welcome, Brian.
Hi, everybody.
We appreciate you. First to Akilah, then to Brian, and then I'm just gonna be the peanut gallery.
I got it.
Awesome.
I got it from here. Thank you, Monique.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for moderating for the half hour I've been on. Also, Jay is just always spot on. I just wanted to say one more thing about the circumstances, right? We have Pam Bondi, who is not qualified for her job. We have a president who's not qualified for his job. We have Christine Ohm, who's not qualified for her job. We have all of these people who are unqualified, who are also committed to not doing fair investigations when they are bad at their jobs. And so I think that my biggest concern for Don is that, we have a Justice Department that's already in this moment flying in the face of what federal judges have already said is a ridiculous claim. And, I think that I think that they've had it out for Don for a long time because of everything he represents. The fact that he's been able to pivot from traditional media and succeed, where Donald Trump has been upset ever since The Apprentice never won an award. I think all of these things, Jay was connecting some dots and I am also connecting them. I too am of the belief that he will get out today, but who can know? I just think that it's a shame that we have a bunch of crooks and frauds running our country and going after people who are truly doing their job and doing it the right way. I can't, I'm friends with lots of journalists. I'm dating a journalist. I, for a time, was a journalist. What do I do now? I host podcasts and do comedy. And everyone I've spoken to said, you know what, if this was some sort of private establishment where there was no connection, there may have been some pause about entering with protesters. But this is a church where the pastor is working directly for ICE. They should be investigating that. That is actually a conflict. A person who is exempt from taxes, going to a church to preach to his sermon to his audience, to a full room, while he's getting money from the government to oppress their community. I think that would be worthy of an investigation, but we'll never see it. So that's all I wanted to say.
Brian, I thank you, Akilah. I appreciate it. Brian, I want to ask you, there's been so much conversation. Thank you for joining us. I know your time is limited. I did want to ask you, what does it tell you about where we are and how we are responding to this as a society when in the midst of what's everything that's happening in Minnesota, in the midst of the Epstein files releasing literally millions of documents today, in the midst of a government shutdown deadline that is looming over everyone, and in the midst of everything going on in the economy, that this is the story. What does that tell you about where our focus is as a American people?
Well, look, I think that there's no doubt about the importance that the First Amendment has, because it's foundational. I mean, we wouldn't know about everything that's going on without the ability of the Don Lemons of the world to get this information out to us. And of course, they want to clamp down on Don because he is a small part of a broader ecosystem that represents a major threat to this administration. This administration can own every other entity other than the people. They can own law firms, they can own TV networks, media conglomerates, universities, tech CEOs, foreign countries, foreign leaders, but they can't get control over independent media and they can't get control of regular people. And that really pisses them off because this administration derives its sense of power from this idea that they have total control. And this is the one corner of the universe that they don't have total control, and they can't put the squeeze on Don Lemon because he doesn't have SpaceX or some other space company that needs government approval. He's not looking for federal funding on some other job. That's how this administration operates. They know where they can squeeze people, because we have all of these too big to fail, over leveraged entities that control the distribution of media or that control our algorithms, not with Don and not with the rest of these independent media folks. And I think that poses an existential threat to an administration that relies on being able to manipulate the information that we have. And so when you have all these Americans, to go back to your question, who are very rightfully concerned about what we're seeing, at the hands of this administration as it relates to Don Lemon, that's for good reason. The First Amendment is sacrosanct for a reason. It's how we make sure we get all this information, whether it's about Epstein, whether it's about ICE, out to the American people. And again, they know that independent media is a threat to their ability to counter that narrative or clamp down on certain information. And so we're going to see more of this, not less.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that. And Monique, in a minute, I'm going to ask that we I'm going to use you as a panelist, as a lawyer in a minute, and have you do a legal reset of where we are. But before then, Jay, I want to ask you, as long as we're talking about Don Lemon today, we're not seeing video of Alex Peretti being shot. We're not seeing, video of people protesting as much. That was on repeat in terms of the cycle. There is an intentional effort. Steve Bannon has talked about flooding the zone repeatedly as a means of trying to get people's attention span to jump around to different places. How concerned are you that by Monday or Tuesday of next week, not necessarily for us, because we're here, Lemon Nation is in the chat, we are focused, but for other folks who are sort of casual observers, how concerned are you that the conversation drifts? And if so, how do you keep it where it needs to be?
Yeah.
I think that the outrage economy and the kind of like ADHD nature of American media goes all the way from TikTok and Instagram all the way up to CNN to see who's fighting Scott Jennings this week. I think that we have to make sure that we have a holistic approach to this. So when we talk about this, we're talking about Philando Castile and we're talking about Don Lemon. We're talking about the entire breadth of what's happened when it comes to Minneapolis. When we talk about Minneapolis, we can remind them, oh, this happened to Don Lemon because Nick Shirley wanted to pretend to be a journalist to engage in racism and xenophobia against Somalians in Minnesota, because that's what they're kind of banking on us going, oh, well, that was last week's hot news. This isn't hot news. This is how we have to look at this. And I think a holistic approach, I think a historical approach, and I think that a well-rounded approach that comes from talking to Black people, talking to people in Minneapolis, talking to journalists, talking to people who are vetted, and talking to comedians who will tell you right now, this is connected to Joe Rogan. This is connected to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. This is connected to the memification of election cycles in America. This is connected to the death of expertise. It's all connected, sadly. So I think that's how we remind people that this is happening now, that happened then, and this is what this can lead to. Also, we have to remind people when it leads to things, it will get to you. If you are a vendor in Los Angeles, this will take money out of your pocket come 2028. People can't come to this country for the Olympics. When it comes to World Cup this year, there are going to be journalists from the global South. There are going to be journalists who are Black and brown who do not want to step foot in America. If this is how America treats its own journalists, what's going to happen when they come over here? So I think that a holistic approach, while it is tough, sometimes being an engaged citizen means it's going to be a 300 level course. So this isn't 101 anymore. You're going to have to understand you a junior now. Take this serious. Do the reading.
If I can jump in too, I think it's helpful to think of this too, in terms of how we speak to people. Trump ran a campaign, and as did Republicans, on being super hyper focused on what Americans wanted. They were talking about lowering the price of housing, of rent, of groceries, of eggs. They got so granular that they were talking about the price of eggs. And yet, since Trump's taken office, where has his priority been? Because costs have been rising everywhere, and yet he's arresting and trying to charge his political enemies. That doesn't help Americans. He's encrusting the Oval Office in gold. That doesn't help Americans. Building himself a $400 million ballroom. That doesn't help Americans. Stripping healthcare away from 17 million people who rely on Medicaid. That doesn't help Americans. Cutting ACA subsidies to 24 million Americans, cutting food assistance to the tune of $186 billion. None of these things help regular American people. And so I think the story about Don here is just a small part of a larger whole. It's only the most recent iteration of an administration that does not give a flying fuck about regular people, and they're putting that on full display right now. All of these people thought this guy was some populist champion, and he's proving that to them on a daily basis that far from being populist, he is only focused on himself, on enriching himself, on seeking vengeance against his political enemies. And I think that that's registering right now. But, from a political perspective, not from a democracy falling perspective, which I think is something that resonates for all of us. not from a protecting Don perspective, which I think again resonates with all of us, but for people who are out there, who are not paying attention to politics. That is a very simple story, I think, that we can tell people in terms of an administration that kind of seems hell-bent on proving that they sold their supporters a bill of goods.
And can I say, you also have three very clear examples of it not helping Americans. You have Alex Preddy, you have Renee Good, and you have Liam. You have three very clear-cut examples of ICE failing to do what their mission statement is. No one is safer. Multiple people aren't alive, and there's a 5-year-old who is separated from his family.
Brian Tyler Cohen, I want to thank you for making the most of your time today. And I know you had a little bit of a hard out, but really appreciate your commentary here. Wanted to do a refresh. Thank you for that, Jay. Wanted to do a refresh at the top of the hour, just so everybody understands where things are in case you're just joining us. As usual for Don's Live at 5. Obviously, Don Lemon is not with us yet. I anticipate that sooner than later he will be. And we have been pretty much going live all day, thanks to none other than Monique Presley, as well as Katie Fang. And so we are so thankful for their stewardship in helping to carry the torch while Don is not with us yet. Monique is now a panelist, and so I get to guest host. And Monique, in the spirit of a refresh, can you just sort of give us a legal overview for those of us who are just joining, may have been at work? What are the charges that Don is facing, and where are things we're waiting for his initial hearing? What does that look like, and what are next steps?
Monique, would it be okay if I said one thing before I leave? I just want to thank you all for doing this and taking this opportunity to draw attention to what's happening right now. I think that the biggest advantage that we have right now as folks who are in the independent media space is making sure to not let this administration succeed when they try to silence certain voices. There's a reason that they went after Don, and the fact that this opportunity wasn't wasted and you all are taking the time to come on this platform and make sure to give accurate information to people and sound the alarm about what's happening is a massive service that you're doing to everybody. So I just want to thank you all for taking the time today and doing this and making sure not to lose this opportunity and push back in very much the way that I think Don had built this platform to intend to do.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that, Brian. Monique, I'm going to ask you to pause for a moment. As you know, this
happily.
You've been talking all day, and you know this is a very fluid situation. Keila, Jay, thank you so much for sticking around with us. I want to bring on someone who is no stranger to making their voice be heard, and in this moment, a voice that really does matter. Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett is with us, who is also a candidate for the United States Senate in Texas. Congresswoman Crockett, thank you for joining us. Always a pleasure to talk to you on every platform. Can you please just give us some thoughts and reactions to the arrest of Don Lemon today?
Yeah, so obviously y'all are trained attorneys, so I can only guess which you have already stated, which is the obvious, which is that this is a violation of his constitutional rights. There is a reason that there were multiple judges that refused to go along with this. And frankly, Charles, you've been a prosecutor, and you know what the saying used to be: you can indict a ham sandwich. And frankly, the only thing that this DOJ is good at doing is indicting ham sandwiches. I mean, we know that they indicted the guy that threw a ham sandwich, and guess what? No conviction. We know they indicted Tish James, and guess what? Nothing. We know that they indicted James Comey. We can go down the list. So they are losers. So that is good, right? Like, we know that this is not the creme de la creme. We know that they are scraping the bottom of the barrel. But what is terrible about this is that they are trying to inject a chill effect on all of us. Those of us that want to exercise our First Amendment rights to protest. They decide, let's kill you in the middle of the street. And no, there won't be any type of oversight or accountability for what we do. And then they decide to go after journalists that decide to be on the ground, on the front lines, and telling the truth. And so I think that this is a moment that we all have to sit back, just like everybody felt a way about Kimmel and what they felt like was an attack on Kimmel. And everybody came together I mean, everybody, right? They were like, oh, y'all gonna cancel Kimmel? Y'all can't do that. Let me tell you something. This is way worse. They incarcerated this man. They incarcerated this woman, right? Like, we know that they went after 2 African-American journalists. Like, this is not by accident. And as I continue to say about the broken systems that we have in this country, this is all a part of the design, a part of the feature, not a flaw. So I will say that I am trying to work in creative ways with my colleagues in the legislature, because I think that we need to empower plaintiffs in this moment. The only branch that is not completely broken right now is the judiciary. The idea that we need to say that certain things are going to be in place and just don't break the law, that's not good enough with these guys. We need to empower those that want to get their own attorneys. Obviously, Charles, you've done civil rights work, right? You know what it is. You know how difficult it is to go after the federal government or any government. So let me make that clear, right? So maybe we need to lower this bar, because this government is coming after everyone. But this is something that Black folks specifically have been talking about for a very long time, and no one was listening. So whether we're talking about the killings of Mr. Preddy or Renee Good, or if we're talking about trampling on the rights of immigrants, or if we're talking about trampling on the rights of journalists, we need to have some real teeth. It is obviously not good enough to just say that something is a constitutional violation at this point. We are going to have to specify exactly how you go about getting some redress and empower these lawyers so that then the judiciary can do what they do best.
Congresswoman, thank you for that. I saw earlier that the CBC had issued a statement online in support of Don and in protection of journalists. To your point about getting some teeth, it's going to take not only the efforts of the CBC being very clear about where they are, but also reaching out to many of your other colleagues throughout the House of Representatives, and particularly in the upper chamber as well. What does that effort look like in terms of getting more people who are federal legislators to understand the importance of this moment?
Yeah, so first thing this morning when I heard, I was posting in various Signal chats like, yo, like, I mean, this has to be a red line, right? And others are chiming in. So we're having these conversations not only amongst the CBC, but amongst kind of the caucus as a whole. We have not had a meeting called that I'm aware of just yet, but I anticipate that we may have a meeting called by leadership. I have put in multiple chats that we have to use the fact that we are potentially headed to a shutdown and use that leverage to start to rein in this rogue administration. And, you know, the only ideas that people have been tossing around in general have been about basically, let me reiterate to you what the law is. And so I have expressed the need to make sure that we can have a third party check, because the judiciary ain't checking. I'm sorry, the legislative branch isn't checking, nor are we getting any checks or any adherence to the law from the executive branch, right? So, you know, typically, even if you had a rogue president, you would have a real attorney general, a real U.S. attorney who would like follow the law. We don't have that right now. Like it all has broken down. And so the best that we can do is empower individuals to protect themselves against this federal government. And that's what we need to be focused on as we go through these negotiations about whether or not the government shuts down.
And while we have you here, Congresswoman Crockett, I know we have a bunch of transitions. Jay has to go in a minute, but I would be remiss to ask you, if I did not ask you, for the sake of everybody who's on, what is the status of the government shutdown? Where are things? Do you think that it is going to be? Do we think we are heading toward another shutdown?
Well, it doesn't look like they're passing the bills that the House sent over. And I am currently in Houston, Texas, shooting my first commercial for the Senate campaign. So we've not been called in. So, you know, the rumors are that I will be called in on Sunday. We're already supposed to return on Monday anyway. I just received an alert that they have an agreement. I'm not really sure. And I want y'all to kind of dig into what that agreement looks like as well and nerd out a little bit. Because the last thing that I recall seeing is that they were going to fund 5 of the 6 appropriations that they still needed to get across the finish line. They were going to pass those, but then they were going to do a continuing resolution for 2 weeks for DHS, which includes the funding for ICE. But within that continuing resolution, there also was criminal contempt for Hillary and Bill Clinton as well. So I want y'all to like understand, like, yes, they've locked Don up. They've locked up, activists. They've tried to lock up Tish James. They're doing all of this, but now, like very quietly, in that continuing resolution, at least the last one that I had my eyes on, was this move to lock up Hillary and Bill Clinton as well.
I want to thank you for that and underscore the importance of it, Congresswoman Crockett, because as Monique Presley just said not too long ago, as a people, we have had to learn how to walk and chew gum at the same time. So we are fighting multiple fights at one time. I'm not going to hold you much longer. Thank you so much, and good luck on your commercial being shot. We'll look for it. Congratulations on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me, Charles. Thank you. Have a good night, Senator Crockett.
Hey, that's my girl. That's my girl.
Thank you so much for joining. We do appreciate you as always, Jasmine Crockett, current United States Congresswoman from Texas, and soon, hopefully, to be United States Senator from the state of Texas. Thank you for joining us, Jasmine.
All right, bye, y'all.
We have a bunch of additional guests. Akilah, I have not forgotten about you, girl. Please just bear with me. We trying to juggle. We got stuff coming in the pipeline.
I'm hanging out.
Thank you so much, Jay. I know you are a little bit short on time. Did you want to give one last comment before you hop off?
One last comment. One thing you can do to help Don, you can also watch Cardi B on SNL this weekend because it will piss Nikki off. So watch Cardi B. Jasmine Crockett was in Houston. Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett was in Houston. Listen to Megan Thee Stallion. Watch Cardi B this weekend. Piss Nicki Minaj off. Free Don Julio Lemon till it's backwards. Thank you so much, Monique. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Akilah. This has been a pleasure.
Free Don till we see Don. That's what I'm saying.
Free Don till we see Don.
Free Don until we see Don. Thank you so much, Jay, for being with us. We are going to bring on 2 additional guests. Jane Fonda is joining us along with Rashad Robinson. Thank you both for being here. I just want to get right to it. You all are both staunch advocates for constitutional rights, for civil rights, for human rights, and for their protection. Not just for some people, but for all of us, but particularly fighting for people whose rights have been historically abridged and infringed upon. What is your reaction to today and in this moment? How did you respond to the news when you first heard it?
They arrested the wrong Don. Yeah. Representative Crockett was right. This is an attempt to scare all the rest of us. They're using Don Lemon. They arrested him so that we'll be scared to be using our free speech, our right to protest, our right to assemble. These are rights that many of our fathers and grandfathers died protecting. We cannot be silent. This is one more red line that has been crossed. This is a page right out of the authoritarian playbook. You arrest somebody who you feel is not sufficiently obedient, and you then proceed to make that person look like he or she is the one that's done wrong. I mean, there was a report. Rashad and I were just at the press conference in front of the courthouse, and they were trying to make Don Lemon look bad. This is the tactic, smear him, create false realities. And we have to understand what's happening, and we have to stand together. If they can arrest Don Lemon for inciting whatever they're accusing him of, they can arrest anybody.
And so we're here. I'm representing, and Rashad's on our steering committee, the Committee for the First Amendment, which was relaunched October 1st, the entertainment industry. We're organizing our very important, when it comes to resistance, our very important entertainment industry to stand strong against what's happening.
Rashad, thank you so much for that, Jane. Rashad, you are absolutely no stranger to the notion of resistance and organizing. How do you compare this moment to the other moments that you have been involved with for literally the past 10, 15 years now? Plus, right? Like where does this moment rank? Because so many people are trying to place it in terms of its historical significance. You're someone who's really been in those fights. So give me your perspective there.
This is like nothing we've seen in the last several decades. They are literally trying to take away our ability to fight. We've always had to fight. Let me be very clear. I don't want to get in a time machine and go back to some magical time when things were great. There is no magical time. We have to constantly fight to go ahead. But what they are doing and what we are up against right now is folks that are trying to take away our ability to fight for a better future. They're trying to rip away our ability to be able to speak freely, to be able to protest, to be able to show up. This arrest of Don Lemon is just another test, right? It's a test of, will we be silent? Will we go into the shadows, or will we stand up in new ways? But it's also a test for everyone who's watching, a test for how you engage your networks and your communities, how you engage in your workplace, how you engage with the folks who run the endowments at your universities, the folks who run the pension funds at your job, all of the places that are upholding this authoritarianism. Jane talked about the Committee for the First Amendment, which is focused on the Hollywood pillar, this pillar of entertainment officials that can give real permission to people to speak up. It's not that folks are sitting around always waiting for celebrities to speak, but when celebrities don't speak, when they don't raise their voice, it can send a chilling message. And what we know about Don is that he has been unapologetic about using his mic to put all of you on, to put me on at times, to put others on who were doing the work to help us understand what's happening in our country right now. And that is what's at stake. So this is not an opportunity to be silent, because what we are facing is like no other time in our history. And I'm really proud to be doing this
Especially for white people.
Especially for white people. White people have never really.
I'm so glad I'm actually glad that you said that, Jane, because one of the things I wanted to ask you was, sometimes we see a reticence from the celebrity community for getting involved in issues that are political because they don't want to hurt their brand. And so they're not as vocal. What are you seeing in this moment from white artists, white creatives, white folks in the entertainment industry about how they're responding to this moment? What do you think the thing is that's either keeping them on the sidelines or making them get into the game?
I think they're getting ready to get into the game. They're getting ready to get into the game. What the Committee for the First Amendment wants to do is to grow our resistance muscles, get us ready for action. We're being trained, we're being educated, and we're creating a community and solidarity. That's another critical thing. There has to be solidarity. The reason that Minneapolis has been so beautifully resilient is because they were organized. They know, where the food, where the medical help, where the legal help is coming from. They've formed a real community of resistance. And so they're being effective. We have to do that throughout the country, and it's happening.
I also want to make sure that people understand that we should make no mistake that this targeting of Don Lemon, of Tish James, of the other reporters, of so many other folks is also meant to rally up his MAGA base. You go after Black folks, you go after queer folks, you go after women, you go after Black gay folks, and you start to, create more solidarity among this white nationalist MAGA base. You rally up your core audience just as the Epstein files are being released, just as people are starting to feel uncomfortable about the idea that a white man was shot in Minneapolis, and they're trying to do to him after death what they do to so many Black people who have been shot and killed by law enforcement. And so we watch how our bodies and how our lives and how our work can be used in this way by those, by this administration as tools to be able to consolidate their base. And so we have to recognize that we have to use this moment as well. When I have talked to Don and talked to him about the role that he has been playing as a storyteller, as an amplifier, as a truth teller in this moment, he has been very clear about who he is and what his responsibility is and stepping into this sort of moment in this place in history. But that means that we all have to step into our moment as well. And we have to step into our responsibility to raise our voices, to push back, to fight back, and to hold the institutions that are being silent and to hold the institutions that are enabling accountable.
Jane, you mentioned the notion of getting together your sort of organizing muscle and your resistance muscle. And I can tell you, with the former president of Color Change helping you out with that training, you couldn't ask for a better coach or a better trainer to build that muscle, because
no idea.
I do. But I do. Rashad is truly an expert in that vein. Akilah, I want to ask you, to Jane's point about sort of building coalitions in across various spaces. The podcast space is a very sort of varied landscape in terms of what you get and what's out there, what you see. What does it look like to impress upon them? For example, like, hey, you may not see yourself as a journalist, but for all of your audience that follows you, they're engaged. They care about this on some level, or they should. What does it look like for you to sort of get their attention and get them thinking about the fact that, number one, this matters because this is a problem, but number two, if they can do it to an independent journalist like Don Lemon, me having a podcast, I'm only one step removed from that. Talk to me about that and how that looks.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the first thing to note is, like, typically podcasters, and I'd say across the political spectrum, don't have a hard time looking for material to talk about, especially when it's something that's big in the news. And I think a lot of podcasters on the right see themselves as journalists when typically they're just sort of like wading into salaciousness. So I don't even necessarily see the issue of it not being raised, but I do hear you on the point about Don Lemon being seen as somehow removed, his First Amendment rights being removed from theirs. And I think that is naivete. I think, doing live streams like this on the day that it's happening is so important. I'm like endlessly awed and floored that you all thought to put this together, because this is the first step of what is coming. And I think that, like, showing that united front of people who are educated and dedicated and willing to learn and reaching out to their community in real ways is exactly what destroys the notion that Donald Trump's administration can act with impunity, can bring false charges, can, do faulty investigations, can go against, what federal judges have already said is bunk. And so I think that this sets the example for a lot of different podcasters, but I also think that, like, the podcasters who need to recognize this, the ones who are in the off season, I guess you could say, First Amendment warriors, but then not at all worried about it when it affects someone who is Black, who is gay, who is, was establishment and was able to so gracefully pivot to being an independent journalist and maintain that audience. I think it speaks volumes. And I think that, it's foolish if they don't speak about this in their next episodes. I can't imagine a world where this isn't a lead story. It's the lead story today. It'll be the lead story when they try to do this, in the future. I think, he's not the only journalist who's been arrested in conjunction with this story. And we know that Donald Trump's administration has tried to catch and kill stories in the past, that they have their eyes on journalists they disagree with. And, journalists are protected by the First Amendment. It's first for a reason. And I think, if we don't stand up now, this is the inflection point. And so I'm happy to be here. I'm so grateful to be on the stream with you all. But I think, as far as podcasters go, podcasters, for the most part, really just want attention. And I think that this is an attention grabbing moment. And I think that there is only one right side of this issue. And so I expect to hear the Joe Rogans of the world and the Theo Vaughns of the world and the, whoever else who is, winning awards and feeling really great about their huge audience, speaking up about their right to say what they want to say, regardless of who it pisses off.
Keela Hughes, thank you for that very, very important point and perspective around podcasts. Rashad Robinson and the legendary Jane Fonda, before we let you guys, want to make sure, give you guys a chance if you had any last words that you had to say before you go back.
Oh, Charles, wait, can I say a word to them before they say a last word?
Sure.
I just wanted to say, I know because Rashad sent me the information that the Committee for the First Amendment is a collective of nearly 3,000 artists, right? And cultural leaders standing together to defend free expression against repression, industry complicity, and intimidation. Thank you so much for being willing to do this. Mr. Rashad Robinson, Queen Jane Fonda, who I have been watching stand up and be an activist for the entirety of my life. You are an example that I use for my children. And the fact that they are activists now and you are still on the front lines and showing up on a day like today, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thank you both for being here. We have some additional guests that are going to be joining us soon. But Monique, before I bring those on, you said you had a quick story from the courtroom. Please give us some levity. You done already talked about my clothes, so I want
in that they match.
I
perfectly.
Perfectly.
I appreciate that. Please give us a story from the courthouse.
Okay, so it's running late, y'all, and it's not because of the Don Lemon of it all. It's the case before that is either ongoing or just now finishing. And so someone who is there, who is with one of the politicians, one of the elected officials who is there, has said that, they're going to let family in. And then after family, they're going to let some of them in. And from outside of the courthouse where people were waiting, somebody asked when the marshals were announcing that, do lemon heads count as family?
That just goes to show that the lemon nation is everywhere. And they're showing up and showing out. I saw some memes on social media talking about gathering at the courthouse in Los Angeles. So that is not to be taken lightly. And as I've said before, folks know that. So the idea of Don Lemon as an independent journalist is a big part of this conversation. But before we go any further, I want to bring in Miles Taylor, who's going to be joining us along with the incredible Jennifer Welch, who's here as well. Thank you both for being with us and for being so patient as we've gone through things. Jennifer, as you have watched today unfold, what has been your initial reaction? And what have you heard from the people who follow you? Because you have such a strong following of folks who listen to you about and your perspective and your takes on this administration, on everything that's happening. What are you hearing from, what was your reaction and what are you hearing from your community of followers?
My reaction was, of course, this administration, after 3 different federal judges, first the magistrate and then the the 2 federal appeals judge. Of course, after this administration heard no, they still said, we're going to do it. And because the laws don't apply to us, we're going to force this. And so our listeners, when we covered this morning, are in complete support of Don. Don is a friend of the show. They understand the consequence that Don is the canary in the coal mine, that after Don, they want to go after other independent journalists, people like me. And so this is a really serious time. And at the same time, Tulsi Gabbard is getting evidence from Fulton County, which is another target of Trump's resentments, Fani Willis in Georgia. So I think that all of these things happening at one time, and then this insane Epstein dump. I mean, talk about flooding the zone, but I will say with every single thing that they flood, all it shows us is that this man and the people surrounding him should not be in charge of anything. They need to be tried for their crimes. There needs to be massive investigations, and they are the ones that need to be arrested.
Miles, you are an author, a commentator, a thinker. someone who is extensive experience with government roles, but you're also very familiar, uniquely enough, with DHS. And so I want your perspective in terms of how we got here. And can you just sort of explain to our audience, from someone who's been on the inside of different administrations at security levels, dealing with information and how it gets disseminated to the public, how unusual something like this is?
Well, what was especially unusual was that I read that Homeland Security Investigations, HSI, was involved in this arrest. That is very weird, folks. I'm going to tell you, as
Why
a guy who used to oversee.
Tell us why that is. Tell us why that's weird.
DHS is a department with a $60 billion annual budget and 250,000 employees, and almost never has any business involving itself in some sort of domestic arrest like this that allegedly has to do with disturbing worshipers, blah, 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 whatever the administration's going to say. HSI is not the agency you would see on the scene. You'd normally see the FBI go make an arrest like this. The fact that DHS agents were involved, I am telling you right now, is a seminal moment. It shows that everything we've been saying for months and months about ICE, of which HSI is a part, is becoming Donald Trump's pocket police. They are sending them to involve themselves in investigations that DHS doesn't have anything to do with. Now, I would tell you, if I was told to do this when I was chief of staff at DHS, I would have told the White House, go pound sand. That doesn't have to do with our mission. Arresting journalists ain't part of what we do. It is spooky as hell that my former department had agents involved in this arrest. That's a big deal. But the other thing I would say is this. Because of the peculiarities around this, like all authoritarians, this administration thought they were making an example out of Don, and they instead made a martyr. That's where authoritarians, that's when you know they are screwing up. You want to go back in history and see what inflection points look like? Inflection points happen when the regime stops being able to make a point and intimidate people into silence, and they make a martyr. And today, I mean, honestly, what you all have been doing today with this day-long live stream feels like one of those moments. People aren't shying away from joining y'all on this program. They're coming on this program to say, yeah, you know what? We're sick of this shit.
Yep.
And that tells me we are at a turning point. 2026 is the year the defiance, the resistance in this country fights back. And Don and Georgia Fort are going to be that inflection point.
Mm-hmm.
Monique, you've handled a number of different high-profile cases that have a lot of different issues that swirl and percolate around them. In a moment like this, how do you bring out some of the stuff that Miles just talked about in terms of like the unusual nature of what is surrounding the environment or the landscape without losing the plot of the case in terms of public narrative? Or is it just a matter of continuing to focus on the client's story and focusing on that and nothing else?
Right. And so I think it depends on, frankly, what your job is, which I know you already know, Charles. Thank you still for the question. But one of the things that Rick Wilson mentioned when I was asking all day today, what does it take now for us to turn the page, for people who are afraid to talk, to speak? And he started talking about courage, right? And I think that when you represent a client, and I would advocate that any voter in America right now, your client is you. Your client is your family. Your client is your pocketbook. Your client is your children. Your client is their future ability to go to college. Your client is your own future. You are working for someone. And when you are working for someone, you advocate in your best interest and you vote for yourself. And we have watched over and over again this madman get people to vote against their own interests. So it has always been very easy for me when somebody hires me, I drop Monique Presley, I stand in front of a camera and I say, my client, my client, my client, my client, my client, because that is the way I was trained. But what I'm asking everybody to do right now is to stand in front of their freaking phones and start saying, my client, my client, my client. My client needs groceries. My client needs health care. My client needs safety. My client needs to be able to play on the streets. I have children who are clients who need to be safe to play on the streets, no matter who our governor is. And so once we sit in the seat of, I work for me, it's not selfishness, Charles, because really in the global scheme of things, if I'm worried about my children playing safely on their block, I'm covering everybody's kids. If I'm worried about voting being safe for my district, I'm covering all the districts.
Yes.
If I'm concerned about Minnesota being invaded, that means I'm concerned about Hawaii being invaded. I'm concerned about Florida. I'm concerned about Texas. It all ends up being a republic, which is the way we were supposed to kind of start in the first place. I didn't mean to go off like this. I don't even know why. All day long, I've been good. Can y'all tell I've been hosting all day? So now, like, I'm wilding out. I'm a panelist.
It's okay.
Charles, can I say one?
Go ahead, Miles. I want to hear what you have to say, Miles, and then I have a question for Jennifer after that.
Yeah, and sorry, Jennifer. Jennifer's like also 10 times as fucking cool as me, so we definitely have to go back to like, okay, it's 20 times. She's right. Here's the thing. I mean, Monique, when you were saying that, like, this hit home. I mentioned this when I joined you guys briefly as I was coming off the plane, but last April, when we got hit by one of these executive revenge actions from Trump, it was really scary for our family, because that was a window early last year when people were scared to stick their heads out there. It was hard for us to get a lawyer in what normally would have been a like slam dunk First Amendment, unbelievable case for any big law firm to take on. But that was right when Donald Trump was issuing executive orders to threaten the law firms, and everyone was scared. And I will tell you what made all the difference in the world. A buddy of mine, a buddy of this program, Norm Eisen, great guy, came forward and said, do not worry. We will protect your family, and we're going to find you the best lawyers in America, and we're going to build an amazing team around you. And full disclosure, my lead attorney is ABBE Lowell, is also Don's lead attorney. And they connected me with ABBE and team. ABBE was just leaving big law to start this law firm to protect targets of Trump's revenge. And after that, we didn't have to sell my house to pay for the legal defense, which is what we were going to do. Our legal defense was crowdsourced around the country. And I cannot tell you what it was like to see the look on my wife's face when I went to her. I said, hey, baby, we don't have to sell the house, which is what we thought we were going to have to do to fight back against this. It's because people I've never met in California and Indiana and Florida said, we've got your back. And so I mentioned to Monique earlier today, the second I saw the news about Don, I was like, even if it's not covering his whole legal defense, our team's got to do something. And we pledged $10,000 that we're going to put in. I'm in touch with Don's lawyers. I'm in touch with Georgia Fort's lawyers. And we set up a little landing page for folks until Don has a legal defense fund set up. If people want to go to defiance.org/reporters, you can help us go legally protect these folks. And we're going to make sure that we at least pay some of those bills. And I'm thrilled to say that in the past couple of hours, I think we hit $20,000. That's not going to cover this whole case. Monique knows these types of cases can be expensive, but you know what that pays for? It pays for the legal triage. That's right. Lawyers are expensive, but it pays for the legal triage. It gets stuff going. But importantly, we need to send this signal. Jennifer just mentioned when she spoke, they're going to come after more people in new media. And you know what we need to do when this happens? Exactly what you guys did today. We need to sit down, and God forbid if it's Jennifer Welch next, we're going to sit here all fucking day and we're going to talk about defending her. We're going to talk about protecting the First Amendment. We're going to raise funds for her legal defense. We're going to do this for reporters around the country to protect the First Amendment. We as a group, I don't just mean defiance.org. This is the little thing that we can do. That is what we owe each other. And that didn't exist at the beginning of last year. It exists now. That infrastructure is there. People are feeling brave. And I'm just so proud that, to be a part of an effort to go defend someone like Don, defend Georgia Fort, and stand up for the only constitutionally protected profession in this country, which is journalism.
Well, Miles, I think that that's so critically important, because what we've seen part and parcel over and over again from the right is like someone can lose their job from calling a kid an N-word. And the next thing you know, they've got the equivalent of a small fortune sitting in a GoFundMe without any sort of charges, just as a congratulations, good job. And so far be it from us to invest in and support the people and beliefs that we hold dear. So thank you for that at Defiance. Jennifer, listen, you are someone who I have always appreciated not shying away from difficult and honest conversations. And so I have an honest question for you that's based on a premise. And that premise is a lot of this is not going to change until the well-intended portion of white America realizes the full capacity of the not well-intended portion of white America. And what I mean when I say that is we have so many people who continue to walk around and say Minneapolis is un-American, ICE is un-American, this administration is un-American. And in doing that, what they are revealing is a lack of understanding of the extent to which a certain point or position or demographic in this country will go to. They are underestimating the capacity of certain white Americans. The reason why I am pointing out and singling out well-intended white Americans in this conversation is because, quite frankly, Akilah, myself, and Monique are very clear about what America has always looked like. And so this is where it gets awkward because folks are looking at us like, this is not America. And we're like, actually, this has been our experience in America writ large for centuries, right? And so that's why if anyone's confused as to why I framed it that way, that's why. What's it going to take for that portion of well-intended white America to really understand and stop sort of like looking the other way around the actual capacity of those who do not mean America well?
You know, this is a really good point. And there are a lot of blind spots in white America, willful blind spots.
Yes.
And I live in New York now, but I lived in Oklahoma for all of my life, just recently moved to New York. And I grew up in white America, white suburban America. I went to a high school with 2,000 people. There were maybe 7 Black kids in it. So very white experience. My parents, fortunately, were not racist and were progressive and my mother was very pro LGBTQ plus. In the 80s, we had a trans hairdresser that gave us the horrific perms with the spiked up hair. But I can tell.
We want to see them.
Oh, no, they're so bad. But I will tell you that my youngest son played AAU basketball and he played with a lot of Black kids. And it was the best thing that ever happened to him because he had an experience with people from different neighborhoods, different socioeconomic backgrounds, and these are his brothers. He's in college now, but these people that were on his team from 3rd grade through his senior year, these were his brothers. And sometimes some other white families would come play on these teams. And one parent said to me, well, we're going to move our kids because, and this was just a few years ago, it was so disgusting. We're going to move our kids to this other team because it's going to be more organized and we won't have to deal with all of this stuff. And I don't like it when we go on trips that sometimes the white parents have to pay for the Black kids. And this guy was the most religious guy on the team, the most religious family, the most Republican family. And of course I stood up to him. I go, what did you just say? Like, what did you just say? And I kind of called him out. And so I don't know how you teach somebody empathy. I don't know how you explain to somebody that what has happened, this fascism right now, we have allowed, and Black Americans have felt like they lived in a fascist state for a very long time. And in our inability to listen to them and to keep them safe, that exposed all of us to the attacks that we feel right now. And I struggle with how to teach people in really saturated white spaces, especially in the South, especially that are super religious. I struggle with how to get them there. There are so many willful blind spots, but I will say this, the co-host of my podcast, when I first met her, she was a white evangelical Republican.
Hold on one second, Jennifer. I want to just set the scene. We are looking at least at what I understand to be Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, who is apparently leaving the courthouse and headed to the podium. I think we're going to take her live. So let's listen in Yes, that is Karen Bass, mayor of Los Angeles, who has just left the courthouse. We're taking her live. Let's listen in.
No one's putting hands on you. Keep your fucking hands to yourself, okay, Tiger? Fuck you, Karen Bass. Fuck you, Karen Bass. Fuck Langard. Fuck Langard.
I just have to say, after leaving the court this morning, I am very glad that our renowned, esteemed reporter Don Lemon on his own recognizance, because he should not have been in court anyway. How far is this going to go? We're 155 days away from celebrating the 250th anniversary of our democracy that has been under attack every day since this administration took over. I am not a lawyer, but I will tell you to listen to this court proceeding that made no sense at all. What they described as his crime, from my perspective, a layperson's perspective, was the work of a reporter. He went into the church along with the protesters. He covered the story. He listened to what the people said who were in the church. That is his crime. It made no sense to me, and frankly, if I were the administration, if I were the other side, I would be embarrassed by that court proceeding that actually wanted to limit his movement so he could not go anywhere except for Minnesota to New York. A journalist who travels the country. So we have seen protesters under attack, we have seen people being snatched off our street, and now all of you are at risk. And this is just unacceptable. This assault on our democracy has got to end. And you, all journalists, play such a critical role. And I just want you to know, and I think I can speak on behalf of this crowd, we are all going to fight every day for your ability to tell the truth, for your ability to cover this story and any other story. We have to draw the line in the sand and say we will not allow for the dismantling of our democracy. Thank you very much.
That was current mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, who apparently was in the courtroom for the hearing. You are watching Don Lemon, the show, Don Lemon Live at 5. We have been going all day long. I am sitting in this chair for Don Lemon, guest host Charles Coleman Jr., along with me, Miles Taylor, Akilah Hughes. We have so many, Monique Presley, Jennifer Wells. We have so many people who are doing amazing work today, and I want to thank everyone. Akilah, I got to let you go because I got more folks, but thank you so much for everything that you have contributed. We have joining us now Jack Cucciarella, who is an amazing presence in media. Jack, thank you so much for joining. I don't know whether you were able to hear Mayor Bass's comments. She did let us know that Don Lemon is going to be released on his own recognizance. I'll let Monique explain what that means in just a moment, but hopefully he should be back with us in not too long. But what is your reaction as someone in the independent media space who has such a presence to everything that you've seen today, and specifically to what we just saw from Mayor Karen Bass?
Well, I think I had two thoughts at first, especially this morning when my dad called me and, like, you know, I understand the position he's coming from, but he said, maybe for just like a little bit, you kind of just hang out in your studio and you don't go anywhere. And I was like, I understand that, but the chilling effect that I'm sure so many feel and so many family members feel, of anyone in media, you just can't really put words on it. I know that's our job, but I think it's a feeling, and I think we all recognize that right now. But just from Trump's political perspective, a man who is so impotent as him right now politically, who has Lindsey Graham trying to shut down the government over a $500,000 check, who has Jerome Powell actively trolling him, who has members of his own party calling for the resignation of Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem, to undertake a battle with Don Lemon that he is going to lose publicly and supercharge independent media at large is a complete miscalculation. I don't know how many times this guy is going to declare war through the DOJ on people who have open and shut cases to humiliate him in court, but that's just what's going to happen again. Donald Trump has just given more energy to folks in independent media, especially Don, who has been on the ground constantly exposing the real sentiment of people who are so fed up with this administration. So just coming from the purely political perspective, I don't know what the White House was doing here. I know that it is their favorite thing in the world to attack journalists, to attack specifically Black journalists. Donald Trump was once again yelling at a female reporter today, because what else would he be doing? But it's just such a tremendous mistake from them, in my opinion, because we're not gonna put up with this bullshit. It's just not gonna happen.
Monique, what is your reaction to the news from, as per Mayor Bass, that Don Lemon has been released on his own, or is being released on his own recognizance? Can you explain what that means? Number one, are you surprised? What should viewers unfamiliar with the system take from that, if anything?
No, I'm not surprised, and especially it's California, so that's still different. But in Minnesota today, we know that other arrestees were released with a signature that there was no bond required. They didn't have to secure their safety by putting forward money or property. That's what that would mean if there was a bond. And so for Don Lemon, who's not hiding, not running, not a flight risk, to not on these little charges have to post any money in order to get out makes sense. He showed up with counsel, has had counsel, is ready, willing, able, desiring the opportunity to defend against these charges and to offensively show that he has been targeted. So it makes sense that a judge in a federal courthouse in California would find no reason to ask him to put money down as if he's not going to show up for court. I mean, he's not even on his show today, and we are 8 hours plus running. So I think it's safe to say he's not going to fly the country over. He's not a flight risk. So he's not out yet, but I was glad to hear that from Mayor Bass that he shall be shortly. And that's the same information that I'm getting on my little phone right now.
Jennifer, before we were preempted by Mayor Bass, you were in the middle of talking about essentially the challenges of sort of reaching out and getting different folks who may not fully understand the capacity of others who do not wish us well. I want to ask you, in the coming days, with your platform and the conversations that you are able to have, do you feel like it's more important to just keep beating the drum among your faithful to sort of make sure that they stay engaged? Or is it a balancing act of trying to sort of reach out to other folks who you may think are on the fringes or are persuadable, if you will, to get them to really wake up and understand what's at stake here?
If somebody is on the fences 11 years into this, I question, are they persuadable? You know what I mean? Like we have 11 years of just utter debauchery and crimes and the way this man behaves. Like I saw Karen Bass stand there and that woman was like, F you, Karen Bass, just totally trolling her. Karen Bass didn't acknowledge her. She was all business. She spoke to the press. She spoke to the people. Let's put Donald Trump there, what he would have done. Somebody go knock her up. Somebody go beat her up. It would have been these calls for violence. He couldn't have handled it. And so I am going to continue to speak truth to power. I'm going to continue to not obey in advance. And my message to the people that are on the fence is I can't have a regressive conversation with you right now. If you haven't seen something that's a red flag for you, I don't know how to help you. After living in Oklahoma, in one of the reddest states in the country for 50 years, I'm tired of having regressive conversations. I'm tired of trying to teach people how to be not racist, try to teach people how to see the humanity in gay people or trans people or Black people or immigrants. And, you know, I have gotten some texts from some friends of mine in Oklahoma that for sure Republicans, for sure triple Trumped. and their housekeeper gets deported, and then they text me and then they say, hey, thanks for speaking out for immigrants. And I'm just like, oh, Jesus Christ. But here's the thing. I'm happy that they're finally there. And I say, you know, I've always stood here and I'm going to continue to stand here. Welcome aboard. But I'm not really interested in talking to somebody who hasn't figured this out yet. And maybe I'm just resentful about all of this. And maybe that's a me problem. But I don't feel like, I feel like it's more important to have a sense of community right now and stand up for the people that are marginalized and tell them, I see you. I'm here for you. I don't want to be there for a fence sitter. I want to be there for somebody who this government is abusing and let them know that I'm here to use my complexion and my privilege to advocate for you. And I think that's a far better thing. And it would make me too angry and really fuck with my serenity if I had to sit down with Trumpers a lot. And I just don't want to do that right now.
Jennifer Welsh always showing us why you are who you are. And I've got to say, I might have been under a rock, but the term triple trumped is crazy. That is that term is insane. Triple
You
Trump.
don't ever want that to happen to you.
That's a medical diagnosis.
No,
right
dude,
there. That's an issue.
that is such a crazy term. But I want to thank you so much for your time today, for your insights, and for your comments. Always a pleasure to have you on the Don Lemon Show. Thank you, Jennifer.
Bye, everybody. Bye.
Jack,
Thank you so much.
Jack, I want to turn to you.
Yeah, I got some thoughts.
One second, Charles. I think we got 1 million people to onboard.
Okay. As I'm looking for the onboard.
If we could welcome Nadine Smith, who's the current president of Color of Change, and also bring in Jolly Good Ginger.
Thank you both. Thank you for that, Monique. You've been doing this all day, so the rhythm is there. Jolly Good Ginger is here as well as Nadine Smith. Thank you both for being here. I really appreciate everyone and their contributions. I want to ask. I was in the middle of asking Jack a question, and Jolly, I would love for you to follow up on this, given your presence online and how many different spaces you cross over into. Jack, one of the things that made MAGA successful is their ability to sort of harness this new non-traditional media space. They understand how important the brosphere is. They understand how important places like podcasts and YouTube and streaming and Twitch and other places are in terms of reaching their audience. What does building a counter movement like that or to disrupt that look like in that space? Because I think that people have been a little hesitant to sort of try it because they don't necessarily know either how to navigate it or whether there is enough resistance that is there. But what does building a counter movement in those areas look like?
Well, I think that it kind of stems from what Jennifer left with, which is, like reaching out to these same Trump people and thinking, oh, the Liz Cheney voter, the like 12 Liz Cheney. Why are we talking to Liz Cheney? Why are we talking about Liz Cheney? Why are we associating ourselves with warmonger to win the 2024 election? It doesn't make sense to try to scrape off these Republicans who don't change, who did triple Trump, instead of trying to activate new voters. And that's what Trump did in 2016. It's what he did in 2020. It's what he did in 2024. It's what he always does. He activates people who don't really think or care about politics. And I think our insistence on commitments to institutions and speaking in the same terms that Republicans do, but trying to present a different argument always makes us look weak and ineffective and of the same system. And I think it's time for us to start thinking outside the box on what we want to talk about and not just be on the back foot of what Republicans want to talk about. The most viral clip of Kamala Harris that wasn't her, delivering just a very specific policy-oriented message in 2024 was her on, I think it was with either Stephen Colbert or Jon Stewart, talking about how she doesn't wear AirPods, or she doesn't wear Bluetooth headphones. She only wears wired headphones because in a Senate Intel meeting, she talked about the fact that there's a lot of monitoring of what's going in and out of that Bluetooth. And it's probably because she's senator and then the vice president of the United States. But that was a viral clip that activated so many people who don't view that as a political conversation. Kamala Harris isn't pitching you policy, but she's talking about something that, like, I don't know, in many ways, the Trump voter most activated by Trump is someone who's dumb as shit, Let's be real clear about that. And it doesn't feel like a political conversation. It's they're spying on you. They're coming for you. They are looking for your data. And ICE actually is. They're doing data sweeps and phone record sweeps and text message sweeps of entire neighborhoods and stealing your data. So I think what the approach of building a counter media, kind of revolution looks like is talking about more of those things that just appeal to people who are bumping into their politics. They're not seeking it out. Talking about kind of like non-traditional issues, things that don't feel uber political, doing more of the, I don't want to call it conspiracy space, but just like, I don't know, regular people conversation speech. Oh, are they listening to you? Oh, are they trying to get your data? Because Larry Ellison is, right? ICE agents are. Peter Thiel, that is an active operation happening right now. Let's look at what's going on with TikTok. Why don't we talk about that more as Democrats? Why isn't that more of the focus of progressive and liberal media? I think that's where you find people who can be activated instead of turned, because if the president of the United States being a pedo isn't going to turn people, then I think it's time to turn to people who aren't paying attention to politics, and issues like that doesn't. That's my little rant. I don't know. I'm pissed off.
Miles, I know you, Miles Taylor, I know you have to go. I just wanted to give you an opportunity. First of all, thank you for being here and for everything that you offered from your varied perspectives. But I just want to make sure that if you had a last word before you left out, that you had an opportunity to speak up.
Well, look, I'll just go back to, I think, this is the opening shot in a war against new media. This is a big deal. And I would urge folks today not just to do the thing where you doom scroll about this, do something about this, whether that's subscribing to Don or subscribing to Georgia Ford to hear what they have to say when they're released from custody, whether it's going out there and saying, we will not accept the censorship. I mentioned earlier, we're trying to chip into legal defense for these folks. Folks are welcome to do it. We contributed $10,000. Just an update for you, Monique. Since we said this 10 minutes ago, another $10,000 has come in for independent journalists Don Lemon and Georgia Ford. So if people want to contribute to that cause, they can. Defiance.org/reporters. And we're in touch with Don's legal team. We're in touch with Georgia's legal team. I'm awed at how people are crowdsourcing support for these two. It's just amazing. But this is the beginning. I mean, this is going to be a fight. They're going to come after new media and independent journalists. And you know what, folks? We're going to fight like hell back. And I've just got to say, I said it earlier, but they tried to make an example out of these folks, and instead they made martyrs. And I just got to say, very, very grateful for what you guys have done all day today. I think you've really set an extraordinary example for this moment we're walking into. So thank you.
Thank you, Miles Taylor, for being with us. For everyone who has just joined us, you are watching the Don Lemon Show live at 5, the extended version. It has been going on literally all day since 10 in the morning. I am guest hosting for Don right now. We have a bit of good news. As per the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, who just did a very, very brief presser talking about having been in the courthouse, and apparently the judge has decided to release Don on his own recognizance after his initial appearance today in court. So hopefully we will have a visual and even perhaps audio of a free Don sooner than later. But I'm saying free Don until we see Don. And that is what I continue to say. Free Don until we see Don. I am Charles Coleman Jr., joined by, of course, the amazing Monique Presley, who has been doing an incredible job all day, going back and forth in the host chair. Jolly Good Ginger, who's also with us. Nadine Smith, president of Color of Change, and Jack Cocherella, who is the host of the Jack Cocherella Show. Thank you both all for being here. Jolly, want to talk to you.
Wait, Charles. We want to, I'm interrupting again. I apologize, but let's add Alfonso David, president of the Global Black Economic Forum and civil rights attorney, and just fave person all around. And then back
Thank
to
you.
Hey, Alfonso.
Alfonso, thank you for being here. Apologies for keeping you waiting. There's just been a lot going on. Obviously, folks are cycling in on and off. So we want to thank you for being here. This is a new and refreshed panel. There's been some great conversations from across the spectrum, from different perspectives. And Jolly, I want to get your thoughts on the idea that, you have access because of just the way you show up in the world to spaces that I might not have access. Alfonso might not have access. Monique might not have access, right? For people like you who have that type of access, what is the message right now in this moment?
I mean, yeah, it's what we've been saying for a really long time, right? Which is that, if you want to turn a blind eye when the black community is telling you about police brutality, when the brown community is telling you about police brutality, the indigenous community is telling you about police brutality, telling you about government overreach, you want to turn a blind eye to the atrocities of white supremacy because you don't have empathy, fine, fine. Eventually it's going to be you. And so now here we are. I mean, Malcolm X said it in 1960s. The chickens have come home to roost. And so, like, there comes a point where if we allow these atrocities to happen to our neighbors, like what ICE is doing, this is not immigration enforcement. This is, I mean, we need to move past. You were talking to Jack about how do we deal with the right wing social media infrastructure? Well, we deal with it by speaking truth, because they are united under hate. They're united under bigotry. Facts don't matter to them. They just know they believe in white replacement theory, and they believe in all these other, untrue ideologies that, quite frankly, I was raised on. So they're not new. There's nothing new. So if we want on our side of the aisle to combat that and to reach those voters who maybe are undecided or whatnot, then we got to tell the truth. And the truth is uncomfortable. And I get tired of being told by people that maybe that's not the time and place to say this. No, it's the time and place to say the shit now. All right. I don't want to talk to you about immigration customs enforcement. I don't care. That's not a conversation. Kidnapping people out of their house without a judicial warrant, that's not immigration customs enforcement. Kidnapping people and mothers out of school pickup lines, that's not immigration customs enforcement. People at the courthouse that are doing it legally, that's not immigration customs enforcement. So the fact that we allow, and I watch elected politicians allow this conversation to be treated and conflated like it's an actual genuine conversation, that we're actually discussing immigration customs enforcement. Nope. We have a thing called due process. There's immigration judges. If you're here, quote unquote, illegally, you go before that judge, you present evidence. But guess what? The reason they're able to get away with it is because we've allowed them to get away with it, doing it to the black, brown, and indigenous community in this country for decades upon decades upon decades. This is not, people are shocked. I was in somewhere, I forgot, I travel a lot. I was somewhere, and there was a white guy, and he was like, oh, he just got arrested by the police that let him go. He was like, I can't believe that they did this to me, and he explained what they did. I said, brother, I can believe it, because I listened to every other community in America scream that this is what they've been doing, right? And then people are expecting the Minneapolis Police Department out here in Minneapolis, or the police departments in other cities, come out and protect the people. No, they side with ICE every time. This is the same boot, different feet. Like, let's stop acting like that all of a sudden this system that's built on white supremacy is going to stop white supremacy. Call it what it is, call it to the table, deconstruct from that, and then maybe we'll have a functional way forward. Because I'll end on this. After this whole thing's said and done, if we go right back to the status quo, we learn nothing, we solve nothing, we fix nothing. Right. And by the way, I heard about your thing on defiance.org, your last guest. I just donated $1,000. So
thank you, John. We appreciate that. Jack Coacharella, I want to thank you for being here. I know you have to head out. I know I want to give our other guests an opportunity, because I haven't had them in a conversation.
Thanks for having me.
Again, thank you so much for being with us. We truly appreciate it. I want to advise everyone that we are sort of getting word from Don's PR people that hopefully we will be seeing him and he will make a statement. So please try to keep your answers short so I can get as many questions to you in as possible before Don gets here, because we're obviously going to be going to his audio. Nadine, most folks may not understand that, like, this Don walking out of that courtroom and stepping up to the mic literally only marks part of the very, very early beginning of this long fight. You are the president of Color of Change right now. You understand the importance of organizing in this moment, and how critical organizing is going to be. Can you talk to us about a framework forward, not just after Don leaves court, not just after Georgia Fort is released, but like, what are we looking at going forward, and how do people get involved?
Absolutely. And I hope that I am preempted. I hope that Don walks out and we all shift the camera over. first and foremost, I want to say this.
He's
We
coming
have
to the
put this
camera now.
into-
I'm sorry. I just want to let you know so it won't be rude then, but
Oh, no.
he's on his way. Keep going.
Oh,
Nate.
fantastic. Fantastic. You can just immediately, with no preamble. But attacks on Black journalists in the U.S. is not new. It is a continuing pattern of violence. We saw it during Reconstruction. We saw printing presses burned, newsrooms ransacked, journalists threatened and beaten, publishers run out of town. We have seen this over and over again. We saw it in Tulsa in 1898. We saw it in Wilmington, in Tulsa, we saw it. This is a feature, not a bug. This is how white supremacy asserts itself. Black truth tellers are always going to be targeted. And so I think, Charles, what you were trying to get to with Jennifer was, is it possible for that right now, what white people who are standing up to this are doing is actually deconstructing the mythology. They're like having to confront the difference between what many of us were raised to believe and what is actually the truth. And the people who can make that journey are wide awake and in the streets of Minneapolis and in solidarity marches. And the ones who aren't, they are clinging to those myths with everything they have as they shrivel beneath them. And so I just think it's important that we not use words like unprecedented. It is quite precedented. It is, you can set your clock by it.
Nadine, I want to thank you for that. We are looking at live images from outside of the Los Angeles courthouse, where we expect that any moment now, Don Lemon is appearing to be approaching the microphone for a live statement. He has, I believe, been released on his own recognizance as per Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. There are folks and supporters apparently in attendance there in support of Don and of Georgia Fort, the other journalist who was arrested and taken into federal custody. We have received word via Monique that there's some lemon heads that are out there that have been self-identified lemon heads.
But I also see Ashley Allison, who was just ducking in front of there with the griot there on the ground covering it for new media, independent media. Obviously, that's Rashad, who's back.
Yes.
And so it'll be any moment now. But
Ashley Allison of The Root. Yes, Ashley Allison of The Root.
I'm sorry, of The Root. And
Yes.
Alfonso.
And Alfonso, as we are waiting for Don, just your quick reaction from a civil rights perspective to everything that we've seen today.
I just think it's important for folks to understand that this is not about Don Lemon. This is about all of us. And so as we think about the First Amendment, we should understand that this is about freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly. And often when we think about it in these contexts, we listen to the noise, and we have to remember not to listen to the noise. This is about our civil liberties and our ability to actually be free in a democracy. These freedoms that we just talked about, the First Amendment, religion, speech, press, assembly, all of those are specifically outlined in the Constitution. And if they can take Don's rights away,
I'm sorry about that, Alfonso. We're going to go to this live feed.
All right, come farther. There's a podium. There's a podium. Come to the podium. Everybody else, get out of the way.
Get out of the way. Clear the way to the podium.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm good. Here we go.
Wow. Can everybody hear me? Are you guys set? Yep. Everybody ready? So look, I want to thank everybody for their support. It truly means the world to me. I had no idea what's going on because obviously I haven't seen anything. I have spent my entire career covering the news. I will not stop now. In fact, there is no more important time than right now, this very moment, for a free and independent media that shines a light on the truth and holds those in power accountable. Again, I will not stop now. I will not stop ever. Last night, the DOJ sent a team of federal agents to arrest me in the middle of the night for something that I've been doing for the last 30 years, and that is covering the news. The First Amendment of the Constitution protects that work for me and for countless of other journalists who do what I do. I stand with all of them, and I will not be silent. I look forward to my day in court. Thank you all.
Hey, whoa! Jesus Christ. Come on, guys.
Watch it down there. We have it. Watch it. Don Lemon giving what might be described as some very resolute, very assured remarks in the face of adversity, leaving the Los Angeles courthouse, trailed by a number of cameras, of course, and supporters that are there with him and his husband. Alfonso, any thoughts for Don?
Yeah, well, obviously Don is now has to be concerned
He's
about
a journalist.
his defense. So folks may be expecting him to say a lot more. But I think we should be aware that Don is represented by legal counsel. The government is going after him. So he is being very strategic and careful about what he says and how he says it. And he will have his day in court. And we should all just remember that if they can go after Don, they can go after any of us. Any of us, which is why it's important that we understand that this is about you. They may frame this as whether or not a reporter can go into a church and report about a disruption, but this is about all of our freedom. And I think this is really important that when we take a step back from it, that we all get engaged. If this is the one moment that it takes for people to get engaged, we need to get engaged because all of our civil liberties are at risk.
Monique, you're someone who has been an ardent supporter of Don Lemon, of the show, but just as a person, I want to ask just for a second for you to take off your lawyer hat. You've been so engaged in this from the beginning. What does it feel like to see him outside of the courtroom, knowing what the past 12, 18 hours have likely been like for him?
No, I'm thankful. I'm thankful Don is out. I'm just wondering if he's taking questions and if we can listen because I'm on his show.
What about the SB5 on Donald Trump, bro?
3 million Grammy, do you think that this was a distraction to arrest you?
Got Kurt coming up. Watch yourself. Traffic. Oh, got your back, Don. Hey, good luck, folks. Got your back, Don. We're proud of you, Don. We're proud of you, Don. Back up, everybody. That's right. Hurry up.
We have just seen Don Lemon leave the courthouse scene after being released on his own recognizance, from our understanding, as per Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. Don gave a brief statement outside of the courtroom, which we will play in a moment again. But this is a matter that today has caused all sorts of folk to lean in and to rise up and to make their voices heard. None among them, least among them, not being our former Vice President, Kamala Harris, who earlier today wrote, "The First Amendment is a foundational promise to every American. Each of us has the freedom to speak, to report, and to hold those in power accountable without fear of retribution or retaliation. Today, Donald Trump and his administration are once again trampling on our rights and our freedoms. Journalists Don Lemon and Georgia Fort were fulfilling their duty to the American people to report and inform, and they have been arrested for it. Donald Trump continues to consolidate power and show a flagrant disregard for the rule of law. This arrest is another affront to our rights and freedoms. It should alarm and enrage us."
Yeah.
Charles, before you ask a question, please bring on our sister-in-law, Angela Rye.
Angela Rye is joining us of Native Land. Thank you so much, Angela. You're the latest to join the conversation. Always good to see you. I just want to ask, generally speaking, Don has been released. He's out. This has been a tumultuous day. I know you've been on this live stream. I know you've been doing a host of media. What is your reaction now? to seeing this after everything that's taken place today?
My reaction now is Don should have never been arrested. My reaction now is the same that it was when we first learned that he could potentially be charged with the Ku Klux Klan Act of 1871, as if it was ever meant to apply to a black person. My reaction is that Georgia Ford also should never have been arrested. And my reaction is that the other two names, who we still don't know, don't need to be arrested, because you actually will get beat in a court of law. Any judge with any sense, with any ability to read the law, knows that the KKK Act and the FACE Act do not apply to these people. And by these people, I mean the journalists and the protesters. There was nothing done by force where they could actually litigate this and win. There's no grounds for this. And so what I want us to hold on to in this moment is, yes, we are fearful. Yes, there is terrorism happening before our eyes. Yes, the January 6ers were pardoned so that they could now be the insurrectionists under government with our taxpayer dollars. And if there's no other reason to fight, there is a reason to fight. So I just want us to hold on to hope in this moment. Congratulations to our brother Don. He is absolutely going to be the person lifted up, the hero that Matt Walsh hates to see coming, and we are grateful for it. And I just also want to caution Attorney General Pam Bondi, as she sits in J. Edgar Hoover's building, or wherever she sits, that you can continue to operate as J. Edgar Hoover once operated, but we know what we deserve, we know what the law says, and we are going to force this country to be true to what it said on paper.
Well spoken, Angela. I want to play again Don's remarks just from a minute ago, because they were short but powerful, and I want us to really take a second listen, because the first time maybe didn't do it justice. Do we have that? Yeah, there we go.
Sound.
Audio.
That's set. Yep. Everybody ready? So look, I want to thank everybody for their support. It truly means the world to me. I had no idea what's going on, because obviously I haven't seen anything. I have spent my entire career covering the news. I will not stop now. In fact, there is no more important time than right now, this very moment, for a free and independent media that shines a light on the truth and holds those in power accountable. Again, I will not stop now. I will not stop ever. Last night, the DOJ sent a team of federal agents to arrest me in the middle of the night for something that I've been doing for the last 30 years, and that is covering the news. The First Amendment of the Constitution protects that work for me and for countless of other journalists who do what I do. I stand with all of them, and I will not be silent. I look forward to my day in court. Thank you all.
Hey, whoa.
Nadine, would love to get your reactions. Hearing it a second time,
Yeah.
what stands
Well,
out to you?
A couple of things, especially because the prosecutors tried to get the judge to say he can't travel. He's got to get permission. I think the judge rejected all of that except for international travel, because they really, when we say silence, they don't want him doing what he does so well. They don't want him on the ground with a microphone talking to people and creating those moments that are sort of unique to his personality. And you know, as somebody, my first career was as a reporter, both in radio and print. And I was drawn to it because journalists have a history of taking on the powerful, protecting everyday people from corruption and government abuse. And so we have to understand this as an attack on Black journalists, very specifically, and a general attack on our ability to hear and tell the truth. And this is going to get worse. This is a multi-pronged attack that is going to get worse, especially as disinformation and deepfake AI begin to do their worst. And it has accelerated at a level that I think we're not sort of emotionally and structurally prepared for just what a reality distorting machine is coming our way. But we are already seeing Black creators. I saw Conscious Lee had his entire platform spoofed very credibly It looked like him. It sounded like him. It was wearing one of his favorite shirts, and saying things that he never said. So when you think about that in terms of voter suppression, to have Don Lemon's voice telling you we don't vote early, we don't vote by mail, we're going to march on election day, to have credible voices telling people things. We have to get into a mindset not of simply debunking what is not true, but pre-bunking, a kind of literacy that has people saying, I don't share things until I fact check them. We got to be ready for what's coming, but it is a piece of this entire effort to clamp us all down under a propaganda dome. And we've got to hold on to independent journalism. We have to hold on to those voices that are loud enough to punch through. I love seeing all of the people who are donating right now, who are becoming Lemonheads. There's a way in this moment that we can do what the far right has always done, which is lift up their ecosystem. We need, Jolly. We need all of the influencers, all of the people who are speaking truth to power to be successful, visible, and with a louder and louder megaphone. And Color of Change is the largest online racial justice organization. And we're going to lean into that role and take our place as a trusted beacon in the middle of this maelstrom.
Angela, you're a co-host on Native Land podcast and do a bunch of other things and always have. Can you talk in this moment about the significance of Pam Bondi, specifically Harmeet Dillon, going after two independent journalists? Because you're on with Native Land, that's a non-legacy platform. It's a non-legacy form of media. Can you talk about how deliberate, intentional, and purposeful it is for them to target independent journalism, and what that says to you about how important independent journalism and those voices are in this moment?
Well, we know they're very important. These voices are important because what we're watching is legacy media organizations every day bending the knee to Donald Trump completely. This morning, if you all looked at the New York Times piece, they're making it seem like Don Lemon was potentially protesting. He says he wasn't protesting. There, you can run the clip back of Don Lemon interviewing the pastor of the church, asking the pastor to not push him, telling him that he was a Christian also, but he was there reporting on what was happening, ensuring that there was a clear indication from people on the outside of what was going on there. Don didn't even know where they were going. He got word of an action taking place, and he's always ear to the ground, going to report on what's going on. That is unfortunately not what we're seeing from legacy media organizations. Now, CBS News is being run by a right-wing conservative nut. That's what's happening. And so the more this continues to happen, the less likely it is we will hear voices of truth. That might make y'all uncomfortable. Hopefully you're not trying to get a contributor deal with CBS. If you did, I just ruined that for you. Start your own thing. But here's the reality of it. There's never been a more critical time for us to lay our bodies on the line, to lift our voices, and to ensure that we are speaking truth to power without being filtered, without a standards department that would modify because they're worried about offending the head of the FCC or Donald Trump or Pam Bondi or Marco Rubio or Pete Hegseth or whomever. These people are fragile. They lie for a living for sport. They are colluding to ensure that Donald Trump's Epstein file release today is not discussed. Monique has been on here for 8 hours talking about Don, who should have never been arrested. And we can't even get to Donald Trump being accused of raping a 13-year-old girl. That's the truth. So of course they want us to focus on Don Lemon and Georgia Ford, and we should raise money to ensure that nobody goes bankrupt doing the right thing. But also, let us be clear about what's before us. You have a predator, a terrorist, and potentially a rapist sitting in the Oval Office. And we're all wondering while the thugs are running free. We ain't the thugs. Turns out Donald Trump should have had Thug Life tatted on his chest instead of Tupac. If somebody can find it underneath all them rolls. I digress.
Thank you, Angela. Jolly, you talked a moment ago about the white supremacist system supremacing, and I would appreciate you the way that Angela just connected some dots. I think it would be perfect to connect the dots between the notion of how white nationalism connects a Don Lemon to a Fonnie Willis, to an Alvin Bragg, to a Letitia James, to an April Ryan, right? Like there is a notion of white nationalism, which is a bit more specific in terms of its intention and its focus, and whether you see that element here, and explain for our viewers, if so, how it shows up.
No, I appreciate the question, because honestly, listen to Angela talk. That's why I wanted to kind of follow behind that and say, like, you know, they're investigating Don in Georgia to get these charges because there was no charges. They didn't do anything wrong. And they investigated Nakima Armstrong and Chantel Allen and William Kelly to get those charges. Those are the people that were inside the church. And they didn't investigate Jonathan Ross when he murdered Renee Nicole Good. They still haven't properly investigated the unnamed agents that blatantly murdered Alex Pretty in the middle of the street. We haven't even heard the details of Keith Porter Jr., who was shot and killed New Year's Eve by a wannabe cop who's an ICE agent. And then you talk about the FACE Act. Oh, they interrupted their place of religion. Well, there's mosques here in Minnesota that are ransacked and ran up in by far-right extremists all the time. Where's the FACE Act then? Where's the DOJ then? 3 weeks ago on the DOJ social media, they made a post where a song was playing in the background. It says, "By God, we'll have our home again. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home again." That song was written by the KKK post-Civil War, after the federal troops agreed to pull it out of the South, and they promised that they would follow all the rules, and then brought in Jim Crow. That is literally a song born of the KKK and white nationalism. Throughout this entire thing, Pam Bondi came out on the podium. It said, you know, "One of ours, all of yours." This is white supremacist. So if you look at what they're very intentionally doing, because I agree with, I believe it was Nadine earlier, but somebody said they don't have a case. This will never hold up. It might have been Angela. They don't have a case. No, and I agree. But they're creating the idea that it's okay now to go after journalists. It's okay now to go after protesters. Whether or not they win in the end doesn't matter, because they're targeting very specific Black journalists, Black attorney generals, Black DA, everybody you just named. This is to attack the credibility of anybody who's not white. And, oh, by the way, guess what that plays into? White replacement theory. Look, guys, these DEI affirmative action hires that are now attorney generals and Supreme Court justices, they're just so corrupt and bad that if it was just white people. So, yeah, it is an attack on the First Amendment. It is an attack on the Fourth Amendment. It is an attack on the Sixth Amendment and the Eighth Amendment. And, dear God, the whole Constitution. But we're doing it for you. We're doing it to save our country from this takeover of the inside. Listen, here's my analogy for how white people view affirmative action and DEI. I cut your arm with a knife. You put a Band-Aid on it, and then I complain that I don't have a Band-Aid. How come you're the only one with a Band-Aid? How come? I don't get a Band-Aid. It's not fair. I need a Band-Aid too. So white supremacists literally created this mythology of white supremacy, a system that supports white supremacy. And then we start, getting our way out of it by putting affirmative action in place, by talking about reparations, and then they complain that those things exist. And what we're seeing Donald Trump and Pam Bondi and Kristi Noem and their regime do is implement what they've been wanting to do for a long, long time. If you go to any dark corner of the internet for the last 50 years, what you're seeing happen now is what white people have been wanting to happen for a long time.
Jolly good, Ginger. I want to thank you for that. And I want to make sure I give both Alfonso and Nadine an opportunity to speak before we close out. Alfonso, you're a civil rights attorney. There are folks out here who want to get involved, but are scared that their rights may be infringed upon. What do you tell them? What is your conversation? What is your message to those people right now about who are feeling exposed, who are feeling like, look, Angela said there's no better time to put our lives and our bodies on the line than now. But like, there are people who are saying Don Lemon is a celebrity and they came to his house and they arrested him. Well, they came and they found him in Los Angeles and they arrested him. Georgia Ford is a journalist and they came to her house and arrested her in front of her children, right? Like, what do you say in this moment as a civil rights attorney to sort of give someone a bit of solace, but also a push to stay in this fight?
I would say to them that we are only able to do this call. We're only able to be present in this moment because of what our ancestors went through. We cannot forget Fannie Lou Hamer and James Baldwin, and the list goes on. The folks who died in order for us to actually have our liberties are not something that we can take for granted. Our liberties are things that we have to continuously fight for. And yes, Don may be considered a celebrity or a journalist and they can come for him. But guess what? If we don't stand up for Don Lemon, then they'll come for you next.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what's important. They will come for you next. And we have to just remember, capitulation does not give you any awards.
Mm.
Think about what just happened with diversity, equity, and inclusion in education. Think of all the colleges and universities that changed their policies because they wanted to comply with the, quote, executive orders. Executive orders, by the way, are not laws. Donald Trump cannot pass an executive order or sign an executive order that supersedes a statute that is passed by Congress. But nevertheless, these colleges and universities, many of them changed their rules, their regulations, their policies. Well, guess what? The administration now is retreating on their attacks on diversity, equity, and inclusion in education. What is the result? Are these colleges and universities going to go back and adopt the diversity, equity, and inclusion policies they had on the books? This is the same strategy as Angela and Jolly were mentioning. They want to change our behavior. They want us to live in fear. And so when Don is attacked, Georgia is attacked, anyone else is attacked, we have to stand up for them. Because if we don't, then we've effectively lost our own rights.
Alfonso David, civil rights attorney, Jolly, good ginger, just super duper, not only an online personality, but someone who has so much to offer in terms of helping us understand these conversations. And the incomparable Angela Rye, who I believe had already hopped off. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us today, for your participation, for your input, for your perspective, and for your support for the Don Lemon Show. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
And then there were two. We started the day together. I took a little bit of a break to go do some other media, but we have been on this conversation before today, here in public, in private, a bunch of different discussions. First and foremost, on behalf of Lemon Nation, if I may be so ambitious, I want to say thank you, Monique, for not just the effort that you put in today, because you were prepared for today long before today, but for everything that you've done in support of Don, in educating his audience, and helping to keep the conversation where it needed to be, and for the not just 8, because you started today at 10, technically on air, you started at 10. So the nearly 10 plus hours just today that you have been talking about Donald Ronaldo Lemon as that you wait till he gets on. I'm gonna tease about that, as that complaint so plainly put out. So thank you. Closing thoughts as we sort of wrap what has been a marathon day, and a big shout out real quick, Monique, to Don's team, because Don's team has been nonstop. All of his producers finding guests, testing us, finding hosts. Big shout out to Katie Fang, who also held it down as well, my former colleague, who also did an amazing job in the chair. But Don's team deserves super kudos, and all of the Lemon Heads for staying on. But Monique, your final thoughts today.
Sure. My first final thought is that the person who this channel belongs to will be doing a show at 8 p.m. And so if you are interested in hearing from the post-lockup, post-trumped up charges, Don Lemon, Don Ronaldo Lemon, he shall forever be known as. How did he keep that from us? Then please come back at 8. And I'm telling his production team now, if he wants us to saddle up and join in, we'll be somewhere in the background. Charles ain't got nothing else to do for tonight. The night is over. I'm gonna go find.
That's not true. I got to go back on TV.
Oh, you're so popular, Charles, with your blending outfit and matching background. I don't even want to hear it.
You see it.
I do see it. It looks good. I said it looks good. Wait, I'm messing up my hair. So that's my first thought. My second thought, I have not felt like, I crisis manage for a living, Charles. So today has not necessarily been the hardest because hard is my thing. But once people are okay, then I feel human, I feel emotion. And so when I finally saw Don come down those stairs, it just reminded me of all of the people who, not just me, not just you, in our careers have been fighting for because they didn't get a chance to come down the stairs, because they didn't get released on their own recognizance. You are a Black man. I have birthed 2, and I am the daughter of 1, and I know that these streets in America have never been safe. And that it does not matter how much money you have, and it doesn't matter how accomplished you are, and it doesn't matter how in the right you are. This country was founded on us being right, but the wrong being done. And it's not me saying this is just a Black thing. This is a freedom of the press thing. This is a constitutional thing. This is a Bill of Rights thing. This is a democracy thing. It is an Epstein thing. It is our president is an alleged predator and pedophile thing. It is our president is a 34 count felon thing. It is a wannabe dictator thing. It's all the things at the same time. But at the root of it, you can't ignore, which I won't in the 2 minutes that I have left before you really wrap us up. You can't ignore that we're always that first line. And that anytime we get anything, any measure of accomplishment, any spirit of fearlessness, any gumption about us that you can take me off of mainstream, but I'll build something stronger, because we've had upward of 20,000 plus people watching all day, and Don has not even been here. He's been in the clink. And people have still been supporting because of what he has built. Or we see a president going after Ilhan Omar. What is she doing with $30 million? Not that she even has $30 million, but it's not the illegality of her having the money that's offensive. It's why does someone like her have money that's offensive? Letitia James, multiple homes, a Black woman? Mm-hmm. Dr. Cook, same thing. Oh, you got rental property? We're not supposed to have it. So we are watching over and over again as this administration speaks to the things that people have always known to be true, not just Black folks, anybody civil rights minded, anybody progressive, anybody who understands what time it is, knows that what Don faced today, what Georgia faced today is just the part of the iceberg that we can see. And it has always been there. So I want to encourage everybody who's been watching today, or everybody who will ever see this, you speak out. You stand firm. You use your platform. You say what needs to be said. You don't have to do it on the streets if the streets are not your calling. Do it on your social media posts. Do it in your community. Do it in your home. Because frankly, if people would just make sure the people who can vote in their homes would do so and know what the stakes are, we wouldn't even be in this position. So I'm thankful for the team that has been here all day. God, Don, you have an excellent team. I'm thankful for Charles Coleman, who has been my colleague, who I've talked to a million times about all of these matters, and I appreciate you. I am thankful for Don Lemon and the way that when he got any measure of light, And I'm dating back to when I was representing Bill Cosby and people didn't want to talk to me because I actually knew what I talked about and they were scared of the little black girl who actually knew how to defend a client. And Don was like, I want to talk to her. And then when it was years later and nobody wanted to put me on CNN, and he was like, but she can come on my show. And then when they got rid of him and he came here and he's like, nope, you're still smart. I still trust you. I still want to hear from you. He's done that for countless people. And so for that reason, the way I've been here today, don't think anything about it. I always will be, because he's always been there for me. So I'm thankful Don is out tonight, but I will still be saying free Don until these charges are dropped.
And I want to thank you for that, Monique. As a final word, we have heard so much today from a vast majority of people from different races, different religions, different ethnicities, different socioeconomic classes. And the thing that has brought us together has not just been a support of Don Lemon. It has been a need to take a stance on the right side of right.
Yeah.
And so in this moment, I pose the question to each and every one of you, what is it that you will do now? I cannot imagine that in the litany of guests and perspectives that we shared today, that there has not been something, not a single thing, not some seed or idea that has been planted in your mind that has made you reassess, reevaluate, and re-engage how you are in this moment showing up, not just for your family, but for your community. And this is a conversation that at its core is about standing on the right side of right, and where history and how history will remember each and every one of us in this moment. And so at 8 p.m. tonight, like many of you, I'm going to tune right back in here so that we can listen to Don in his own words, but understand that this is just the beginning of a very long fight. And I implore you, each and every one of you, to ask yourselves, what is it that I will do now? I want to thank Don Lemon for allowing me to sit in this chair. I want to again acknowledge and thank his amazing team. You have been watching Don Lemon and the Don Lemon Show. I'm Charles Coleman Jr. That is Monique Presley. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we will see you in about an hour at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Turn the TV off.
Thanks so much for watching, everybody. Your support means the world to us. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss a show. We're live every weekday at 10 a.m. and 5 p.m.